okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, they keep calling me, could you ride this beat? Look, probably. Okay, it ain't no problem. See, I can mold this thing like pottery. Better, I'ma bet on myself. And before the top, and I don't need your help. We set the tempo, we run this thing as simple. Let's go. Boy, I'm locked in. Know your place, I'm top 10. And all my haters watching, so you know I keep on clocking. Let's go. Time, my whole style of go. Mine, take my place, I hold mine. Run up, then it's go time. It's show time. Whoa. Yeah, they know I'm the one that set the trends, dog. Tell them tenfold, I'm gonna change the tempo. Okay, tell them I can't play it safe. Got more wins on the way. Gotta show them how to do it. Man, my team making plays. Okay, your team better play off. Sleeping on me, wake up. Too easy just to lay off. Okay, tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Started going outside, got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, and I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top. This a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look. Did it stir? I can't play it safe. Yeah, out the way. Yeah, yeah.
VVS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, Billy Protect, screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got VVS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, Billy Protect, screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
Uh-oh, this shifted.
I said, Magnus!
Wenjun is the new Blitz World Champion.
Unbelievable, Merzen! Welcome to Doha. My goodness, where beauty, brilliance, and the battle will meet. At the University of Doha, the world's greatest chess minds converge, chasing glory at lightning speed. There are no second chances, no hesitation, just pure calculation, courage, and elite precision. This is the FIDE World Rapid Championship, and only the strongest will rise. Guys, what's going down? I'm James Canty III, FIDE Master James Canty III. I'm here, I'm ready to go, and I'm joined by my friend, Hambo in the Lambo, Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Hey man, what's up, bro? How are you? We're here. It's exciting, and we got some chess to play.
I know, James. I'm excited because this is literally my favorite tournament on the calendar. Every year, I can't wait. It's just this time of year when you get the best players in the world competing in that quicker format, rapid, blitz. I literally don't think there is anything more exciting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, same here too, is where Magnus, I think, just joined quite quickly too as well. He just joined. He's an early or kind of a late joiner there. But at the same time, you got a lot of players that want to show up here. And you had some names before, for instance, like, of course, Nordabek Abdusattorov and even Merzen one year. So these guys are very strong, and you don't know what can happen and how it will happen. So excited to kind of see what happens in this one this year. Let's take a look at what happened last year. This is ugly for Fabi. Wow. That is a huge upset. Magnus is out.
And I believe it is explicitly stipulated that genes are a no-go.
My response is like, F you.
Man, look at that. A resignation.
No, I think
that's a draw?
Nordabek is going to be very happy to claim.
Pratt goes down. Goodness. Man, Merzen with a dub. 9.5. Who is he?
He moves the bishop back, and that is the moment that it was decided. Volodar Merzen, your 2024 World Rapid Champion.
I mean, of course, Merzen is not someone that you were like, yeah, I got Merzen to win. You know, like, who said that? And, of course, he was like, yeah, you better have me this year, because he definitely won the last one. He was not playing. Let's take a look at this format here. Amon, take us through some of this format.
Yeah, important to note the difference between the open and the women's section. 13 rounds in the open, 11 rounds in the women's section. Of course, a Swiss pairing system in both. 15 plus 10, so that's 15 minutes, 10-second increment per move. And of course, if we do have ties at the end, there it's going to be a 2-game match in a blitz time control format, 3 minutes, 2-second increment at the very end if 2 players are tied. And James, honestly, if there's more than 2 players tied, that might need a whole other explanation, because there's going to be an Armageddon knockout mini tournament that's going to be held between all the players. Because that sounds chaotic, I think everyone here is secretly hoping that we get something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. We just, guys, we want to Armageddon and just don't do anything for the rest of the day. Call off and, sit with us, because that's going to be a long day here. What's the stake? There's a lot of money. Oh, my goodness. First prize, 70,000 big ones, all the way down through 35th place. When do you ever get 1,500 big ones there for 35th place there, Mark?
Yeah, that's not bad at all, because you've got a lot of strong players competing that, honestly, coming in 35th place is a very respectable. You're going to see some top players in the world down there 25th to 35th place. So earning that 1,500 euro prize is no joke, because the competition you have to put up with here, even on a lower board, you're playing a world-class, probably world-class grandmaster.
It's important too as well. It's like, yeah, what place you come in at 35th? You're like, oh man, but I still made 1,500. Like, what? What a day, of course. But also, you still want to bring your best chess here, because that's exactly what's going to be needed at the same time. Here's the women's section, guys. We still have the women playing too as well. Very, very strong women. Going to be able to see them play, and excited to watch some of the chess, especially at the top boards there. First place is $40,000. Very hefty, nice price there. All the way down to 15th place, which is a nice, respectable $2,500 for, a little tournament's work there, huh, Mont?
Yeah, obviously the tournaments will be going concurrently. The women's event has slightly less rounds. So what I'm already excited about is, I think that means, James, we're going to be able to pay attention to each, as well as the finals. They're not going to overlap. So we're going to make sure to pay attention to all the important moments as we crown our champions this year.
And speaking of champions here, we want to see who's playing who, what's happening, where, on which boards. Well, look at the pairings here. Of course, Magnus, who was a late joiner here, I think joined the day before Christmas or something like that. Magnus Carlsen is in against Lorenzo Ladisi here. And then any matchups you're looking forward to there? Obviously, we're always looking at Magnus, but what about you, Aman?
Yeah, well, nice to have Alireza in the tournament. I know that he recently signed up, so that was a last-minute entry, so very excited. I know that Magnus himself always speaks very highly about Alireza as a competitor, so even for that potential matchup, having Alireza in the tournament is always very exciting. I know Gukesh is playing. Jan up there on board number 2 is always a really dangerous competitor and an opponent, especially for someone like Magnus. You have to go into these events, James, always assuming, the favorite is, of course, Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, but I'm excited to see how someone like Gukesh is going to do, fresh off of being the now world champion. How is he going to carry that into an event like this, where you can see we've got his name here now, board 16. That's not where you expect to see the world champion. So I expect him to crawl up to those higher boards.
I'm not gonna lie too as well. You see a lot of slack online about Gukesh. He's the weakest world champion, and just all the trash talk, right? I'm sure I'll be taking that if I'm Gukesh. I might listen. You can say what you like, but watch me work. So I think he's got a lot to prove, but at the same time, he is getting stronger, and he is the current world champion here. So there's respect on my name, even though he's there at on the 16th board there against your fellow Canadian buddy Sean Rodriguez. Lemieux there. I played him once in tournament place. Very strong player. I got a draw there. But yeah, how you feel about that? Him playing your Canadian brother there.
Yeah, we got Fabiano, of course, on the screen just there. There's Wenjun as well, but there is a Canadian grandmaster, most recent one, a young player. Sean, really excited to see how he's going to do. And yeah, you mentioned first round, he's up against Gukesh. So I might drop in on, we might have to pay attention to that game, James, obviously to check in with the world champion, right?
Got to check in. I see Ferrugia there. Ferrugia ready to play. Looks very chill there and fresh off of winning, what is this, the Global Chess League? I think that was his team. If not, it was more, no, I think maybe it wasn't his team. No, he was on Trevini, I think. But he won the player of the tournament or something is what I saw on his Instagram. So he's just playing, playing Fire chess, as we like to say, with the black pieces here. So we'll see what happens. Excited to watch this game too.
Yeah, Qatar always a really beautiful host country as well. I know there's been a few events hosted in Qatar as of late, so I'm sure the hospitality and whatnot is top notch as we've come to expect. There's MVL,
He
another
already
familiar
calculated. What
name,
does he
household
calculate?
name.
What
Yeah,
does
he
he
really
calculate?
looks like.
He already locked in. Like nothing on the board. He's already calculated.
Look at the difference between MVL and, Alireza from the previous shot. Alireza was looking almost at the camera. MVL is looking directly at the board.
He already calculated halfway through the game. Wiping the board. What do I do here? What do I do here? He is already calculated. Shout out to NBL. Excited to watch him play too. I see chat says night
It
order.
looks like we're overlaying we're seeing the differences in facial expressions here. This shout out to the production on this one, if I'm seeing that correct. We're really looking at the differences in body language to every minute detail.
Every minute. The games will be starting in a minute as well. As nice, fresh, dapper to see everyone. Who's at this board? Oh, this is probably Magnus.
Well, there's no one there, so you know who's at that board. That's Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus. But then his opponent is playing the trick on him. He's like, no, you showing up late? Guess what? I'm watching you. I'm going to do the same. I think Magnus just gains more power and more rating points as he waits. Oh, he's already at the board. He's like, what? I'm ready to go. Magnus? Who's this Magnus guy? Of course. We all know who that is. Just trying to psych himself out.
There he is. And it looks like there's Dvorkovich there as well. There's going to be probably a ceremonial first move played as
H4.
Ooh, solid. Looks like D4 and D5.
Okay. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, we got our first, that was our test run of commentary as well, James. A little D4, D5. Okay, I think we're good to go for the main event.
Yeah, I think we're good to go, guys. D4, D5. It could be played. Anything could be played here. Lodici versus Carlsen. Carlsen versus Lodici here.
And Lodici had that recent, very impressive deep run in the World Cup as well. So I think even this board one, this will be an exciting one to watch.
He's in good form. Two players in good form here. Lots of times Magnus likes that type of player that can bring out that extra oomph in his game and power and challenge that Magnus likes to face. So we'll see what happens here. Magnus ready to play and see what he's going to play. Lodici looking more relaxed as we wait for the games to start. Everyone's patiently. This is kind of the most tension ever is right before the game starts. Everybody's stretching and awkward and ready to get this game going as well.
It's funny because I did see a few moves on the board, and then I realized they might have been the ceremonial moves D4, T5. So that would make a bit more sense now that I'm thinking about it.
And here E4, C5. That's going to be sharp if they stick it. Whoa!
So MVL's game has already begun, and I think that they were honestly supposed to wait for the ceremonial moves. So, James, do we have our first bit of controversy? He's already started.
Well, listen. MVL was already calculating before he was sitting down. So he was sitting there. He was calculating. He was ready to play his prep today. He's just ahead of the game. We saw this when MVL sat down. He was already ready to play. MVL's like, get off me. Let me rook. Let him rook. Don't touch him. Let this man rook. So MVL is ready to go. Let him do his thing, guys.
That's funny. Yeah, he was so ready to go. In fact, his opponent was also calculating at the board. So they just said, you know what? Nice ceremonial moves, but we've already got our opening figured out. So we take a look at the bird's eye, having a look at all the games in progress here in the Open, just exciting. James, welcome. Happy holidays to everyone. And I hope that this tournament is going to deliver on the speed chess that I think we're all excited to see.
Honestly, really, guys, happy holidays to all of you. And you're here with us. So I'm excited about all the games and the matches and of course the entire tournament as well. So we got Magnus on the screen there, coming out of the jacket, just getting comfortable, getting used to what you're going to do here. May see a classic Carlsen Catalan on board one there. I don't know what board two is with the policies. That must be a Petrov.
Petrov, it's looking like. Then, of course, looking at the boards in terms of which one is, maybe has moved along the most, immediately we go to MVL and it's like, yep, they've made the most moves there because they started first. So that makes perfect sense. But yeah, in terms of the openings, we're seeing a bit of variety. Firouzja going for his typical King's Indian setup, and has actually just jumped into the middle with this knight e4 move in the bottom left of your screen. So a lot of different types of games to choose from here, James. But I got Jan Nepomniachtchi's game up for us. This is board number 2. This is the one you were talking about. The queens are opposing one another on the e file. This is almost like, back to the real basics of chess. Get the queen out as soon as possible.
This one's actually a strange Petrov too as well, with the knights being placed where they are. Also G3 and Bishop G2. So I'm very curious about this. I actually like it from my standpoint. I do like the castle queen side quickly, but with the pawn on C6, I do see a very quick B5, B4. Obviously, my knight could swing over to A4 and then C5. So black may try to stop that with A5, A4, then pushing B5, just to deter really white's casting of the queen side, which is very likely. Black has a very solid structure here, though. And there's time. It's not like this is blitz. So the blitz part isn't here yet. In fact, we are only in rapid portions here. But I think being comfortable playing things that you really like to play in Nepomniachtchi's standpoint here, he likes to play the Petrov, right? The Russian defense. So I think he's comfortable. Didn't really seem like a Petrov, like some type of D4, D5 opening. But at the end of the day, we do have a Petrov here, but definitely different from what I'm used to seeing in a Petrov.
Yeah, you have the knight on E3, which is kind of blocking white's bishop, so it feels a bit weird. The bishop has fianchetto to G2 because the queen is in the way. So black is kind of facing the same decision, which is, do I also play G6 and bishop G7? Because nobody wants to move the queen again and then move the bishop. So this kind of makes the most sense. And it looks like we'll be kingside castling most likely for both sides. And I guess a slight advantage to white. Maybe we will see knight E2 to F4. And in terms of that dark squared bishop, you'd love to get it developed this way, but I'm looking at the knight on E3, James, and I don't know exactly where it's going to go to make way for that. So perhaps it just develops a bit more modestly to D2 for the moment.
And there is knight around to E2 here, maybe to play C3. Also, to figure out the bishop, moving to D2. I do like an aggressive sense to it, obviously, with F4, F5, but I don't never have to take is one thing I realized. So maybe he does go for it anyway, F4, F5, then put a knight on F4 and just kind of see where we go.
That's a fun one, but a risky one. It depends how much risk they're trying to take. I see the Petrov, I think, okay, these guys are not trying to do too much too early, and maybe we can keep jumping around here. Let's, of course, make a stop in at board number 1. James, Magnus with the white pieces. You were saying early on, it kind of felt like it could go in that Catalan direction with G3, but ultimately maybe the D4, D5 ceremonial moves were a little bit of foreshadowing, because that's the kind of structure that we've got here.
I don't remember what game it was. Maybe you remember, but it was a quick one where Magnus ended up casting queenside. It was a crazy game, and something similar like this. Obviously, you could see it very possible with his queen being on C2 and knight G5 is in the air. Bishop D3 is aiming that way. But I forgot what game or who he played against where he played that sequence of like casting queenside. D4 was on the board. Like it was an incredible game that he ended up winning. But it reminds me of that, especially because he hasn't castled yet, hasn't committed the king, and the bishop's still on F1, which is a few moves away from castling. So we will see what happens. Magnus on the move here, though, thinking, and Ladici here really must be in some type of prep, moving quite quickly with 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, the knight dropped back to E7. Now, this move is probably very surprising for people watching. Like, the knight was previously on D5 and dropped back, but it was to recapture the bishop on E7. And if it didn't, then Magnus was obviously going to take on D5. and then leave an isolated pawn. So it looks a bit strange. Black is a long way from completing that development. I think Magnus in a rapid game would be pretty happy, with the position so far. But at the end of the day, position is equal. It's very, very close to equal. And rapid, James, is all about, you don't need those advantages that you're pushing for in classical. You don't need crazy theory, and you're not always working to find the absolute best moves, but it's also not blitz. You can't just play something a bit suspicious and give up an advantage in the opening. So we'll see what openings I think the players in this event are going to go for, but you're always on the lookout in rapid for something easy to play where you understand the plans and hopefully where you don't have too much risk.
And right in Magnus's wheelhouse here. He seems very comfortable, very confident. And of course, a very nice book that I read on Chessable was Grind Like a Grandmaster by Magnus and David Howe, where a lot of those positions were just super equal. Like, same side pawns, king versus three pawns, and showing you how to, obviously win, or at least to push for the win rather than, take risk, but pushing for the win in a very safe type of way of doing it, just playing chess and improving your position move by move. So Magnus is one of the greatest at it. In fact, it might be the greatest at it when it comes to just equal positions, period, here. So we'll see what happens. Just improve your position. We have a move, though, and that move is Knight of 6. Wow, what a move. Takes his Queen A5. Queen A5? That is very counterintuitive.
Yeah, it's probably one of the last moves you'd be thinking of because completely exposes the queen. Pawn takes C5. You mentioned Queen A5 as the response, and I would tend to agree. That makes quite a bit of sense. Now, if Magnus does not want to capture, then you'll probably just see any bishop move here looks decent, but bishop E2 or bishop D3 are available.
And he's saying, I don't have to activate your pieces, which would be very easy development if Black is able to play Queen A5, Bishop D7, and connect the rooks and bring the rooks to the central squares, like maybe Rook A to C and Rook F to D, tucking the bishop on either E8 or C6. Eventually, Knight was a very good move here. In fact, if you just think about it, Knight of 6 makes sense. Hard move to play, obviously, because you just expose the queen immediately. But immediately I will be getting that pawn back after DC5, Queen A5.
Agree. And it's Magnus who has to really make sure that it's not completely equal, right? That there's some life in the position. So pressure is more on Magnus here to produce something from this game than on Lodici. So he's quite happy to play this move and see. And maybe we should see a different game for now. Let's jump over to Fabi's game. Taking on, it looks like Vachier-Lagrave from Uzbekistan. And let's have a look at this position here. 2 bishops, but perhaps not for long. We'll see if this bishop takes C6 gets played here because the d-pawn is loose, but being held together by this pin currently.
Was this an advanced French?
Yeah, this looks like one of those games where I find that this is actually very successful for Black in a blitz setting, but the longer the time control, the more I feel that especially someone like Fabi is going to have the technique to handle this. So it was actually a Sicilian, the way that it started.
Accelerated.
Kind of, yeah, exactly. Just checking that.
Accelerated. Yeah, I like it. He likes accelerated Vokido. Actually, just the Uzbekistan, like all of them, all the players. There's a lot of accelerated in the database from them, specifically from Jack here. Jack he is cool with that. Jackin Gear. I forgot his last how to say it, but Jack is what he goes by. Vokidov, he plays this a lot. He actually has some good games in the database with this, especially with Queen B6, moves 5 or 6, whatever it is, in the accelerated dragon Moroxi bind lines. So they play a lot of this here. I do like this for white, though, because of obviously bishop takes C6 and the C5 pawn, or C5 square. It's very weak when you get a rook to C1. It's really tough for Black in those type of positions. But he hasn't captured on C6 yet, allowing Black to go rook C8 at some point, maybe. You want to break down this structure, though, right, Aman? I mean, D4 and F. You want to play F6 at some point, so bishop G7 or E7, playing F6 and trying to break up the pawns, but it's really hard to as white has f4 in a lot of cases here. So this center is going to be extremely strong for Fabi.
Yeah, so knight d2 is to play the move knight f3, and the fact of the matter is black can force white to give up this bishop, because if you try to keep the bishop against a6, b5, you're just going to lose the center pawn. You're probably going to lose e5 after. So this is very likely to happen, but what white's going to do is play knight f3, guard the d pawn, overprotect the d pawn. If f6 happens, white's probably going to either leave the pawn there or capture, and the result will be a weak e pawn. If the pawn captures back on c6, there's also a weak c pawn. And then this knight, although it looks really powerful, can be evicted with the move g4.
Yeah, g4 is going where you have to have even a knight h4 type of idea, which is sort of you see a lot in the French, as this did look like a French advance, but sort of c3 Sicilian-ish against the accelerated dragon, where they played probably an early c3 in exchange on d4. So you have some French tendencies here from Black's standpoint, where you actually got rid of the light square bishop being the problem in Black's position in the French, but we got rid of that quite quickly here. I do know one idea is if f4 does happen, Black can actually play g5 at some point, even while castling. I remember seeing this as some incredible theory here. But Black's sort of under the gun, trying to break up the center. If not, White just has a very nice position with knight f3, as you mentioned, even bishop to g5 in lots of cases. Rook comes to the c file. We damage the c6 or the c pawn or the c file and the structure on the queen side after bishop takes c6, bringing again a rook to c1. In many cases, in a3, b4, it's a positional game. And as you mentioned, g4 kicks the knight, kind of questions where are we going after that.
Yeah, I think this position is one that you can really see how black does well, because all the pawns will be on light squares there, and white's bishop might not be that useful. But if black takes back, maybe plays c5, the whole center is going to be undermined, f6 as well. And then from the flip side, you can imagine knight f3, bishop g5, trying to take control of some of those dark squares. And if g4 forces this knight to retreat this way, that's where it starts to get uncomfortable, where you get really cramped as black, and where white can start to generate a kingside initiative as well. James, Alireza, that's another one that I saw early on. I saw like a King's Indian setup from Alireza. So let's jump over here as we're trying to drop in on some of these games in the early stages of the opening as round one of the World Rapid Championship is underway.
Always love to see a good King's Indian defense. Myself, love seeing those. So this one was something weird out of the opening. I saw early 94 from Farouz, or something I'm not used to seeing in the King's Indian. It's generally through the Queen's Indian, which is Oman's opening. So 94, very early 94, which things were traded off. Simple moves here. Queen e7, rook a to e, played very quickly here. And now, how do we respond is the question. What are we going to do with our bishop on c8? Do we play b6? It does stop a potential c5 and also allows us to develop our bishop. But where is the question? I do see a potential King's Indian way of g5, maybe f4 at some point. But that's going to take some time. And it also is risky, but you are playing King's Indian at the end of the day. White does have some space in the center with the d5 push, but figuring out what to do is the question.
Yeah, you mentioned that 94 move. I'll go back to the opening. This is probably a position that's relatively standard, right? We've got the King's Indian fianchetto setup, and actually White's gone for a fianchetto setup as well. And then after we see castling, it's this next move, which was a little bit unusual, knight e4. Very, very direct, and it's always weird to see a move like this because it has no support, James. It's not like d5 is there. There's not even a knight that can support it. So you can challenge the knight in so many different ways. With the queen, with either knight, you've got this bishop aimed at it. So such an interesting move. And the goal was simply to trade and play e5, e4, gain that space. And this is the position that we have now with this last move, rook a to e1. I do think, James, this kind of indicates that white is playing f3, because you don't play rook a e1 and then not play f3.
Yeah, f3 is that natural break to be able to even threaten to win a pawn. If Alireza is not careful, that would be after bishop takes f6 and then taking on e4, eliminating the defender. And if pawn takes on f3, well, then we have a obvious threat of e4. So White feels like they are for choice here, as the pieces just feel a little bit better. I mean, it is we are developed faster than black is, so of course, following principles, white's just slightly better. B6, maybe bishop to D7, and you got to get the pieces out. But he's trying to figure out what to do now. He plays A5, a little bit of queen side expansion. Maybe A5, A4, A3 can be super annoying by a little bit, but still got to develop at the end of the day with this bishop on C8.
Yeah, the bishop on c8 often remains on c8. Like you really only develop to d7, but the d7 square, for example, can be quite useful for the knight. And one pair of bishops that black does not mind exchanging would be the dark squared bishops. I am expecting to see a capture, and it was actually done quicker than I could even say it. And then I'm wondering if knight to d7 will be the next move, intending knight c5, trading these dark squared bishops, and I think black's position is very, very good. As a result, this pawn is kind of a weakness on e3, and the dream position for black is definitely to reposition the knight, trade these dark square bishops, and then just play bishop b7, rook a to e8 with a nice advantage.
Then you have the accelerated dragon type setups where, of course, the dark squares are in black's favor if we are able to exchange the bishops, as you mentioned before, but not King's Indianness. It's definitely different. Doesn't feel as King's Indian as you would like. Always attack, attack, attack. But of 97 is on the board, going to C5 or even the E5 square, depending on what he's really looking for.
Yep. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Knight d7. I think Alireza, from all the games we've checked in with, it almost feels like Alireza has the most comfortable openings. Also got a big lead on the clock. So in terms of the first round game, I think Alireza has a lot to be happy about, especially with the black pieces as we return to the bird's eye view.
We got to go to that Ronian game. There's a pawn on F6 and a rook on E5, knight on D3. What is how? You're always like, what and how is exactly what we have to ask.
In that order.
In that order. What is the opening? How did they get here? This is incredible. Of course, but you will expect
you asked the questions, and I got the answers, James. So let's see exactly, just very quickly, how we got here. The bishop's opening, which is usually a move order at the highest level, I want to say, that people use to avoid perhaps the Petrov, which is an opening we saw in a different game. And, it looked a little bit drawish, a little bit equal in that one. So I'm surprised that the position we saw when we got here came from this, because it looks so, I wouldn't say peaceful, but I wouldn't think that it was going to explode. But that move C4, explosive, that'll do it, James.
C4 is explosive. And rook E4. Oh, that was nice. That was nice. Okay. With a rook H4 type idea, do you even rook lift? Oh, and this is how it happened. Because I was like, how is the rook attacked twice? But now I see. Okay, got it.
And then F6. G takes F6 because the knight is attacked. So this move was forced, and now the rook needs to move. But, despite the pawn taking back, despite the, terrible pawn structure in front of the king, if this knight moves somewhere, there is going to be a queen exchange, which makes the king a lot safer. And perhaps even like the knight retreating to C5 will generate quite a bit of trades. Black has the bishop pair for now. So this is a complicated position, but time advantage for Aronian, and highly, highly tactical game here.
He tried to get rook H5 to work, but that ran into this annoying idea of bishop to G4. And then after the rook moves again, there was like an F5. So rook E2 made a lot of sense here. There was also some weird things with bishop takes C4 and knight takes B2. So rook E2 being a very accurate move, defending the B2 pawn and still keeping some hope alive with his very sharp position.
That's right. Rook E2, things are defended. You have to also start paying attention to the clock a little bit when you see a discrepancy like this, 11 minutes to 4.5 here. And I like the game so far from Aronian. Just, it seems like, if black gets tempted to play a move like bishop c4 and go into any opposite bishop position, there's always going to be this deficit, this pawn structure that is weak. So advantage for white in most of these endgames here. Knight f4, it makes much more sense.
Hitting the rook. We got some news on the back end here. Congrats to first result of the World Rapid Championships. Theodoru Nicholas winning a miniature in 12 moves, bro. That's incredible, man. Who was that? The miniature. What was that? Gotta go check that. Let me pull that up on my end. I just want to have that game up to go study that one and go find
Is
Nico.
that a
See what happened.
is that a the board does not look like, I don't know if that's correct. I'm just looking at the board and that looks like a relay error if I had to guess, or they
Okay.
just the move stopped relaying. I don't know. I'm looking at the board. It looks like a
Oh
kind of a
yeah.
regular position.
Let me see. Yeah, right here. Oh, he is better. Kind of. This is over with black. Oh no, yeah, I see what you're saying.
What else do we have here? This is a good game to
Yeah,
check in on. Of course, typical, they trade the queens as soon as we get here. But I would say very, very equal position. It really comes down to whether Aronian can make use of these doubled isolated pawns. As always, black has the bishop pair, white only has one bishop. Then you're kind of looking to trade off light squared bishops. But what white wants to do is trade off light squared bishops in a way that does not allow that pawn to recapture. That would be the best case scenario.
mhm.
I'm just going to jump back to Magnus on board one for a second, and you're starting to get to that stage where we always talk about how Magnus can squeeze these advantages out of positions. Well, James, he's going to have to do that right now.
Yeah. I figured that was going to happen through the opening. And it's like Ladici being on a tear recently too as well. He's playing in great form. Magnus is going to have to do Magnus things and play a very slow position, work the end game, which he's very good at. I think he's comfortable. What's the time situation? Okay, maybe not the most comfortable. He's down a little bit of time, but there is a lot of chess left still as well. From white standpoint, we can obviously try to work the queen side of the board, and when pieces trade, if possible, then we walk our king up
Mhm.
that side of the board too as well. So making sure our pieces stay active, and really anything can happen in these end games where pieces get active, pieces start to trade, and then obviously the activity of the pieces, which yields me a slight advantage, especially on the queen side, looking like where the action is right now for Magnus.
Yeah, the probably the only reason that there's still something maybe to play for is this knight is hitting the a7 pawn, so it does look likely that black will take this knight at some point. Bishop b7 will always drop a pawn. You could consider bishop b7 and then rook a8 in order to go for some counterplay. But also, if you go back with the bishop, eventually you're allowing this knight into d6. So I'm just curious whether or not Magnus is going to get perhaps a bishop, right? Is that going to be his big advantage here? That he's going to have perhaps a strong light squared bishop? I don't know, James. This is time is even, round number one. I think Magnus is under a tiny bit of pressure here to produce a meaningful advantage.
And it's all about making sure the pieces go to their best squares optimally while also creating your own threats and stopping your opponent from doing theirs. That's a lot to do. At the same time, with 94, definitely like the move, staying active, not sitting back and just making, waiting moves are possible, like h6 was another move. Knight to d5, very
Mhm.
natural. 94, though, was not probably on the radar. Very strong, I think. It stops a lot of things, maybe coming into d6 at some point. There is some tension with the bishops on a6 and e2, but a knight c5 could be in the picture too, maybe an f5. Maybe 95, but 94 really strong and asking, hey, how are you going to get rid of this knight that is really annoying actually on the e4 square in white's half of the board?
Yeah, knight d4 also guards the bishop on e2. So right now there's this pin from black's bishop, but knight d4, suddenly you're having the conversation of maybe knight takes a7 working. So that's a way to make a threat, and indeed it was played. I'm curious about the move e5, and then I realized, okay, all of a sudden knight takes a7 after e5 is a consideration. I don't know if it is actually a good move, but at least it deserves some thought.
Okay, 94 is on the board though, with even a bishop f3 type idea. Two, attack the knight, get out of the way. There is also knight takes a7. So how do we defend? It's very simple. You could also take on b5, which is what Magnus probably wants to get that bishop pair, or at least a bishop versus a knight. And rook
Yep.
to d7. Is there anything wrong with that? It feels like something wrong with rook d7.
Rook d7 is one of those moves that's like, there's something wrong with it. Maybe knight c6?
Yeah, exactly, right? Tactics on loose pieces, boys and girls.
Yeah,
Something's wrong
it's
with
funny
d7.
because James mentioned rook d7. It feels very natural, but as soon as you mention it, I'm like, nah, let me make the move that looks the craziest. And honestly, it looks like at least a decent move, knight c6.
Knight c6 really strong. That's a scary move to run into. Take. Yeah.
So there's ideas here. Suddenly there's a threat. You start to get more and more convinced that maybe you need to play bishop takes b5, and those are some pretty serious advantages. Speaking of advantages, looking at our kind of top boards here, I think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's game, as I jump to it now, with the black pieces, this position has exploded to one of the larger advantages that I've noticed. D4 pawn, A5 pawn, even the E4 pawn, all under attack in some way or another. So it feels like, with especially under 3 minutes ticking down, James, something has got to go here.
It shows a practical route here, taking on d5 first, eliminating a little bit of stuff. So now if queen takes d4, which is with check, okay, king moves out of the way, and after a capture on d5, maybe we take c4, depending on how he captures. If he takes with the queen, obviously we get a pawn back, but if he takes with the pawn, that is the one that we need to calculate. The knight is
queen
very
takes
strong
d4 and pawn takes on d5 looks very solid. But he's just going to take back with the pawn first, and I think this is like, it's almost worse to see something like this because it reminds you how few moves you actually have.
It's like, yeah, I can't really move anything. Rook on a1, not a piece really. And this is defending. And rook on c3, tough to do anything with. Bishop on f1, same thing. Total domination here. And weaknesses on d4 and a5.
Yep, so it looks like MVL poised to claim a result here. I also want to jump to Jan Nepomniachtchi's game, board number 2, because this one has just completely shifted. We actually saw this one. This was the Petrov, James. You might have locked in your prediction as maybe a draw, but we are far from it here as the move bishop to d5 has been played, and this looks like the simplification that is necessary, as Jan Nepomniachtchi is up a piece and probably about to close this game out after rook takes e5, queen takes e5, and getting the simplification.
Yeah, I like the fact that one thing that Nepo does is you play open, or even just players, period, strong players, that you like to play things that you're known for, that you're very comfortable with, is the word we're looking for here. And we all know that Nepo is very comfortable in a Petrov against anyone. And that's how it is here. He was very comfortable. It was very dry early on, but he was just able to create things. And of course, as he did with his g5 move too, which was really nice. I remember the knight swinging around to e2 at some point, trying to go to f4, and he didn't allow that. He played g5 himself, which is really strong here from Nepo here. Now up a piece, something happened earlier in the game. To be up a piece, we should see probably a resignation soon.
Yeah, queen takes d5, I was going to say, is probably about to be played, but Jan Nepomniachtchi is not sweating in this position. Not just a queen for 2 rooks, but the extra knight as well. The queen does have to go somewhere where the knight is defended, so queen f6 is no good, but it feels like queen d6 is probably sufficient. Maybe queen c7, which also hits the c pawn. It's hard to say which one is preferred, but yeah, this is a very serious winning advantage for Nepomniachtchi, so this will definitely be a win for the black pieces here, James.
Yeah, I like his being comfortable, playing what you like, and then he played g5 here. He just, whoa.
Ooh, I like this. Okay, he's done some calculation here.
Dang. King G7,
you know he's not giving up a piece for no reason, right?
Right, because we have to calculate it. Check king g7, takes the knight, I take the pawn. He's just saying, I got 2 passers. Come at me, bro. B and A.
Yeah, let me put that on the board here just for a second. Rook e8, the king moves up, and most likely, I'm assuming, the queen is going to capture on c3, and this is the key move because now 3 pass pawns, you heard me correct, the a pawn is going to be dangerous, the D pawn, you can play rook b1, and yes, you're going to get your hands on the B pawn, but for example, a position like this, there's just no stopping that A pawn, and that will most definitely be a win for black.
Really strong Nepo in the Petrov once again. He's playing out the moves here as anyone kind of would. You can also resign too. It's not a bad idea. He's just lost in this game, but kudos and congrats to Diplomacy for closing out this game. Is there anything else anywhere else? Yeah, nothing else decisive anywhere else so far. I think Magnus won a pawn though. Magnus is up a pawn. We can also move over to
Yeah,
Argent too.
Magnus claimed a pawn, I think, in that variation that we were kind of looking at. So small advantage there, but still some work to be done. But we could keep moving around a little bit. Maybe some faces we haven't quite dropped in with yet early on. Moving down the table here, I was also looking at Argent, board number 9. He's got the white pieces and honestly a very open king position. Not a position that I feel too comfortable with, but Queen C3 has been played. I think this kind of shows that against his young opponent, Marco Materia, who is looking to keep the queens on the board, James, and I love the bishop compared to the knight here.
I mean, especially with the move Bishop H1. If you play Bishop H1 on the next move, very weird move to play. But the queen comes right behind it. It's hard to actually stop that from happening. So
That's
see
right.
what happens. It was a knight D2. Is that what he played? Okay, so now he's
Yep.
going knight F3 if Bishop H1.
That's right. Yep. Getting in the way of the connection of pieces. And rook C8 does drop the F pawn, so it's not that easy. Black would love if these pieces, James, were flipped around.
We said where? Which
That's
pieces?
how the queen and the bishop, if they were flipped around, then the queen could lead from the front and head down to G2. So it's not the perfect coordination, but if black finds a way to maybe defend the F pawn, or for example, E5, then all of a sudden this starts to get dangerous as we have our first result, Jan Nepomniachtchi, with that really nice calculation, giving the piece back, James, and claiming the win in the very first round of the World Rapid Championship.
Very nice. Nepo with a win with the black pieces is always a great feat when you can win with the black pieces and win with white too. Just keep winning. But Nepo with the first win for round 1 feels good. I know he's going to carry that into the second round with the white pieces against his next opponent here. Argent, not trying to survive it. This is just a double-edged game, as they would say. It's kind of anything can happen. Kings are weak, but white's king slightly weaker. But black's queen misplaced. White's queen a little bit more active. White's pieces seem to be a little bit more active, but we do like the bishop over the knight here. So, I mean, really anything can happen.
Yeah, and this is Argent plays a enterprising. There's that bishop H1 move. It's a little bit different now. Knight F3, you have to contend with, potentially E4 now, James.
Yeah. Bishop H1 was a scary move. It was on the radar. I'm sure Argent saw it, but what's his idea? Because Bishop H1 will follow with the queen to G2 and be very disruptive, very scary, and accuracy is required here. It's not a if or hopefully. It is required to be very accurate here. Queen G2 is a very serious threat.
Yeah, it certainly is. Bishop H1. I definitely think that this position could be a big upset here in the first round if you're kind of waiting and watching for those. This one looks very, very possible. We saw Jan get that first result. It does feel like MVL is going to be one of the next ones to claim a result with the black pieces. Magnus is slightly better and up a pawn in his position. And Argent's king is on the run and looking to, I don't know, there's just no safe shelter anywhere though.
And it's really, I mean, you look for, what you look for is like a counterplay, basically to say the least. Queen G2, we're just trying to figure out where's my counterplay. It feels like I'm just running away, not liking that. But what I am liking is Magnus's position. Again, up there, he's up that, he's still up that pawn. Yeah, he grabbed a little pawn, just pick and roll and keep moving, try to win this dry game. But I'm up a pawn. Should be able to get it back. Wait. Nice
Yeah,
move there, knight
Magnus,
c3.
you can see, is, I think, effectively going to win this B pawn here. That's on the top left of your screen. And we know Magnus in an endgame is it's one of the last places you want to find him, let alone with an extra pawn. So that feels like a position that Magnus Carlsen is going to find a way to win, right, James?
Absolutely. As time gets lower, evaluation bar agrees as well. But it's very obvious this b pawn will fall. b5 is sort of a slight trick you could try, hoping that knight takes b5 will happen. But you are playing Magnus. He's not going to just take. He'll play something like knight d6 or knight a7. Attack the pawn with the other knight. Take that one. Have a pass a pawn, and run it down the board here. Ladici.
James, I got to take us to Alireza's game right away.
Let's go.
There was a sacrifice on the board, and Alireza is actually in a worse position here. The correct moves being played by White. This is Grandmaster Murshid from Bangladesh, and we just saw rook takes f5. I'll just jump back a couple moves to show the sacrifice. Oh, I thought it was a sacrifice, just an exchange. So he sacrificed earlier on f5, and there is the
What did he
double
take
exclamation mark.
What was there before? Or go
A
back?
pawn.
Oh, he took a. Oh my goodness, big fella.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I know.
We gotta
Uncovering
breathe.
bishop takes on
Gotta relax.
c6. Amazing. And let's stick with the live position now, because it was the correct sacrifice, but it's not just immediately forced as a winning calculation. You still have to play the resulting position. So let's have a look and see if he can convert, because this would obviously be one of the most impressive upsets of the very first round.
Especially, beating if I'm able to, of course, because anything can happen. Take down Alireza in this game. I mean, I'm like, what? I could do it. You feel like you're doing anything. Oh, this might be my tournament, boys, right?
Yep.
If you could beat Alireza in the first round here. But what a sacrifice. Rook f5 was very vicious. That was Rook takes pawn. He's spotting things. But I will say one thing is his time is getting lower here. We do have the 10-second increment here. Alireza known to be very, very fierce in any time control, but especially as time gets lower, as he is the bullet chess champion too, remember. So this is very fast chess. Yeah, you got the 10-second increment, but it's easier said than done when you're under that pressure. So let's see if he's able to take down Alireza. Chat, where's the chat at? What do you think? Is Alireza done here? Is he cooked, chat? Is he cooked?
Or is he going to question? A minute each. Now, we know for a fact that 1 minute on the clock, the pressure of this moment, Alireza is likely going to handle it better. But you can't fight the evaluation, right? You can play good moves, you can play good defense, but objectively, White is winning here. So if he finds the right moves, there's nothing Alireza can do.
Let's see. Alireza is cooked. I mean, Queen D3 is a very obvious, very strong move. I mean, sheesh, bro. I'm in some trouble here. How do you even defend here? Come on, what can I do? Oh my goodness.
Knight G7.
Knight G7.
Yeah, defends the pawn, and at least if you want to take it, you have to give up that bishop. But as the blue arrow indicates, a very important computer move, Knight H4, and in my opinion, James, not a difficult move to spot. That's really going to be tough to meet.
Knight H4. There is Queen G5, which is kind of annoying. I think that's probably why he put his hand back. Queen G5, but then you're like, what do? I guess you take on G7 and F5. Yeah, it's probably the only way through. 30 seconds left. He finds Knight H4. They're playing very fast. They're playing on the increment almost.
Yep. A very quick response. And G4 played.
Playing out of his mind.
H7 is loose.
Aman, who is this man?
Oh my goodness. So this was not the best move, but it is definitely a very good move. What I'm looking at is maybe Bishop G5 here. And you have to be careful not to just trade, absolutely everything. Geez. G4 played. What a tense position.
With the lean back, in a tense position with no time on the clock and a lean back. Come on. Body language. Somebody get him. That's very nice. G4, very strong.
And let's not forget, if this knight makes it to G6, that's checkmate, even without any other pieces on the board right now. So if that H-pawn is ever removed, there's a huge threat in the position.
That's a very strong, very fun move. Giving it back. He's giving some material back. Got to take those. Probably take on F5 and try to convert here.
So after knight takes f5, if every piece trades, the queens as well, I think it's going to be a draw. So you should take with the pawn here.
I think he took with the queen, though.
Takes
He just
f5.
took with the queen. And he's okay. He is okay. Alireza. And he's like, you know what? I'll just take the draw, bro. You know. Wow.
I think that's what
Alireza,
that means.
I think he just looked up at him. I think he offered.
That's a fair offer. This is a guaranteed draw. I have to say, in some ways, I understand what he's doing there. He's not making an objective call. I think that was a decision to secure a result, because everyone in that game knows you have to keep the queens on the board, right? It was going to be 2 extra pawns. Yes, opposite bishops, but the hands shake, and that is a draw and a survival for Alireza. He knows that he was in trouble if the queen stayed on the board there, James.
Absolutely. And he was like, where could I have cooked you? You were cooked. And he's just like, yeah, I got away with that one. And a very good way to get away. I mean, Firouzja was able to survive that one, because that one was very scary here. But another game here with Aronian. That was a wild game. But on the board, oh, shoot.
There's a clear advantage here for black. I mean, Aronian is just, I don't know if lost is a fair word here, because there is that G pawn, which runs up the board in a dangerous way. I think this is being given as a table-based win for black, but with 15 seconds here, I wouldn't say this is so obvious.
That's true. And evaluation did just change here with his G pawn pushing. So he takes push. Whoa, you gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Check first, then rook. Wait, how do you catch this pawn? Hold on. He's like, yeah, let me just chill around here for a little bit, because that pawn is a little scary.
The B pawn is the target here, but it looks like white will be able to play something like B4 and knight C6 if rook B3. And what you're trying to do, maybe if you can't win with the G pawn, is use it as a distraction, move it up the board, maybe have the king go get it, and then if you bring your king plus your knight over here, you should be able to at least win that pawn. And one thing the players both know is that rook against knight, just these pieces on the board, is a draw.
It's definitely something he's going for here. Now, all about how do I save something? 14 seconds on the clock for Leon as well. B4? Yeah, B4 as you mentioned. Just don't give it up.
So G6, B3. You need to play king F6. And B4 does save the pawn, because rook C4 is not possible, and rook B3, there is knight C6.
There's your knight F3. It's a little tricky move.
Yeah, this looks like a close position here.
You see the text? You see the text in there, Ron, on the back end?
Let's have a look. World champion Gukesh against a tough Canadian here. There's a lot of pawns here, despite the bishop pair. It looks like Sean from Canada pushing this A pawn. He's got the H pawn as well. Has to be doing well here, but I wouldn't say that it's quite over yet.
Sean Rodriguez. That's my buddy. That's my good friend there. I was happy to play him too. I got a draw. I was like, yes, I drew him. He's super strong. You beast, you. Canada got some beast over there.
Knight on D2 hits the bishop and guards the pawn, and then I think it's going to be the H and G pawn show here, as Gukesh is in for a potential shock in round number 1. We've seen a lot of upsets. That's what this tournament is truly all about.
True. That's true, especially last year's winner here in Volodymyr Murzin. I mean, who even had him on your player card? If you had him on your bracket, you had your bracket was busted 100%. No one had Murzin up there unless you were a Murzin fan. People don't even know who that is still today, and you should. Bullet
Mm-hmm.
Armor is very strong here. He won last year. He was on a tear. So really, this is one of the tournaments that we do see some of the biggest upsets in. I mean, we've seen even Norderbeck Abdusattorov 1 year or two as well. So you just see all kinds of stuff happen. So very important to understand. Anything can and will happen here at the FIDE World Rapid Championship.
That's right. And then remember, there's 10-second increment in all these positions, all these games you're looking at. So there's going to be time here for both bishop to c1. Now the threat is maybe you lose all these pawns, but white is going to have a lot of pawns in that final position.
He's still fighting though, as he should. Bishop takes b3 and c4. I mean, dropping all of those is huge.
Yep. Because what happens is you take these, and then it looks like the bishop can stop these pawns, and then all of a sudden you've got 2 more to deal with from black's perspective.
13 seconds for Gukesh here. You do have the 10-second increment here, but having 10 seconds extra. Okay, pawns are dropping though.
So I suspect the winning plan
pawn
is, if it's not just running these pawns, there's also an idea to play bishop a5 and then a7 to force the king, and then bishop b6. And then you can pick up some pawns there, and I think that should be a winning idea. And Sean plays bishop a5. I really like this move. The only question is whether black can like take a couple pawns and look to sack and then draw with the king on this color, but it's looking very, very good for white here.
There's just too many white peoples here in the G and the H pawns, all being played out, as you mentioned, too. Very strong idea here. I take one. My king chills with the other one if I have to here. Yeah, I can take. Oh, wait, that's tricky. That is tricky. King E3, though.
Bishop E6 will be tried here for sure. And at
and
this
he has
point,
the opposite. Oh, his sacrifice. Whoa, you still got to be slightly. Let me just H4 though. Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, got to be H4. This is what I mean. If the bishop takes this pawn and then takes one more, you have the drawing mechanism of just sacking. So I think he's going to play H4, and these pawns on light squares can be easily blockaded. So it may be the case that you play something like king d2, bishop e3, king c3, and eventually you kind of, I mean, here I would probably continue to push the pawns, but this eventually is a position you're probably going to sack that a pawn and use your bishop to block these while you bring your king up here and win the game.
I think I'm looking at just some of the results here. Wesley looks like he was upset at too as well. So getting upset.
I don't know about this. So the thing is, if you play c3 here, if you play c3, there's bishop f5. That's a blunder. That's a huge blunder in this position. g6. You just needed to blockade things a bit slower, or perhaps h5, I think. But that is a real nice shot from Gukesh. Just that last punch that you just think is not there. c3 will be a disappointment here for Sean, and this will be a draw by agreement. Wow, what a save from Gukesh. What a save.
What a save. Gukesh with a save. Arusha lives to fight another day. Guys, a lot of nerves here, a lot going on. And everyone knows what's at stake here. Whoa. I just saw on the other screen there, I saw a strong knight on that 3. Somebody was getting mated. Okay. So now back to these games. But upsets, draws, and people blowing games, all kind of stuff. Yeah, Abdusattorov just with a nasty knight check there on F3 against
I'm not really sure what happened in that one. The move relay looked a bit off, so I'm not actually sure what the result is there because there's no official result yet, and the position between Halkias and Abdusattorov looks wrong. So I'm curious what happens there, but we'll let you guys know. Magnus did win his game, converting in the end game, and there's only so many games still going on. A lot of results are in, but they're just not confirmed results, so the games are kind of still showing up.
Still have games left. Oh, it's up there twice.
Okay, I think I found a game. It actually took me a really long time. But I have Grishuk's game against Samadov and rook against bishop, but with some pawns on the board makes a huge difference.
A few winning plans here. Probably the easiest was like getting the king to b4 and rook to the a3 is the idea, something around those lines, and sacking on the pawn.
Yeah, I definitely think if you get the king to b4, it's just immediately winning, I think. But the difficulty is that white's always trying to match the king and try to deny it, but this is a really nice way to do it. Rook to e1, and now the king has a free path.
Beautiful, he's got it. And somehow there's a draw there on Dusatara. Halkios.
Well, so this is what I mean is I don't know if that result is officially a draw, but the board seemed to be just completely incorrect. So I think they played a whole different game and we just didn't get to see it.
Wow. I was like, how is that a draw? The knight on f3? Like, this looks great for black there. But
and it looks like Grishuk is a guaranteed win here with our plan of bringing the king to b4. And that'll be it. Rook to c5, rook c3, and yep, we won't even see any more moves in this one. That is most definitely a result there.
Really strong Grishuk with the win. So got some games left.
Yeah, and some of these games that, like you can see the clocks are kind of at 0 for so many. In fact, all of the games on the screen, they just don't have the results recorded officially on the board, where you take the kings and you put them in the middle, because every single game on our bird's eye view right now, I believe, is actually concluded, except Keimer. I think that one is actually ongoing. We can jump to that one against Agmanov. What an interesting imbalance here.
Incredible, actually. Two bishops, you have the exchange, but have the extra pawn. Yeah, probably standoff, like draw, like unless someone, a huge blunder.
It feels like you could win with either color still.
Sure, very true. If I get the bishop to h5, right? But I mean, with the bishop being on e2, I think it's probably some type of plan. Try to use the king. Walk the king over, try to divert the bishop so I can get it to f3. If you not look, yeah, like now, like bishop f3, close.
Yep. Yeah, or just bring the king over. Like even a plan like that.
Yeah, it's easy for black to go wrong. Did he move?
No, black is still just moved rook to a4. Cutting the king off, but again, everything's defended in white's position, so it is pretty comfortable here.
You walk the king over.
I wonder if bishop d5 is a move that black would actually want to play here.
You know what? That's actually really strong. Wait, but the king gets around the b3 and you try to walk up the board? I actually thought
that's what I mean. Yeah, I don't know about that, but black has a pass pawn too,
Yeah, he does. That is risky. That's scary. Probably still drawn. After you sack, you could sack on the bishop and then rook versus 2.
I think it's one of those moves that could be good, but you're taking a lot of risk if you haven't, let's say, calculated it perfectly.
Yeah.
And I don't really know. My understanding is this is probably one of the last games in the round. There are a few still ongoing. There's another rook and knight versus rook position. But I feel like this, especially with Keimer playing, is the most interesting one that we have. I see Maxim Shigaev is still fighting, but yeah, there's not too many games going.
Yeah, we do have some changes in some of the evaluations on some of the games here. Kabbalah there. I'm watching this camera game closely because, okay, he went to B7. Well, I thought he was going to go with a bishop H5. Maybe they will repeat or not. He goes back to E1.
He's trying to get the king up the board, but it just keeps getting denied.
Denied. Try again. Making their wins.
Because if the white king gets up here, then we start to believe in a potential win. But hey, bishop H5, your move.
Yeah,
don't forget about it.
Bishops are sharp. Yeah, he goes for it. There's a check. Bishop G6.
Bishop
he could
E2
probably trade
though.
and walk the king up. Oh, bishop E2. He's
I was gonna say bishop E2. He's gaining control of that diagonal. He can push that pawn to A7 and then kind of do everything all over again.
Yeah, that can be scary, especially a psychological blow too as well. Allowing some room and some space for white could make black collapse.
I think we're seeing what could be a really, really nice game here from Vincent, especially just this endgame has been beautiful so far, making small incremental progress, but still I wouldn't say that it's completely winning.
True. Does save some time. And we don't have a lot of time, under 30 seconds. For Zandos, bishop to C5. Playing A6 is the idea. Obviously, rook takes B6 was the threat.
Yeah, this looks really difficult to prevent. Also, bishop H5 constantly forces your bishop to go back to G6.
Look at that.
And you're running out of moves with this rook now.
So we have to go back to sit passively on A2. But
if you go back to A2, I have my next two moves dialed in. And as soon as you move that bishop, I have bishop H5.
And it's sort of in a zugzwang position. Yeah, A6, A7. A6 play quickly. A7, bishop F3.
I think this is lost. White plays bishop F3 after A7. And if black plays bishop E4 to stop it, we have bishop H5. And then bishop back to F3. So now this is tricky because bishop here, there is no bishop F3 just yet. So that's smart. A good order to play things in. Bishop F4 or bishop E4.
First. I wonder if A7 just to move anyway. I don't see why not. I guess king G6 is what he wants. Wait, is there like some tricky stuff? He played bishop H5 anyway. Maybe to repeat gain a little time. But maybe you could play A7, king G6.
Well, he also might take it, right?
Anyway. Oh, true. He could just take and push.
What if he takes it and plays A7? That kind of looks like it should win. The rook is stuck here, and the king is stuck on the F pawn, and that's just going to be a clean victory. Slow death, right, James? He's going to walk that king over.
King all the way up and over. Call it the up and over. Or over and up, actually.
Up and over, over and up, over and out. This is going to be
over and out, however you want to say it. However you want to do it.
King E2, not king D2, which would be an embarrassing way to lose.
Very strong.
Well, I assume we'll see rook to A5 here, but yeah, I think everyone can appreciate the technique that's taking place here. We can see that Vincent does have the intention to keep this bishop for the most part. But, I mean, here I wouldn't lose the bishop because you'll also lose the pawn and maybe the other pawn. But, for example, after rook to A6, I do think it's time to just move the king because black cannot take the bishop. And yeah, I think it becomes really clear that Vincent put on an endgame clinic there with a really interesting imbalance and comes away with a very nice victory, James.
Really strong round from a lot of players here. We had a lot of upsets, people that are upset. And of course, a lot of people that just, another day in the office here as we see the results of the open section here with Magnus with the win there Of course, you got all the way down, win some draws, right? Everything happened. NBL started fast, ended slower with the win there. Cinderoff, I see at the bottom of the next page here, winning against Guha there all the way up. Artemiev, a lot of dubs here. Stilios looks like he won against Abdusattorov. He didn't get the right replay on that. And then we got Dominguez with the draw there all the way down to Anish Giri. There's so many players, guys.
There's an upset there. I saw Wesley lost. We also know that Gukesh escaped with that draw, as well as Firouzja. Those are draws that should have been losses.
Yes, and in the standings here, you see a lot of players that you didn't even know were playing here. Shout out to Timur Rajabov. Didn't even see him over there. Just everyone, just Andrei Espenko, you got Vadir, Chobaba, Yu Yangi, a lot of ones. But guys, this is the first round only. There's still so much. People play a lot of rounds right in this of the standings. Now, let's take a look at the women's section. When you look at our results here. What happened? So, Ju and Jun got a draw there. That's short of an upset. No way. I mean, okay, it's a draw. Draw's not bad.
Yeah, that's a pretty significant result with how dominant she is.
Exactly, right? You get a little draw there, right? Katarina Lagno did not get a result on that one. And take us through the rest of these as well.
Yeah, Kosteniuk, that's a name that everyone is on the lookout for, usually making it to the top of the table. Humpy, Konero as well. And then Zhu Jinur is a name to watch, I feel like, in the women's section. All of those names that I just mentioned coming away with wins early on in the women's section in round one. And there are your standings. A lot of familiar names there. Vaishali is there as well, number 16. And it looks like near the top of the table, you know, a lot of dominance from China, India representation, but one name is missing, and that is Ju Wenjun because of that draw in round one. So we'll have to pay attention as obviously we expect a player that caliber, James, to certainly make a comeback. This is very, very early stages.
I mean, early stages, sometimes people play the Swiss Gambit and lose or draw the first game and win the rest. Who knows, right? Of course, this is the story of the Rapid Championships here, but we are not done yet. This is only round one, guys. We are going to take a break, and we'll be back with more games here at the World Rapid Championship. See you in a minute.
Screaming we the best. I got
What are your expectations for the upcoming World Rapid and Blitz?
It's going to be really tough. I'm really hoping to do well this year. I've had some decent years. I've had some good performances, but never something that I'm really proud of. My best result is a silver medal in the Rapid, and it would be really great to fight for gold, to even get a gold in one of the events. That would be really great. But I'm just hoping to play well because some years have been kind of uneven. So I hope this will be better.
Who will be your, let's say, top 3 toughest opponents in the World Rapid and Blitz?
I think only Magnus probably, because like with the other guys, like I think there's not much difference, but with Magnus there's a huge gap which I need to fulfill it, to work a lot and try to make it closer. But with other guys I don't think there's much difference, and I believe that they also have the same opinion as me. As Magnus is hard to catch when he's in a very good shape, and this is like what I will try to do.
There was a lot of doubt of whether I was going to be there. I was more than out at some point, but now that I'm playing, I'm motivated to give it my all and do well. As long as I'm in good shape, I'll be a dangerous man. I just want to try. You know, I don't consider myself to be a big Rapid and Blitz specialist, but you know, the first event I ever played, I took silver in Rapid, so also, you know, many players have a chance, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to also playing some Rapid and Blitz again. I've mostly focused on classical, so I really want to see how well I can do in those events.
I think I have a good chance. Okay, I mean, to win this tournament, it's like very hard. You need to be lucky, but I have a good chance to play very good because actually I won a lot of games in Rapid in World Cup against very strong players. So why not to get some medals in the World Rapid and Blitz also. I will try to prepare very good to this tournament also, and of course want to fight to some medals.
Yeah, I'll try to finish the year well, first the freestyle and then the Global Chess League and then World Rapid Blitz. I'll try to give my best and get some good results in all of them.
My expectations, it's a fun event and I'm there to have fun and enjoy the, you know, in the winter where the whole world is kind of cold and gloomy, it's nice to be in a nice atmosphere and nice weather.
Okay. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, they keep calling me, could you ride this beat? Look, probably. Okay, it ain't no problem. See, I can mold this thing like pottery. Better, I'ma bet on myself. And for the top, and I don't need your help. We set the tempo, we run this thing as simple. Let's go. Boy, I'm locked in. Know your place, I'm top 10. And all my haters watching, so you know I keep on clocking. Let's go. Time, my whole style of go. Mine, take my place, I hold mine. Run up, then it's go time. It's show time. Whoa. Yeah, they know I'm the one that set the trends, dog. Tell them tenfold, I'm gonna change the tempo. Okay. Tell them I can't play it safe. Got more wins on the way. Gotta show them how to do it. Man, my team making plays. Okay, your team better play off. Sleeping on me, wake up. Too easy just to lay off. Okay, tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Started going never sad, got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, and I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top. This a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard,
protect, screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect, baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got EBS on my wrist, on my neck, baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect, screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect, baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got
Guys, we are back and we're waiting for pairings. In fact, parents of the pairings. I'm FIDE Master James Kent III here, joined by Grandmaster Amaya Hamilton. And guys, we are back, but what we're going to look at here is the Women's World Champion current. Wenjun was held to a draw here, actually. So, of course, we were looking, or a lot of people are looking for her to be winning all of her games here, but upset. She didn't lose a game, but she definitely drew to someone else. So, Aman's going to take us through that game to check out kind of what happened here and how she held to the draw here.
Yeah, I thought, while we're waiting for the pairings, look, it is, we're kind of at the mercy, right? Especially early on, pairings sometimes do take a while. So I thought, let's have a look at how this game went, where Wenjun was held to a draw, because my understanding was that it was actually in some ways a good draw from Wenjun. It wasn't that Wenjun was held to a draw. I would say it's kind of the opposite story. So Wenjun playing with the black pieces here. Very unusual opening here by white with bishop f4. It's almost like you want it to be a London, but you secretly want it to be a Queen's Gambit or a Nimzo.
How do you feel
So
about that
bishop
one,
f4
Aman?
is
Hold
a
on. How do you feel about
unique
that?
line.
That's weird. You're a London player, and then they pawns on c4. Does that make you feel some kind of way, Aman?
It's just caught between two great things, and this is a perfect example of why sometimes it's better to do one thing great instead of a couple of things well.
Gotcha.
B6, A3, so a very interesting opening. But I gotta say, James, after the move D5 and then E4, suddenly 22-31, white just has a good position here. The bishop's going to develop to D3, knight E2, F3, and the position is really solid. So as we see the game take shape, the reason that black's position is so tough is there's no permanent control of C5. And black can never play A4 to prevent B4 because white just has it covered with bishop C2 as well. And so the bishop on B7 is terrible due to this pawn structure. It's also, James, really hard to get F5 in because white's also controlling that as well and can even play G4. So right out of the opening, this was a position that Wenjun was just on the back foot in, rook to E8. This was all white, knight to A4 with C5 intended. And there's really only one move, pawn to C6. But I take a look at this position after knight to B5. And this position is really good for white. There's no rook C1 move, which is probably the only thing holding black in the game. But black's knight cannot reach C5. The light squares are so weak in this position. So this was a really, really well-played game. And it continued to be D6 pawn captured. And even though B4 gets reclaimed here, another accurate move, James, just one after the other. Rook takes A4 here, if it were played, would actually result in losing a piece on B4. So that could not happen. And that meant that black had to play bishop to A5. And white happily said, okay, I'll just trade everything, take a free extra pawn. And that was eventually converted into an extra pawn on E5. And this was the end game where it got here, James. We start to think, okay, it's been a really good game by white. Wenjun, less than a minute. Black is looking very likely to earn a draw here. And that's what ended up happening. Although, I'm not going to lie, in this endgame, white did actually get a pretty significant advantage. And I think it was the biggest right here. After the move F6, the computer does really like white's position, but ultimately, I don't think there's any way you can break through by force. But the engine is really liking, rerouting the king, playing f4, playing e5. I don't know if there's a forced win here, but it looks like great winning chances for white with pawns on light squares. Unfortunately, what ended up happening is white played g4 here, and that just allowed that simplification to happen. And while it looks like this pawn is weak, black has just enough moves to keep it defended. And so that was kind of it, James. We have to actually say it wasn't holding. It wasn't Zhu Wenjun being held to a draw. It was actually the opposite. Could easily have lost this game, and that's the same story that we were telling with some of the players in the open section as well, right? Firouzja definitely was not held to a draw at all, right? We wouldn't say that Gukesh was held to a draw. No, those players were fortunate to survive, and Zhu Wenjun among them, probably happy in retrospect to get out of that first round game, only conceding a draw.
That's how it happens, guys. Lots of upsets here. You're going to see it all the time. There's a lot of nerves and a lot of people that have things to prove here at the FIDE World Rapid Championships, guys. Well, pairings still aren't ready yet, but that's okay. Guys, don't go anywhere. Get some snacks, get some coffee, water, whatever you need, some refreshments, and we'll be back with the pairings and more chess after the break.
this shifted.
That's it. Magnus!
They stop me, yeah, I got some motion.
Wenjun is the new Blitz World Champion.
They wanna hold me back, I said you must be joking. And I ain't missing none of my shots.
Unbelievable, Merzen!
They stop me, now I got some motion. I got some motion, okay.
It is time for round 2. Guys, I know you've been waiting. You're like, I want to see some more chess. Of course, we do too. I'm FIDE Master James Cantor III here, joined by Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Hambo, let's take a look at round 2 pairings. Let's see what we got. Who's playing Magnus? Who's playing all the other players and all that other stuff? Take us through the pairings.
Yeah, this is what we're waiting for. The chess, the action is back. David Paravian moves up to board number 1 to face Magnus Carlsen. Magnus winning with white. Now moves to the other side and will have to face off with the black pieces. Always a little bit tougher, especially when you're that top seed to generate those results. The Indian matchup, Arjun against Chanda Sandipan on board number 5. And you see what could be kind of the dark horse matchup on our screen is Yakubov against Artemiev on board number 4.
Yeah, the Uzbekistan matchup there. Oh, we got Richard Rapport there, one of my favorite players. Love to watch him play, very creative. And we got Anish Giri, too, on the other side. Got Grishuk, too. Anyone else stand out to you on this one, this pairing side here?
Yeah, definitely definitely Daniel Dubov. I mean, he's an exciting player to watch regardless, but I do feel like Rapid is really a specialty of his. So a player that we always expect to find near the top of the table. So always excited to see his creativity in action. And moving down the list, you start to see the youngsters, Nihal Sarin, Pragnananda, moving up. Remember, in round 1, so many people win that you can have a full point and be sat pretty low on the board list there. Sam Savvy and Ray Robson, some guys that I know you like to watch. James?
Big Sam I am, but Nihal there, that's nice to see. Definitely a big fan of that one, to see Nihal plays underrated for sure, especially in the rapid format. And over to the women's section here, Alexandra Kostyniuk, very strong, very, very aggressive. Love to see her play. And then Leighton J there, who was a challenger for the Women's World Championship. Good to see her. Divya, India, and Harika, I mean, it's very, and Humpy, like all on the same page here, man. Like India is just power out.
Yeah, exactly right. We're seeing the second page here of the pairings in the women's section for round 2, as we are moments away from getting things started. But a name notably missing, as we reviewed, was Ju Wenjun, right? We're down to board 17, and of course, nowhere to be seen because of that draw in the first round. Magnus, unusually, I want to say, at the board and the first one there.
That is incredible to see here. This is a different Magnus, you know. He's just different these days. Of course, at the board a little bit earlier, not coming so late. Now he's at the board, you know, pulling the MVL here. He's just never seen the pieces before, calculating before he needed to calculate, getting it done.
Yep.
Shout out to Magnus there, ready to play.
That's right. Oh, this was the matchup I was saying. I am interested to see. Artemiev is a name that is very similar to Dubov in the sense that they're both really known, not just for their speed chess expertise, but I would say particularly in rapid. So I'm always excited to see what those two are playing. They have a really, really good style, very solid, but also very creative when it comes to rapid chess.
Exciting to see us. Artemiev actually was he's made it through. He's a dark horse in a way. That's what we say. You just don't expect him to make it as far as he does, and especially in the elite tournaments too. We've seen him play very strong chess, and if he has a day, it's really his day type of ordeal. So Arjun, good to see him play always.
Yeah, everyone's taking their seats here. I don't know the exact timing on when the next round will start, but it looks like it will probably be in just a minute or so. As sat down on board number 1 is David Paravian. This one with the black piece is always an important test in a tournament, James. It always sort of indicates your form. It's one thing to win with the white pieces, squeeze an advantage, but the black pieces. If you're able to score wins with black, that means a lot for your tournament.
Absolutely. Win with white, win with black. You're just winning with every color here, but of course, play your best chess here, and also try to bring maybe some surprises too, as well as Rapid does make you think a little bit more, and you have less time to do so. Geary here, feeling good, candidate for the candidates. See what prep he might bring out today, or something out of the wheelhouse of something, even some maybe some chessable prep for Rapid, not showing his hand for candidates.
Yeah, he was playing a youngster, Ivan Zemlansky, who's not. It's not a name I'm too familiar with, so I'm kind of intrigued by that matchup on board 9 as well. There are just so many more. I feel like in the past, James, you might see maybe some clips from the World Rapid and Blitz of these real youngsters and their huge upsets, and maybe something published, and then you see a couple years later and oh, they're an IM, they're a GM now. And I feel like that's what we're starting to see.
Yeah, and in fact, you're going to see a lot of that, especially as every year, you got new players just emerging, getting better. You got new roster, new pairings in the World Rapid and Blitz Championships too. So players waiting though. This is always the most tension that you get before your games. Is players looking around. What am I going to play? Nerves, trying to figure out how to get my focus, find my focus. Did I win the first game? Trying to get over if I lost the first game. So lots of emotion here and a lot of high stakes, as it always is.
And this is why I love this tournament, James. I think to the World Cup, and Ivan, who's on our screen right now on the right, had a great run in the World Cup as well. And I think of the World Cup, I think of the World Rapid and the World Blitz. And the reason I think of those tournaments is because they're not restricted to, just the top 10 in the world, just the top 20. That's when you really get to see the youngsters, the talents that are capable of those big results, finally get a chance to compete against them. And that's why this tournament at the end of the year is always so special and exciting to watch.
Here we are. Here we go. Games are underway here. Carlson with a Sicilian. Love to see which one he's going to go with. Is he going to go with his Streshnikov, the usual stuff?
Well, not going for the direct open Sicilian, though. So we'll have to wait. Of course, d4 is still possible, maybe on the next move. But for now, showing at least the possibility of a closed Sicilian.
Also on board too there, Nepo, another Sicilian there. I think that was Sicilian, right?
Yep, it does look like it. This is something that is familiar as well. MVL going for something a little bit more standard, right? E4, E5. And yeah, early on, we're seeing some pretty intriguing openings, not just the standard stuff. The top two boards seem to indicate that perfectly. Magnus is already thinking after the closed Sicilian Knight C3 invitation. And meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi, always an exciting opening. And
wait a second, we got a Tamanov up there. How you feel about that, Iman, with the Tamanov chessable course coming out in 2026?
Thank you, James. Didn't realize that was on my docket, but you know what? It's just been announced by my my PR manager, James Canty.
That is correct.
I love the Taimanov opening. That's brought me a lot of success. Really exciting opening to play because you're playing without moving that d pawn to d6. So you're planning to actually make all your pieces happy. Your bishop from b7. This dark squared bishop can develop out of the position. So it's actually quite an aggressive opening here. And knight b5 and f4, speaking of aggressive, is a very aggressive way to play against it. I assume we're about to see a6.
A6 and, I mean, knight a3. This is the usual stuff you would see in sort of a Sveshnikov kind of position, but it's a Tamanov with the knight on b5 here. A little bit different. Not familiar with this theory too much. There's so much Sicilian theory, obviously. I know some good Tamanov theory, but I always like to just play the ultra aggressive stuff with bishop e3 and g4. I don't care what Sicilian it is. I'm probably playing bishop e3 and g4 at some point. So this one being a little bit different here with knight b5 being back around a3, I'm assuming, after a6. Or do they go e5? Do we go all in here? Come on.
Yeah, the thing with a6 is it does allow e5. Now, I don't know if allowing that is really a big deal, but pawn takes on b5. And just to put that variation on the board, maybe I'll just play a6 here to show what we're talking about. It does get pretty crazy. The pawn captures on f6, and you can see if you just take back, the knight's going to take on b5. But of course, the move here should be b4, hitting the knight. And yes, white can take on g7. But this position, very, very intriguing still. Yes, the knight can jump maybe into e4 or b5, heading to the d6 square. But black has a disjointed pawn structure. But honestly, the a pawn is a little bit weak. The b pawn is a target. Maybe rook can come to g8 as well. You know, take your pick how you want to play this game with black. Maybe even short castle. But the center will belong to black after d5. So very, very imbalanced.
Very imbalanced indeed here. Pretty nice. I'm a fan of the imbalances myself, but d6 and bishop e3 on the board here. So yeah, we'll come back to this game, maybe bounce around a little bit. Let's take a look at the bird's eye. And yeah, take us around somewhere, Ahmad.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop to e3 played by Paravian. So notably, Magnus played d6, did not want to go into those really, really aggressive variations with a6. Makes sense. And I'm also noticing on board 2, b5 is, I would say, likely for us to see knight d6 from Jan Nepomniachtchi. So that one is looking like it could heat up. Jan Nepomniachtchi always plays a very exciting brand of chess. So I am expecting knight d6, although it is possible that we see a more tame response. But let's see. Keep an eye on that one. And indeed, Arjun against Chanda Sandipan down at the bottom, not quite in the bottom left, at the bottom of your screen there. It looks like it's going to all of a sudden become very double-edged. I see the knight on e5. For those familiar, we can dive into that game in a second, but for those familiar, that is very much a Colli Zukertort setup that white is going for. And h4, that last move, plus the move g5 by Gavrilescu in the game beside it, we are getting all sorts of action. There's really a lot of good places that we could go here. So I hope that you guys are tuned in for what should be a very good round here. Yep, some exciting games indeed. So James,
we got g4 over there.
Yeah, I'm making some calls here, James. I'm going to take us first to Arjun and Chanda Sandipan, but I believe that this game is probably the most exciting one that we have. We just saw the move h4. There's no indication of castling, not at the moment. And can you imagine the move h4 gets played and then the calm rook c7? Are you telling me you're not scared of what white could be doing here?
Definitely scared. Definitely scared. This is just poker face here. You definitely got to be scared. This looks like, this had to be a collie, I believe. I'm a big fan of that. I love the collies myself because it's just super aggressive. You can literally bullet the moves out for all my bullet and hyper bullet players out there. Collie is definitely one to have in your arsenal here. You just kind of throw everything at the king. And g4, g5 is very tempting here. G4 is just screaming for that. Obviously, there could be a knight to d7 type idea. There's even some nasty Greek gift ideas. Knight f3 and then go knight g5 anyway. Play g4, f4, everything 4. But the problem is, obviously, where's your king going to go sitting on e1? Are we going to castle queenside? But that allows maybe some queen e7 type stuff. It's a little bit scary. So let's see what he does. He goes for, I think that's h5.
Yep.
h5.
Exactly right.
I don't like that one. Not a fan of that too much.
Yeah, h5 tries to get to h6, and the idea is that if black plays h6, all of a sudden g4, g5 makes much more sense. So I don't think we'll see h6 here, mainly because this dark square bishop is a little out of the action. So h6, black can play g6 a little bit more confidently, because although there's going to be some weak dark squares, James, the dark square bishop is actually pretty far away. So I have to say, I'm surprised by h6. I am. I thought maybe we would allow it, and I don't know. How tempted are you to go all out here?
Well, actually, I was like H6. I'm cool with seeing. Okay, cool, perfect. But what I didn't like was, of course, the G6 stuff and the Alpha Zero. Okay, H6 type ideas. Yeah, all right, you can do that. I know that I thrive more in attacking positions when I'm able to keep the H pawn and keep the option, threat stronger than the execution of
Mm-hmm.
G5 and H5 rather than just already committing to H5. Just from attacking chess 101, guys. But G4
Yep.
is really strong. Even though a question mark here from the engine. Who cares what the engine says, right? G4 really strong, but 94 is sick because you can't do queen. No, you can't. G5 94 takes queen takes e4. So how is this working? What's the engine doing?
Well, I'm going to put
94,
it on the
94.
board here for us to take a look at. I think it's going to have to do with f5. So if something like queen takes e4, threatening checkmate on
Oh
h7,
my goodness.
I'm suspecting it's f5 to get the tempo on the queen. And if you
That's
take it,
beautiful.
obviously now this makes way more sense. And I'm starting to, I know that this line's probably not the reason, but um, yeah, so
The rook
uh,
on c7.
yeah, I think yeah, uh, knight takes e5, the rook's defending the bishop. Sorry.
Wow. That is crazy. The rook on c7 defends the bishop. I mean, what a deep plan that is, especially with it being on the seventh rank.
All right.
G4 on the board though. All out attack. I am a fan of it, and I love the confidence as chess players. When people just lean back like that, the arms folded, like, yeah, I got this. It makes you feel good. Back to the Magnus game. Have some trades. G4 on the board. I do like the moves with white. With G4, F4, and E4, knight takes D4. Now he's thinking about what to take back with. Is it the bishop or is it the queen here? And David playing very fast here. Uptime and hasn't used any of his time on the clock here. It's about to finally get to 15 minutes as he blitzed everything out. Seemed to be theory. Now it's stopping to think.
Yep, exactly. Well said. Looking at the games here, I'm also kind of interested in jumping to board number 2, Jan Nepomniachtchi. This is a position I said was going to get exciting early on. I just want to back up to that knight d6 moment, because this was where I knew that things were going to get a little exciting. Knight d6, James, this gives up a pawn, but obviously you have the idea of, just full compensation, right? The bishop pair, you've got this nice diagonal, h4. We've seen an h pawn or a g pawn moving up in pretty much every single game of the round. So we're spoiled with exciting matchups here.
Love it. H5 happen, takes. Trade them off. Yeah, and the pawns on the E file are just huge targets for later. Black has some damages in the pawn structure, but A6 can obviously defend B5. The E pawns being extremely weak can be attacked later, and I have the bishop pair. I also have the Alpha Zero H pawn, which is really nice for white. I think he has a pleasant position here they can play on. Really for two results here, I think, if I'm playing white. Obviously, all three results are possible, but looking at piece play and activity, we have the bishop pairs. The bishops look better than the bishop and the knight in black's camp. White square bishops look, obviously way better for white. And I have the E file and the C file to work with myself. So feel very good if I'm white here. And Jan already on a win with black. Will he do it with white?
Yeah, I do think you have moves like knight b4, and then you realize, wait a minute, bishop e7 is a pretty funny looking move to watch out for. So I think they're just easy targets for white. E5 pawn. Later on in this endgame, I do think the h pawn for white will actually be very valuable. So very nice squares, can't be harassed by the pieces just at the moment. Knight b4. I don't know if bishop e7 is a an immediate answer. It looks very good though, so you can't really expand with knight b4. And yeah, after rook c1, rook e1, I think Jan will be pretty satisfied with this game. A small edge to push, but as I'm looking at the clock here, it's very interesting to note that black is almost at the time that we started with for this entire round. So perhaps feeling confident.
Feeling very confident here. Some time, but position not the greatest. Could be a bluff too as well. Speaking of bluff, what happened on board one? Bravian still didn't think. I don't know if there's a relay error or something or transmission error, but knight takes d4 happened, and a think for like 5 minutes of like, do I take with the queen or the knight? That one I'm actually surprised by. Or maybe it's just maybe he actually didn't move yet, or maybe he did and it didn't relate to the board. We'll see.
Yep, there's been some g-pawn moves. Another one that I want to jump to is Sindarov against Gavrilescu. And this one was actually g5 by Gavrilescu with the black pieces. A common idea. I just want to back up to that moment. But this is a move that you see supported by the queen and bishop, hits the dark square bishop for white, and then intends to move g4 to really remove not one, but perhaps two pieces away from the defense of the e-pawn, which is why knight takes c6 was forced. And we get this interesting position, which is very imbalanced, right? h3 played with the idea there is a pin on the rook on h8. So I'm not really sure how to continue from here, but very double-edged position with c5 available and white currently making the biggest threat of the position, the simple h takes g4.
One thing I remember about the French defense is that it's a cagey opening. It's like, you think it, if you're playing it wrong, obviously from black side, you can get made it very quickly, but there's lots of openings or variations. For instance, this one, where black plays g5 and h5, and you're thinking that this is a French defense. It is completely different than what you're used to seeing here, where French can be used as a huge fighting opening, as black is trying to use that here too as well. Using a pawn breaks, there is some problems obviously with king safety, but king is quite safe where he is right now, and even potential to rook lift with h6 over to g6 in lots of cases. But black is not looking for a draw here at all.
No, very double-edged game. It seems that so many of the matchups here in just round two are full of fighting chess. So we're spoiled. Let's keep moving around. I know that I was looking at that MVL game as well against Andrew Hong. That's on board 3. That one does look like, maybe kind of an equal position, but I'm liking the way that black's knights are situated around the b3 and c4 squares. So feels like a position you can be pretty happy with there for Andrew.
Shout out to Andrew. He's one of the fellow Jobovians or Jobavians, however you like to say it. But he has a lot of Jobava games in the database. Plays it in all the time controls too as well. Not so much classical, but shout out to Andrew, who's playing MVL here, trying to score something, be on the board here. MVL is not interested in the game. He's interested in other stuff. As you see there on the camera, he's very comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. If you're looking up at the screen to catch maybe some of the action in the other games, I think that says a little bit something about the confidence level you have in your own game. And honestly, looking at all of these top games here, James, the one that I keep looking at is Arjun's attacking game. But which ones excite you? Because I'm telling you, there's g4, h4. There's action on all of these top boards right now.
I am so happy about this. This is my type of chess. I'm playing g4, h4 in every single game, and it's possible. In fact, the Magnus game there, I think that one's about to heat up a little bit. Knight takes g4 is on the board. Obviously, the fans want to see it too as well. That Magnus game is going to heat up completely. With bishop h4 checker being an idea, obviously the queen of b8 is a little strange, but lots of things can happen around that. g4, Magnus with a confident sip, as I like to call it, as he's sipping the water there, and obviously just thirsty too. But Yeah, he's like, okay, cool. I snapped a pawn here. Bishop h4 check is a thing. Obviously, white wants to use the g file in a lot of cases here. So, how do you time a correct rook g1? And allowing knight takes e3 with bishop h4 is not going to be good. So, this is why he does go bishop takes g4. Bishop takes g4 should be probably, oh, snap. Engine's like, wait a second. The in between with e takes f4, Amon. Whoa.
Yeah, this is a pretty serious and important engine move. Bishop takes on g4 does walk into queen to g2. So I'll just put that move on the board here. Queen g2 with the idea of permitting bishop h4, for example, but the goal is to take on g7 here. And I think that taking on f4 at least helps out because you have the diagonal, and the goal is actually to take on e3. So if we go back to the live position, obviously Magnus is in thought because I think e takes f4 is going to be the plan. And if I put this variation on the board with bishop takes, let's say, and queen g2 here, the difference is in this position, you're not really worried about your bishop getting trapped outside of the pawn chain with a move like f5. So you could support with queen c8. And even though the g pawn is still a target here, you can appreciate it is a little bit different just because if I had the f pawn here, I might play f5, and that would leave this bishop completely stranded.
Yeah, very annoying. And also h5, or attempts to try to hold the bishop with a pawn like h5 would always be hit with some type of h3s with a pawn on f5. So e takes f4 there is a very interesting move, very cool move to play to as well. I think Magnus will find it. But he's also thinking down a little bit of time, nothing too serious. You do have the 10-second increment, and we're above 5 minutes, so not detrimental. But of course, as the time goes on, if we stay below on time, it will affect Magnus later on. So we'll see what happens.
Yep, this looks like a position where a lot of time is being spent. I mean, Magnus at 5-6 minutes, he's clearly invested a lot. I know you mentioned there was a huge thing from Paravian as well, but despite that 5-minute thing, he's actually the one that's significantly up on time here. I'm going to take us over to Yakubov against Artemiev. I was predicting that this one would be a little bit of an exciting game, but honestly, I'm looking at this position and I'm wondering, is this just a really long think here? And the answer is yes. Knight to c5 has been played, and I think that Yakubov has been in the tank for quite some time just on this one move. It's a dangerous position. If you think you can castle, you at least have to be ready for the idea that black can not only jump into the center with knight d4, but the move f4 is always dangerous when you have your king castled there.
And opening choice for this was what? Was it in English with King's Indian or what?
Yes, it was. Yep. Okay. c4, e5, and a King's Indian setup from Artemiev.
Interesting. Very nice. And a castle. He finally castles here, allowing an f4. I mean, that almost is an automatic move. But f4, of course, bishop takes c5, and then maybe white could go with g4, try to control that. Then with h5 from black, this is going to get dicey, I believe.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. There's the knight dropping back to e6 with full control over d4. You can hop in immediately with knight to d4, and of course, development as well. Often when you see positions like this, the queen can sometimes, develop like queen e8, queen h5, and then you have those f4 plans. But remember, white is also ready to potentially play d4 in a position like this, and perhaps that's even what he was considering on that last turn, and I think it gets well met by knight e4. So white has some ideas like knight d5, pawn to d4. In the right moment, bishop takes knight, but these King's Indian setups always lead to positions where you never really feel like it's just equal or anything like that. Even if the computer says equal, you know that there's big chances for both sides.
Yeah, and it's funny, even the +1. I think I was watching the Rajabov video. It was like 3 hours on YouTube with Chess-Based India. So not Chess-Based India. But it was, talking about King's Indian. And even Rajabov was like, Engine always says King's Indian's worse, but somehow it's just not worse. When you're playing a human, right? Playing human is always different. Always. So, yeah, I definitely like black's chances here because it seems like, obviously, with the open G-file stuff with King H8, bringing a rook to the G-file, Queen e8 and h5, as you mentioned too. Very it's easier for, I think, for white to make mistakes. Feels like it is easier for black to actually create an attack out of nowhere. So very important to understand. 92 I do like, though, does kind of deter a little bit of that f4 push.
Yeah, f4 is a really serious move here. It looks like it just wins material. So you need an answer to that. And knight d5 would be the only other move. It does stop f4, but knight e2 has the benefit of also taking control of the d4 square and maybe looking to play pawn to d4 perhaps on the next move. So I think those are the important decisions. And as we continue to look around here, maybe we can bring up the bird's eye view and take a look at all of the top games and the different advantages that we're maybe starting to see develop here. That Magnus game is all over the place with a king on d7. Looks like it is going to be, it's going to deliver on that wild promise that we made.
Yeah, almost getting crazy. King on e2, bishop went back to f6. He's looking probably to trade. Do we just go knight d5, allow him to take, play rook b? Yeah, that's something. But he might just stick the bishop. He might sack the exchange. That is incredible. Knight d5, bishop b2, rook a to b, bishop b5, knight b6, trade him out. And like, I mean, yeah, okay, you have an exchange, but not that easy.
And I think there's some progress being made actually by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on board number 3 against Andrew Hong. Just with that h-pawn on the king side, I feel like this is the new way to play chess. You just throw your h-pawn up the board.
Exactly. That's it. Very easy, guys. You just do it. You know, anyone out here watching, you just throw it up the board. That's it. Throw it up the board and you hope for the best. Very simple.
Yeah, we can jump to Magnus's game just for a second before we move on, just to point out the move that's just been played. And it's rook e8, and it's kind of a shocking move, which is why I mention it, because the threat of the last move, knight d5, was knight b6, and you know, it's a little bit of a cold shower, James, when you play chess in a way where you make a pretty significant threat, and your opponent just kind of looks at you and says, okay, yeah, go ahead. It's like, did I miss something? You know, what about knight b6?
All right. I had that same idea around like, yeah, I think giving up the exchange, I thought it was even slightly better too, with even taking on b2, but there's probably some weird stuff with like, you know, maybe you don't have to take the exchange or work on a b5. Yeah, queen h3, you know, annoying stuff. But giving up that exchange is very advanced here. It's tough. You can take it and try to play c3, maybe rook e1. Your king is weirdly placed. Like, it's just so bad.
Like if I put the knight there and, you know, take this, for example, you know, you got your b pawn hanging. The black king is quite safe, and the queen will just eventually join the game. There's not really anything for the rooks to do, and it's the white king that is actually going to be the one in trouble with an eventual d5 later on after black tucks the king away and says, okay, good luck defending the position.
Yeah. Plus, you know, even the queen gets activated with pawn b5 and stuff like that. So maybe go rook f1. I like this move, rook f1. It just kind of sits there and hits f6. Maybe you'll play rook e6.
And rook takes f6 is also an idea that could simplify favorably. So I like your idea in that line, knight b6. There's a b5 move coming at the end. So especially when Magnus is the one offering you a free knight b6, you start to second guess yourself. So I suspect this is going to be a very important decision. But let's move to a different game. I want to jump to MVL's game against Andrew Hong, because we just saw the move f5 played. This could immediately hand a pretty significant advantage over to Maxime, depending on how he reacts. And yeah, everything looks very good so far. After f5, he's been building up, right? Knight g3, knight f5, knight g4. White was starting to take command of this position. So I think this is a move out of desperation.
Very interesting. As the question is, how do we finish? Do we just take immediately? I mean, obviously that's the first thought. Taking your rook f8. You also have bishop c5, but that allows g4. So you really probably don't want to allow this g4 move. It seems super annoying. So, ideas after taking. What is he going to
Gotta
play?
take, right?
E4. Yeah,
E4 is the move, I guess.
I believe e4 is the move.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go
So
queen
let's
g4,
say
knight g3.
pawn takes here, queen g4.
Rook
You
f8,
like knight d3
knight
with the other
d3.
in.
Yeah, knight d3. I guess I get rid of that. Take. A lot of trades. Just taking on c4. B file opens. It's like, you know what? Let's just do something first. Oh, did he take on c5? He did. He took on
Interesting.
c5.
Yeah. A safety
Yeah, that
move.
was cool.
Remember, there's also knight e3 now that bishop c5 has been played. Not to mention knight d2 controls e4, so then maybe you can safely capture on f5.
Oh, you know what? I was worried about g4, but I guess you just go queen d3. Pawn g4 and queen d3 is kind of forcing some issues. Yeah, that's a strong move because now I'm threatening f5. If queen takes, rook takes d3. There's a lot going on. Takes with the pawn or the knight, and now we have pawn takes. Seems a little cleaner. 93 too, as you mentioned.
Yeah, knight d2, knight e3 both look like pretty good moves. You can also take here, and I think that e4 is not as big of a problem as it was before because now the bishop is gone. You could use e3, but I just don't see the reason not to play some move that gains a tempo on the queen.
Well, we have a move, 93 anyway. I was thinking there would be an in-between move of pawn takes pawn, but it seems like black's house collapsed after knight takes queen, pawn takes queen, knight d6, come back and take on f3.
Yeah, I think this line kind of has to happen if you're black. Like you can't allow, I assume, knight takes f5. So I'm suspecting, for example, pawn takes queen, take the queen on f3, knight takes on d6. It feels like Maxime is much better there with f3 also hanging at the end. So should be a very, very good position for Maxime as seems to be off to a very good start. And speaking of a good start, what about Jan Nepomniachtchi on board number 2? Jan and Maxime are just dominating so far.
Look at the king activity here running across the board. And you also can go the other way. It's really about which way do you put your king. I'm going the other way. Wait, is it possible? I'm about to say king c6. Wait a second. Okay, so knight f7. It's going to be some type of zug then, I believe.
Yeah, it seems like after knight f7, I mean, black is going to be waiting with king b6 and king c6. So the zug would be to get your bishop to c5. But then your king can't play king c5. So then the king can use d7.
That's exactly right. I was like, yeah, this is a zug that's kind of there. Like, how do we win here? How do we win?
I think the winning plan is to eventually play d5 and then crash through with pawn to f5. So I suspect that's what we're going to see one way or another. And Jan plays these positions quite quickly, I will say. Like, he kind of trusts himself. It feels like it should be a winning endgame. The only unfortunate thing is all the pawns are on dark squares. So there is a realistic idea that black has a fortress here where you just cannot crash through. But yeah, if we're trying to come up with a plan, I would say bishop on c5, pawn to d5, and then you're setting yourself up for pawn to f5.
At some point it was out. Hopefully no check. Yeah, king on e5, knight f7. We have king f6. So yeah, he's just zugged out in a way.
Yeah, because I'll just put a few moves on the board. For example, knight f7 looks reasonable. Bishop c5, king c6, d4.
Go back. What about king c7? So we can go king c6 after d4.
I got this one for you.
One extra.
Yeah, a3,
gotcha,
waiting move. And there's no way you can allow king e5. Hopefully, that's clear enough. And so if you can't allow king e5, you got to move your king. But then d5 happens. It's all crashing down here.
And I'm just curious for fun here. Um, with bishop a7 instead of a3. Like, let's say we didn't have the a pawn. Would we have? Well, okay, I guess that would that's a situation that would we end up losing. But yeah, bishop a7, king b7, and then d5 anyway.
I definitely agree. Yeah, black should probably stay near the center because you play this, that king is coming in. You're losing for sure.
Very active king. Very active.
Very nice.
Very cool. Very cool idea. Yeah. So easy.
This has just been
3-0.
played. I don't know if bishop c5 is the most accurate way to get there. I believe that what we showed is the correct path, and that's the zugzwang that Nepomniachtchi is going for. And he's obviously going to make sure that he makes it happen in the correct way.
Very fun.
It looks like, looks like two likely results there as we continue to pay attention to some of the other games.
Let's go to Magnus game. His king is on c6.
Giri has drawn. Yeah, I was just seeing a result there. Giri has drawn his game against the youngster. Magnus has the king on c6. A wild looking position here. I really don't know what's going on, but White's down to 1 minute on the clock, and White's king maybe is more loose than Black's.
Queen check, king c6, bring a rook to the file. Oh, f5. Ugh, that's scary. Be careful.
It's funny, James, because when you're looking at the 3D board, I would assume the king is on b8 and the queen is on b6.
b6, yeah.
On the actual 3D board, because when would the king ever be there with the queen behind it?
Exactly. If you're just glancing, you're like, oh, okay, queen on b8. As you see here, chat, yeah, king on b8, and the queen is on b6. Clearly, right? Clearly, it couldn't be his king on b6, right? Right, chat? Queen g1 check.
Yeah, there's going to be some inaccuracies here. Time is getting low, and this is a very unusual position. I wouldn't say the players are relying on too many, patterns that they've seen before here, because the truth is they have not seen a position that looks like this, I can guarantee.
And here we go. King back to c7. Nice tuck and roll with the king there. Queen c7, playable. Plays king d3, though. I mean, battle of the kings in the center like this is incredible. Don't try this at home.
Yep, I was wondering if we'd see queen takes g7, but no, electing to defend instead.
Keeping the queen inactive, as queen e8 was the idea after rook takes e4, I believe. Activating the queen, which is, very weirdly placed, some type of 960 with the queen on b8, which, the rook on a8 is not able to get out either. Slightly behind.
It looks like g6 was played in order to keep the pawn here, and a little bit of defense is going to be needed by Magnus in order to keep all of these pawns together and finally develop the queen and therefore the other rook.
Like this move, rook f6. That's a really strong move. Magnus is probably going to swing his queen and his rook over to d8, as the idea here is a very strong queen d4 and doubling on the f file from David.
Yeah, f7 and d6 and queen c4 check present themselves in the position all of a sudden.
Really strong. Magnus on the think. Having
queen e8 feels like a very reasonable move with queen b5 and rook e4 ideas, also queen c6. So I feel myself liking the move queen e8.
Same. Just get that. Gotta get the queen active. There it is. Moves coming in quick. Queen d4 on the board.
It is easy to play for white.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I do think that if we're tallying up the material here, we do have to say that Magnus is up a pawn, but it's very obvious what white's next moves are, and that helps a lot when time is getting low.
Magnus on the move with queen b5 check. king probably. Oh, he went c4 instead, and queen over to e5. Really strong. So you know what? Get him off the board. I'm tired of this. Get him off the board. That's nice, very nice, and of course, maybe two results there, and where Magnus gets stronger is more in game. Double of the rooks hitting f7, probably quick queen trade. I mean, that really is sucky for the pawn on f7 though. So rook f8, you're gonna be chilling right there on the f7 pawn, and white probably is better, but I mean, has to be having more space and activity of the pieces.
Yeah, I mean the extra pawn for black is probably keeping things reasonably okay. It'd be hard to imagine that white somehow has the advantage, but it's possible. Some positions where you just get too passive are easy to overestimate.
Yeah. Oh, the grab and go!
Wow.
The grab and go, Aman. What do you think about that one?
I like it. I'm wondering if the response is going to be something like c5 or the simple rook takes f7, because there's going to be moves like rook to e8, and there's all these checks like queen h3, and yes, he is going to try c5. Let's see if it pays off.
The grab and go here. White is all in now. He has to be. It's going to make it nice and interesting. Rook d8. Seems like Magnus is ultra defending.
That was the move. A blue arrow means a must-play move in order to maintain that advantage.
Really strong. Look at the move suggestion. c6 is incredible.
I mean, the pawn capturing on c5 is just so devastating. And you've got your king and your queen in the center of the board with what, 20, 15 seconds ticking down?
Woo,
and he plays it.
On the board. Oh, man, David, in low time, plays an incredible move, c6. d5, fireworks. Game is electric.
And look at the blue arrow again. It is an absolute battle to open the D file.
Magnus he takes yes,
and he captures. Queen e2 permitted.
Oh, caught him.
Made him on the board. You do not see that very often. Magnus Carlsen comes away with the win in round number 2. That was a wild end to that game with just pawn moves as both players were fighting for space, fighting for an open D file. And you see all the results are starting to pour in here.
Man, that was crazy. Time trouble too as well. Just a little bit of time trouble. Carlsen going under a minute there, but the position was very murky, very sharp. Grabbed a few pawns there. White over pressing and pushing and finding some critical moves there, both players with pawn c6. And then Magnus finding everything, as he usually does. Very strong.
I want to look at Sandy Pen against Eric Geisy if that game is still going. I believe that it is, unless it's just ended with a timeout. No, I think they're still fighting here. I can't tell if we're getting the moves or not. There we go. Yeah, it was. Look at this amount of pawns. What is it? 5 pawns and a bishop for a rook. What do you think, James? Is that is that compensation? Does that count?
I need 6. I need a full 6 pawns, or it's not compensation. I need 6, bro. 6 or it's nothing.
Okay, got it.
Incredible, man. 5 pawns here. Like, wow.
Yeah, this is tough to come back from.
Where'd he go? I don't see. A relay did not catch up yet. I play rook a2. I'm watching the live board.
There it is. Yeah, rook a2. He is going for your 6th pawn. Now, he's going to lose the e-pawn for this, but for a moment there it was
6. That's all I needed.
6 pawns
That's it.
For you.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't even care what happens next. I'm up 6 pawns, Pause right there. I'm up 6 pawns. Everybody chill.
I will say for the fans watching, sometimes if you see a completely inexplicable result, like maybe a resignation in 10 moves or a hanging piece a bit randomly. It's entirely possible. However, it's also possible that there's a transmission error and maybe some moves are missing and they played an entire game there that wasn't shown. We did see that in the first round with some of the games, so it is possible if one of the results looks really unusual.
Yeah, of course, this is an unusual situation here, being up a lot of pawns here. White has no pawns. This is somewhere you usually don't want to be when your opponent has more than one, actually.
And the rook is going to collect a lot of these pawns, right? That's like 1, 2, 3 pawns that are going to disappear, but the bishop plus 3 pawns is 100% winning.
Very nice from Arjun.
I would just take that. Yeah. Why not? Bring the bishop to c4, push every single pawn in the position. This is very comfortable. And what you'll see here, by the way, is you'll probably see the black pawns advance together as they are right now, and then likely on dark squares, and then together, and then on dark squares. And why is that? Because the bishop will be able to cover the light squares.
Pawns and charge. All the pawns coming down the board here. This is hopeless for the white position here. If the pawns would be separated, like not connected in any way, shape, or form, then the rook has a better chance of doing things here. But because, you know, A and B is connected and also D is quite close to the king too as well, just better position for white.
Yeah, and I think we are going to see bishop c6, probably a4 to a3. And basically, if black can achieve this bishop to the c4 square plus a4, a3, that should be a winning procedure. But it's not likely that you'll see the pawns advance, like, for example, b3, unless there's a very clear, concrete calculation. For the most part, you'll see moves like a3, but in this case, the bishop is pinned. So some thought here from Arjun. It's definitely a winning position, but need to make very sure.
Yeah, don't push too fast, not allowing the king to maybe cut things off. But of course, this is why you have so many pawns. We have 3 of them, making it much easier for us to push through using the bishop to his checks, and even zigzagging with the king b5, over to c4, stuff like that. Plays a3. Push.
And yes, there are 5 rounds today. In the open section, the rounds are 5 on day 1, and then there's going to be 4 on day 2, and then 4 on the final 3rd day in a row. And yes, again, just a small tip for everyone in case you have a situation where you're pushing pawns and you have a bishop. Notice how, again, those pawns complement the bishop so well, all being on dark squares, while the bishop operates on light squares. So really important to know that, because those pawns end up on light squares. It's possible white just blockades on the dark squares and you never get to move them.
Exactly. We don't want that blockade to happen here. Very quick moves here.
So I think we'll see
out of the way.
A king move here, right? Somewhere?
Yep. With
King
a check
b6.
maybe coming next. Bishop a4, check. And b3. Stops it very strong. Making it difficult. You gotta prove the progress.
Absolutely. And it's really helpful to have that extra d pawn here, because there's a lot of ways that the rook can stop the 2 connected pawns, perhaps, but that extra d pawn is going to be the winner.
Rook behind the bishop once again. Went the other way.
This makes sense to me. I think that the b and the a pawn are really dangerous, so by helping them to move with, for example, that bishop a4, bishop e4 idea, both look good. Bishop a4 covers b3, so it makes makes good sense.
There we go. I was waiting for that move. Put the bishop in the center of the board. Eye those pawns, and easy to push them through now. And we just kind of reset. A2, B3, D3. Wait for the blunder.
Yeah, remember, just like we talked about, the pawns are going to advance together, b4 to b3, and then b2. And then the bishop has the e4 square. Meanwhile, the king can jump up to c5 to support either the bishop or the pawn if needed.
Easy, fine. Easy.
And I think we're going to see, first of all, bishop e4 is an important move to see, but if rook to g5, then king c4.
Oh, there's a resignation.
Yeah.
Resigns. Arjun.
Very nicely done. Oh, it looks like, yeah, king b1 was even played. So, of course, with the fork there, then that's an immediate resignation. So that explains it.
So,
and there's a few more games still going. I see Sam Sevian is still going against Aram Hakobian.
Aram is winning. Aram just dropped a d4 course. I'm curious. Go to that game with Aram. Oh, yeah. Let's see the beginning. I'm just curious to see if he played his trustable course or not. You know, to see what he played. If he played E or did he play D? I'm curious.
James, you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to get the approval from the chat here. In the final moments with 20 seconds on the clock, chat, James is requesting that we go back to the start of the game to check the opening theory. So if they give you the approval, that's fine, buddy. I'm ready. Just we'll have to go for a vote here.
Exactly, real fast. What you think, Chad? What you think? This is easy one. Now 3 pawns versus 1 bishop. 3 pawns, 1 bishop. If it was on the same diagonal, like yes, no, big fella James.
It's looking like a no. You did get some yeses there. I will give you some credit.
Say some women games. Go for it. Hard no. Approved. No. Go for it. Approved. This is back and forth.
Yeah, the king is going to march all the way over here, and there's no trickery here because you just have the 2 outside pawns. So the king and bishop will be split between them, and then of course you have 1 extra pawn to win the game.
That's a big win for him. Taking down Sam.
Absolutely.
Extremely strong in Sam. Great job.
And I don't think there's any moves that really make things too challenging, because really as soon as the king starts to go over this way, if you try to swap the king and the bishop, then what happens is you can start pushing this pawn because this pawn is 1 square from queening. Yeah, and this is the issue. If you play this, then the bishop is going to be overworked. Can't cover both pawns. There will be a queen there.
Overloaded.
What happened to Dubov? It's a great question. I see that Dubov has lost, but again, the position where the result came in doesn't make sense to me. So it looks like a transmission error. That would be my best guess.
It doesn't make sense to me there. It's like Hans with a draw, Martinez with a draw.
Yeah, and there are some games still going. Let's see here. Let's see if there's any games in the because most of the top boards I think are concluded here. So let's have a look, see if there's games still going in the women's section as well. It looks like Hotanashvili is in a rook end game still going. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's only a few left.
An event for each game. I mean, that one, white. I'm assuming white's trying to queen. That's probably a draw. Got Bella here.
I don't know that I'm ready to make a draw here. I would be feeling pretty good about playing for a win. You just have double pawns. and I feel like we're missing some moves there, or I'm not getting any moves from this position, but I'm seeing the clock do some funny things.
Well, black is in check too as well. King probably up. E5,
Mm-hmm.
F5. I like.
Yep, up the board. Looks like we can move some pawns. White doesn't really have anything constructive to do, and the double pawns here would definitely have me playing on, no doubt about it.
You know what? I see. I was like, what's the plan? Maybe King E5. I was like, how do I free my king? But it's G5. King E5, G5, F5, then King D4. And then I can get the king rolling.
Exactly. Yeah, you can bring the king in here, but you could also just try to push the pawns and play rook d2. Going for e3 if white comes around and tries to win some of these pawns here.
Yeah.
And there have been some upsets in both the open and the women's section so far. So yeah, I'm really not sure what is happening in this game. I might just try to jump to another one here, because there's just no moves happening in that game for some reason.
And this one can be drawn sometimes, but not very. Not easy.
It's one that you always assume is winning, but
right?
Like, you just always assume it is. You have connected pass pawns, but at the same time, I think the actual evaluation is that it's a draw. Rook to e6, I would expect.
Yeah, absolutely. King d4 though instead.
It feels like without rook to e6, how do you play the position?
Without progress. Yeah.
Yeah, white's just gonna
keep you cut off.
Cut the king.
Wow, that's incredible. A very rare case.
All right, this one looks. There's not a lot of action. It is a draw, I will say. It is surprising with the pawns like that. So I'm always hunting for the the game at the end that has the most intrigue, but it doesn't look like there's anything happening there. In terms of the open, it does look like most of the games have concluded, especially on those top boards. And one of the games was Artemiev and Yakuboev. I was saying at the beginning that was a game to watch, James, and it really did not take many moves. Matter of fact, I was close to the end of the game here, but I don't have to go back many moves. We actually saw the game around here, and it was that knight e2 versus knight d5 moment. So I just wanted to highlight knight d5 was chosen, but it's much worse because of the control of the d4 square suddenly belonging to Artemiev. And look at the way, James, look at the way that Artemiev kind of takes this attack to the next level. We see bishop takes, c6, and of course with f4 hanging, the knight does not have any squares. Immediately there was trouble in the position.
That was really tricky stuff. Knight g5, but then knight f4. Oh, oof. Tactic to your tactic. Knight
e7, tactic. Tactic again.
Oh man, that was good stuff.
But this is a position you're never going to survive in. White just cannot get the pieces over to defend the king, and the queen is coming into g4, h4, the dark squares. Look at this knight on g5.
Oh,
yeah, and after knight e6,
check. Oh my!
Trying to make use of this, but a beautiful rook f6 move, introducing rook h6 to the equation. And yeah, after bishop takes on f4, I think it was finally time to resign because of a combination of bishop e3, rook h6, and both queen and bishop to h2, leading to mate or heavy material loss in a couple of moves. So Artemiev with a nice
show the mate. I think that rook f6 was missed because of knight e2, bro. Knight e2,
previously.
Queen h2, bishop g3 mate right here. Yeah, rook f6 was a miss, but knight e2 is mating.
And so, Not bishop h2, because you know a lot of people might think, oh yeah, let me do this mate, and then lose the queen. So
The
James,
other
that's a
one,
great
though,
call out because queen h2 and the
G3.
pawn is helping make this a checkmate. Love that.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's a very beautiful mate there. The 92 check there with the sacrifice. That was a vicious game by Artemiev. Very strong. Got it done anyway. 91.32% accuracy.
Exactly. Yeah, I guess there's a few games just at the end of the round still going, but a lot of results in. Nicholas Theodorou is a 2600 that's still battling. He's playing a 2300, and it does look like has finally orchestrated this queen versus rook bottom left of your screen there. Finally getting that done. It takes a while, but good technique shown.
It is. That's tough. That's that Devereski page 247, somewhere in there. Difficult, but he got the job done there. Congratulations. Any more games left? Oh, that's it. That was it. Oh, well, actually, there are a few left, but we're going to check the results, guys. As Magnus wins in checkmate on the board. If you missed it there, Magnus was able to get it done there. There's no draws on the first sheet here. Jan with the win. He's 2-0. Very strong. Magnus 2 as well. Richard Rapport with the draw. Of course, we had Daniel Dubov losing to Dennis Kodrick. Short of an upset there. I think Dubov beat him last year. Anish with the draw. Grishik with the win there. Yu Yangi wins. And then, of course, Jaime Santos very strong as well. Pretty good stuff here. Yeah, so as we see, we got more games, more, obviously, standings to go through too as well. As we wait for that to come up. Boom, there it is. Nihal with a dub. We haven't been speaking about Nihal. I think he's 2-0 as well, just kind of under the radar. And Timur Rajabov, man, a lot of these players you don't even know are even playing, but they're 2-0 going into the third round here. Andrei Yevpenko with a draw there. And Ray Robson, American, South Korea, wins his game as well. Awesome stuff. I think we have more pairings and also more to go to as well. Basically, the standings that will happen today. This is the women's section. Jennifer Yu goes down to Tan Song Yi, been on a tear actually lately too as well. Goryeshkina with a win, and Kusniak too as well. The win looks good. Turkey Genova drawing with Humpy. Harika with a win, and Divya with a draw. India always on the board there, all the way down. Muzichuk with the sisters draw. On the next page here, Vishali, nice. She gets a win. Shuvalova drawing. Yana with a win. And of course, some more wins up there too as well. Stefanova, didn't know she was playing. She's playing too as well. Cool. Good to see. Good to see. All right. And now we have standings. Here we go. Take us through the standings here, Mark.
Yeah, well, what you'll notice is that Magnus Carlsen's name is not at the very, very top. Of course, he's won both of his games. There's nothing more that he could do with what was in front of him, but that obviously means that I think we have someone probably overperforming, right? You see Jaime Santos as well, you mentioned, number 5, Gautam Krishna, currently in number 1. So some people are 2-0 that you might not have expected. We have seen a few upsets in there. Dennis Kadrich at 2 did beat Daniel Dubov in that last round. We weren't able to see the exact position where it happened because I assume that final position was not the result, but one way or another, he got it done. And now we're moving into the 1.5 points, and there are so many names that stand out there. Jose Martinez, Jasper, Hans Niemann at 1.5 as well. And there's Vincent Keimer, Andreas Sipenko, and Pragnananda at 1.5.
And in our women's section here, we have Tan Zhong Yi. A lot of 2s. Just look down the list here. 1 all the way through 17th. Tie for first here. Of course, there's still a lot of games left, but this is round 2, and some players are 2 of 2 already. It looks incredible. Guys, this is round 2. We still have 3 rounds today and more to go. Let's see who's on these hot streaks, who can continue their hot streak. And will it be any more upsets? Of course there will. We just got to see who they will be. Guys, we're going to be back after a short break here at the World Rapid Championship. We'll be back in a few.
Wake up, too easy just to lay up. Okay, tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Players trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? Go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Started going outside, got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, and I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top. This a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Players trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look. Did it stir? I can't play it safe. Yeah, out the way. Yeah, yeah.
EBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got EBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got
This is ugly for Fabi. Wow. That is
Wow.
a huge upset. Magnus is out.
And I believe it is explicitly stipulated that jeans are a no-go.
My response is like, you.
Damn, look at that. A resignation.
No, I think
Always a draw?
Norderbeck is going to be very happy to claim.
Pratt goes down. Man, Merzen with a dub. 9.5. Who is he?
He moves the bishop back, and that is the moment that it was decided. Volodar Merzen, your 2024 World Rapid Champion.
What are your expectations for the upcoming World Rapid and Blitz?
It's going to be really tough. I'm really hoping to do well this year. I've had some decent years. I've had some good performances, but never something that I'm really proud of. My best result is a silver medal in the rapid, and it would be really great to fight for gold, to even get a gold in one of the events. That would be really great. But I'm just hoping to play well because some years have been kind of uneven. So I hope this will be better.
Who will be your, let's say, top 3 toughest opponents in the World Rapid and Blitz?
I think only Magnus probably, because like with the other guys, like I think there's not much difference, but with Magnus there's a huge gap which I need to fulfill it, to work a lot and try to make it closer. But with other guys I don't think there's much difference, and I believe that they also have the same opinion as me, as Magnus is hard to catch when he's in a very good shape, and this is like what I will try to do.
There was a lot of doubt of whether I was going to be there. I was more than out at some point, but now that I'm playing, I'm motivated to give it my all and do well. As long as I'm in good shape, I'll be a dangerous man.
Okay. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, they keep calling me, could you ride this beat, look proudly? Okay, it ain't no problem, see, I can mold this thing like pottery, Better than I'ma bet on myself. And before the top, and I don't need your help. We set the tempo, we run this thing as simple. Let's go. Boy, I'm locked in. Know your place, I'm top 10. And all my haters watching, so you know I keep on clocking. Let's go. Time, my whole style of go. Mine, take my place, I hold mine. Run up, then it's go time. It's show time. Whoa. Yeah, they know I'm the one that set the trends, dog. Tell them tenfold, I'm gonna change the tempo. Okay. Tell them I can't play it safe. Got more wins on the way. Gotta show them how to do it. Man, my team making plays. Okay, your team better play off. Sleeping on me, wake up. Too easy just to lay off. Okay, tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Started going never sad, got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, then I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top, this a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go
I just want to try. I don't consider myself to be a big Rapid and Blitz specialist, but the first event I ever played, I took silver in Rapid, so also, many players have a chance, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to also playing some Rapid and Blitz again. I've mostly focused on classical, so I really want to see how well I can do in those events.
I think I have a good chance. Okay, I mean, to win this tournament, it's like very hard. You need to be lucky, but I have a good chance to play very good because actually I won a lot of games in Rapid in World Cup against very strong players. So why not to get some medals in the World Rapid and Blitz also. I will try to prepare very good to this tournament also, and of course want to fight to some medals.
Yeah, I'll try to finish the year well, first the freestyle and then the Global Chess League and then World Rapid Blitz. I'll try to give my best and get some good results in all of them.
My expectations, it's a fun event and I'm there to have fun and enjoy the, in the winter where the whole world is kind of cold and gloomy. It's nice to be in a nice atmosphere and nice weather.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Rapid Championships, guys. We are back. This is round 3. I am FIDE Master James Canty III here, joined with Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. We have pairings for round 3. Let's take a look at who is playing who. Amon, take us through the pairings for this round.
Yeah, well, we've got round 3 here, which means you're really starting to see the matchups get a lot tighter, right? The ratings are going to get closer. Magnus is playing Iturizaga on board number 1. Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing Nicholas Theodorou. And moving down the list here, I'm also looking at Artemiev against Tabatabai as another matchup to watch on board number 4, and continuing Denis Kadrich, the upset over Daniel Dubov. That puts him up to board 7 against Yu Yangyi. Grishuk moving up the list. And finally, we get Nihal Sarin moving up finally to that top 10 board position with two wins. And I think Gutham is the surprise of the round so far, of the event so far. Definitely will be one to watch in that. Adiz Gorel very strong player, along with Aronian, who's leading the group at 1.5 points. So 2 points with perfect score so far. There are many players in that category, but we'll whittle down that leading group to less and less players.
And our women's section with the pairings here, we have a strong matchup there. Definitely all of them are, but definitely going to take a look at that board one, Tan Zhongyi versus Vachier-Lagrave. They play a lot. Obviously, you see them in candidates and etc. You see them in round robins. You see them just play everywhere against each other. So very strong ladies to see there. Goryachkina on board two there. It's going to be nice to see versus Leah Nino out of Georgia there against Kostyniuk. That's going to be a fun one too as well. Any one of these you're looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm always interested to check the games of Zhu Jin'er as well from China. Just I think a talent that we'll see more and more of. And as we see here, Wenjun 1.5 points, now back into the top 10 boards. Best believe after that early draw in round one, James, that Wenjun is going to be charging back in this event and looking to make a comeback as we take a look at board number one between Vachier-Lagrave and Tan Zhongyi.
Vachier-Lagrave locked in, not looking at anything but the board. Just waiting for that. Hey, start the clock. It's time for battle on the board here. Very, very incredibly strong. Greenfield player, likes to play E5 too as well. Very wide repertoire, I believe. Switching up some things lately too. And Tan Zhongyi, very strong tactical player, plays a lot of different openings, hard to prep for. We'll see what happens. Zaga here. He's a doctor, I think. I don't know what kind, but doctor or dentist. I think he's a doctor, but recently found that out. I was like, oh, nice. So shout out to Zaga here. About to play Magnus. It's going to be a great game. See if we get D4 or E4 on the board for Magnus.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. This is, again, Artemiev maintaining his position at the top. He's always a player. I feel like in the World Rapid, Murzin, Dubov, Artemiev, these are always players to watch that might not be those typical top 10, top 20 names you think of.
And this one here is Kodrick, who just beat Dubov, actually, and Yu Yangi. So he's trying to do something with the black pieces here and try to hold off Yu Yangi. This would be an incredible tournament for him if he's able to, stop you here in this next game.
This looks like Goryachkina against Garifulina. Another matchup. This is board two in the women's section. We'll certainly be tuning into these games. And I was thinking, James, let's start off our round here in the women's section. We have a lot of games to take a look at. The opening moves are starting to show up, so we're going to get a feel for the openings and which ones maybe look the most exciting. But as usual, our attention is drawn, of course, to the very first board between Tan Zhongyi and Vachier-Lagrave.
We got ourselves a Roy, and I think this is like the Smith's Law variation or something like that. With the early G6, sounds sort of cozy-like, but going G6 before knight G to E7. So some very topical theory here, trying to play it a little bit more aggressively. And Tan Zhongyi in a think tank, making her think a little bit. She was not expecting this underrated Smith's Law variation, I believe.
Yeah, the move G6 in the top left of your screen always can throw players off. I actually think the opening from Nepo, bottom of your screen, is one of the funnier ones. D5 and then B6 directly after. I think it's just going to transpose to something normal, but certainly an odd move order. So speaking of that Smith's Law variation, James, why don't we have a look at that one? Tan Zhongyi against Vachier-Lagrave. This is an early D4 plan, right? Anytime you play G6, bishop to G7, usually white is thinking, okay, it's always got to be D4 because black is spending an extra move, G6, bishop G7, when you could just develop that bishop somewhere like C5. So it makes sense to take the center because you have the extra move.
And I see, this bishop D7 move is obviously allowing us to take back with bishop takes C6 to attack the pawn on E4. Knight G7 comes into play, cancels, and you have some sort of King's Indian type of way of playing, or where you castle, you can play f5 at some point after putting a king on h8. Right up Vachier-Lagrave's alley, being a Greenfield player herself. Not really too much King's Indian, but similar. Bishop goes to g7. She's very comfortable with these type of positions. Bishop g5 played though. Provocative.
Yeah, a lot of
Looks like
times, you're
f6.
trying to encourage this, right? The move f6.
And it happened.
And then,
f6 on the
yeah,
white board there.
Bishop comes back to e3. And if you play knight ge7, what I've seen a lot, first of all, you start to consider bishop b3. But what white ends up playing in these positions a decent amount of the time is also d5 followed by c4, with the knight then going to c3. And one nice thing for white is that it's likely these bishops will exchange, which, because of all the pawns that would be on light squares, is actually a very good thing.
I like the knight h6 too as well, with this idea of knight f7 in lots of cases here, where the knight can be very helpful in some situations. Also blocking. Oh, okay, with d5 played, and knight around e7.
It seems like a weird move, right? Because you're blocking this nice diagonal, but the reality is trading light squared bishops and playing c4 is kind of an achievement. And this does make sense. I was thinking c4 first, because I've seen this before. You're happy to take back with the queen here. There's an extra option of b5, and I'm kind of thinking that it actually could be interesting here. Maybe taking and then playing c4, knight c3 was more correct, but it's possible also that black just castles and then we transpose.
I do like that b5. b5 is kind of cool. And black is going to be looking to break open this pawn structure, or at least push with f5, f4. Really became a King's Indian with the knight coming from h6 to f7, casting, playing f5, f4, g5, g4. I mean, it's sort of Mar del Plata-ish, where you didn't have to face all the other moves and all the maneuvers that happen generally. Let's see what happens.
Now, taking on d7, the queen takes back. You've been talking about the move f5. We're all expecting it. There is knight g5 into e6. So, for example, in this position, if we take that knight from h6, and I'll just put it on f7, usually what you'd expect is this knight on f3 to move. If you don't, and you play a move like rook to e1, then I think f5 makes a lot of sense. g5 is covered by this knight on f7, and f5, f4 with g5 and g4 is all of a sudden very dangerous. So what we'll probably see instead is this knight will move. It can go to e1 into d3, and you get a position that maybe looks a bit more like this. Idea to play c5, or you might see knight d2, again, after f5, planning f3, and the idea might be a little bit more like b4, knight b3, and again, c5, or just c5 directly with the idea that the knight can reposition to c4 behind it. So that's most likely what we're going to see here after knight c3. It's possible that Vachier-Lagrave does not play knight f7, but it makes a lot of sense if you want to play f5, because I do not like allowing knight g5 here.
Yeah, very annoying allowing knight g5. Also, even I guess a knight g4 is possible too, to hint at taking the bishop, and then just to try to gain a tempo, and then play f5. But again, you have to watch out for this knight g5 move, which is very annoying.
Yeah, f5, knight g5. Usually, in many different situations where you want to play f5, we're kind of taught to play h6 first to stop knight g5. So in this case, knight f7 is the next best thing because there's no h6 move possible. And knight g4, it looks like you still cannot really play f5. So I'm really expecting knight f7. You mentioned king h8 also looks like a pretty good move. And then on the queen side, I think it's white who wants to play on the queen side a bit more, but maybe black can try to play moves like a5, b6. But personally, I would assume it's better to just get f5 as soon as possible.
Exactly, just as fast as possible. Get it going. Okay, the knight coming to e6 is very annoying, but it's not over. As we do want to get this attack going quickly. Knight f7, play. Get the knight off the rim.
Yeah, absolutely. There's maybe an outside idea of bishop h6 as well. Something you have to consider. I don't think it's really a big deal. But as white, knight d2 or knight e1 makes sense because I know f5 is coming. I don't have knight g5 like I did before. And I think, James, we want to play f3 as a reaction to f5. So it feels like it is time to move that knight. Otherwise, maybe c5 or b4, but I do think the direct knight move would be superior.
Yeah, King's Indian, my transposition, where my knights are pretty nicely placed on f7 and e7, f5, f4, g5, g4, knight g6. I mean, you just get a very nice version of Mar del Plata on the King's Indian here. So knight has to kind of move away from f3 here via d2 or e1.
So that's what I'm expecting from this position. You can also take a look at, I see a little bit of I guess some exchanges happening in Kostenyuk's game as we see c5. So f5, surely the idea here, maybe directly. One way or another, it feels like we're going to see knights reroute here, and it's kingside versus queenside. So this one is certainly going to get exciting. But let's take a look at Kostenyuk against Vachier-Lagrave.
Oh, no.
Board number 3. A lot of pieces gone, James.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, crazy. And then it's like, oh wait, queens are gone. Okay, maybe not so crazy. Pawn structure damage though. On the f5 3, 6, 7, 3, 6, 7. Yeah, everything's about even there. Opposite color bishops.
Yeah, at this point, you're dropping that on purpose.
Yeah. Maybe. I'm just trying to do something. And here, what do we do, Ahmad? I'm trying to create something. All right, it's d5 on the board. I think actually the white
chat knows. James thought he was slick there, but chat's on to you. Nice try, buddy.
Chat is either 500 or 5,500. Let me open up chat and see what we're doing here.
Yeah, the move c5 has just been played. It's funny because knight d4 is in the position, and I'm wondering what the reaction is going to be. There's not really a bishop h7 move the way that you would think there is, because you're not winning anything. You're just moving to h7, so you're not actually winning any material. So knight takes d4. I think the reaction is going to be either pawn takes on b6 or bishop e4 with a double attack. But for example, if I put the move knight takes d4 here, just looking at takes on b6, something like this, the rook has to move, the pawn is attacked. I don't really like rook d8, so maybe rook a7. I think that if I get to play d5, James, that I might like this position.
You like it for white?
I like it for black, I think. If I get to play d5, I'm feeling that this knight is a little bit trapped here, and my bishop kind of comes c5 with tempo, rook b8. I'm liking the pressure here on these two pawns.
Okay. And I'm actually a fan more of love the having the 2 pawns. So we'll fight back again.
There you go. Okay. It is opposite bishops here. I expect that this move is a possibility, but it looks like we just saw the next move, rook a to b8, which is most certainly not a mistake. It's not a blunder. It's not like black has a bad position, but definitely a missed opportunity there to maybe go into the complications with knight takes d4, which I think we're probably favoring black. But I guess that leaves us at a moment where I prefer Tan Zhongyi's position on board number 1. Kostenyuk, I preferred until this, which looks now a bit more equal. And Gryachkina's position is very equal as well on board number 2. So taking a look at our bird's eye view here, we can see both the open and the women's section games of round 3. So maybe we can jump over and take a look, James, at the open section as well.
Yeah, it's kind of see that big game up there. Obviously, you want to see what Magnus is doing, what's going on, how's
number one thing. I mean, that's what we woke up early, ready to commentate, and that's the first thing I want to check. Wake up, what's Magnus up to? What's he playing?
What is Magnus doing? Exactly. What's Magnus doing? Hey, bro.
This is what would be a normal position if that knight was on c3. I feel like I've seen this position so many times. So the knight just got transported from c3 to g3, and I don't know what to think about it.
Let me actually pull up.
We're still guarding e4, so it's not that unusual. But if I put the knight over here, surely this position is a bit more familiar to everyone. But no, it's on g3. It I suppose not being on c3 gives a bit more control of the c file, but I don't know. Maybe it helps out with on the king side a little bit more. Not really sure what to think of it.
It's sort of Maroxy Bindish too, which is a specialty from Ituri Zaga, who is very comfortable in those type of positions from the black side. He has a lot of famous games in the Accelerated Dragon, at least the Maroxy Bind type structure, where pawns are on e4 and c4. So it's kind of crazy how Magnus went for something that Ituri Zaga is actually really has a lot of experience in. So it's kind of like a challenge to like, yeah, let's go down that line you like, you know. But it's a little bit different, because pawns are on d6 and e6 rather than a D6 and E7. So a little bit different. He has a little bit more flexibility. I do like, as you're pointing out, he can come around and think out of the bishop. In some cases, Queen C7 sort of time in office too. So, but Black can break with D5 at the right moment. So lots of things to pay attention here. Love this move from Magnus B4, though. It grabs some serious space.
And this makes sense. I think with the knight over on G3, sometimes you're worried about this knight on C3. It gets in the way on the C file. It can be a loose piece. On G3, it's defending E4, but you kind of have all the space opened up on the queen side. And I think Ituri Zaga, although he's maybe familiar playing against this structure, he's used to his bishop on G7. And that's going to take some time to achieve, many, many moves. So in some ways, I think Magnus can be very, very happy with the opening, but you have to make a decision. Do you go a little bit more aggressive? As soon as you make a move like F4, you invite the possibility of the move E5 at some point. And you already mentioned D5. This is always a move that you're looking to play. But if I just put this move on the board right now, just to show, there's a few different things you can think of. The first is that the knight on C6 can be exchanged, and then white can get E5. So that's the first thing. And then the next thing is that, I could take and then put this pawn on C5, which is also a really nice position. So there's a couple of really good answers to D5 right now, but it's not to say that D5 is not one of the main plans in the position. It's just that at the moment, I think Magnus has it covered for many reasons. For example, like this as well, also looks really, really good for white.
Mm-hmm. Pressing, yeah, making an isolated pawn, the bishop on C6, blocked by his own pawn too as well. Yeah, these sort of hedgehog position here. Black has going for, where it can spring open at any moment. But I think Magnus did a great job of handling those pawn breaks, where he's coming out of the jacket. Magnus out of the jacket is like an extra 100 elo.
Yep. There you go. Rook to C8 looks like a plausible move. Rook E8 I like because it makes way for the bishop to drop back. And I also feel like Black's position is a bit cramped, so I don't enjoy knight takes D4 because it helps White's pieces. But the reality is, James, I do feel like I want to trade.
Yeah, especially having less space, but I'm still gonna have less space after the trades. It's not like, oh, less space. That's trade. Right. Okay, cool. Yeah, great. But now I have less space and no pieces, so it's not the greatest thing to do all the time. So you have to find do nothing well, as I've heard before. Just do nothing. But how do you do that? Queen C7, it seems really weird to play. H6, I guess a nice waiting move. I mean, white is really just for choice when it comes for flexibility and space and how the pieces actually look. Black is developed, but they're just like, they're just off the back rank. Like, yeah, we're here, but what are we doing?
Right. Yeah, I think rook to E8 is always a move that I would say is decently useful. But for example, if we see rook to C8 here, we're getting close to maybe making a case for avoiding trades for white. Not that it makes a lot of sense, but if you drop the knight back or something, I just don't know that Black is that happy in a position where the pieces can't really move. You play knight E5, I've always got F4. So I just think there is a case to be made for retreating this knight. He just goes straight for F4, which I completely understand. I like the position for Magnus. And most importantly, this knight on G3 we are making use of here. Because this F4 move, immediately you start to think about F5. And if Black ever gets an idea to play E5, what is so different from the position with the knight on C3 is now that knight can happily jump in to the F5 square.
I believe so too as well. It looks really nice for white, as we mentioned before. You can even reroute the bishop from e2 over to maybe d3 back to b1 and aim at that side of the board too as well. It's just big problems, I believe, for black is going to have to sit around and wait here, sit around and hope not to be crushed and
Yep.
squeezed. In fact, is the word.
Squeeze is definitely the word because Magnus has a clear advantage here. None of black's pieces have, ventured past the 6th rank here, bar the brave c-pawn at the start of the game. That's pretty much it. A lot of space, and for that reason, we know that modern evaluation works and really favors a space advantage. So good position for Magnus. As we take a look at some of the other games here in the open section, we can jump to the bird's eye view. There are many in progress. Definitely looking at those second and third boards. Of course, Yanipomnishi, MVL, and you've got Arjun on board 5 as well. Any of those look like ones you want to jump over to, James?
Checking around, nothing crazy. I'm always looking for what's crazy.
You're a guy that likes excitement, I just want to make sure we don't go to an end game. James is gonna, okay.
I might fall asleep.
Arjun's
We did get up
game.
early today. But yeah, Arjun.
There we go. All right, what's going on here? I like this call from James because there's only 11 moves that have been played, so can actually even back up to the beginning and show this one all the way through. It seemed like there wasn't going to be nothing too crazy, but then the move e4 kind of puts the question back on black here. Usually this is an opening where black knows exactly what's going to be played, but e4 is a very, very tricky move with bishop c4 next. Have you seen this before, James?
Not at all, but loving it already. He just don't care about nothing. That's what I like about Arjun, is he just doesn't care a lot of times. You can see that in his games. In fact, Magnus dubbed him the madman, in fact, because he just loves to just play idle chess sometimes. So bishop c4, bro, what? It's crazy.
And the best move in this position, I mean, there's two that make complete sense to me. d5, which is a standard reply, and also bishop b5 check. But neither one was played. Bishop c4, and that's just the chess that Arjun plays. Knight to c6, knight takes e4, and after knight f3, down a full pawn. But look at the development. If black takes, the queen can take back, but there's some very uncomfortable threats to deal with in that next position, along with castling. So you can understand. Yep, he didn't want to deal with it. Bishop takes c4 and queen a4 check, an important move. And this is the live position now with an advantage to Arjun Erigaisi. Will that black king be able to get castled without any repercussions? I don't know.
Yeah, it's first off, how do we keep the king in the center here? No, nothing crazy. No queen sex. I was looking at rookie 1, but it doesn't win. So okay, queen d3, I guess. Get out of the way. Or queen e2. He's going to tell us in a minute.
Yeah, queen e2 makes sense. I have to say queen to d3 feels a bit safer, blockading that pawn. He opts for queen b3, keeping an eye perhaps on f7. Maybe there's a reason for that.
I believe so. Keeping an eye on on f7, because a knight g5 check would be nice, and for the rookie 1.
So rookie 1, I think, is important, and then knight f6 is not possible. I mean, you can play it, but of course you're going to have to take back with the pawn, which is definitely not good.
Right. If you just want to get cooked, totally play knight f6.
So what else do you play? King f8?
F6? Like pawn f6? That's kind of gross.
And pawn f6 makes you really appreciate Arjun's move queen b3 a lot more. There would follow maybe bishop f4 with knight d6 or something.
Rook c6. Okay, so now he wants knight f6. That's a strong move.
Yep. Rook e6 and knight f6 are both good moves now. So let's say that I play the move bishop f4 because I want to put a variation on the board here. So I'll play bishop f4, and I'm curious what you think of this line, James. Knight f6, knight d6.
Yep.
And I'm going to lose the 2 pieces for the rook, but I'm going to say, hey, there's no way you can castle here, and maybe you're going to lose a bunch of pawns as well.
Wow. And look at this mate. Knight d7, thinking you're blocking so you can castle next. Hangs mate 1.
Imagine getting back rank mated on the starting square. That's not a good feeling.
There was a move. He played something. Bishop g5.
He played bishop
okay,
g5
f6.
just now, yeah.
On f6, and then?
Yeah, what about h6, though?
I didn't think of that one. Maybe just add back to f4.
Right. And then I would guess that the move h6 is useful for black, right? So probably a good thing to include it. It makes me think, was bishop f4 first a stronger move? Because that's on the board here. It's making me think he's going to go bishop h4 and bishop g3, and he does. This is Arjun. He's trying to play to either double these pawns or, at minimum, keep this king in the center. He's not going to stop until he achieves that. Bishop h4.
Creating something very annoying for black to try to figure out here now. King in the center, boys and girls. Not a great place to be.
Well, we know that Arjun is on the attack here. It feels like the opponent, Grandmaster Baijin Shi from China, is finding good defensive moves. h6, rook c6 was a really good one to support rook e6 and knight f6. Truthfully, the evaluation might be close to equal, but it doesn't feel that way, right? Look at the time, under 3 minutes. This is just a really strong variation to play in a rapid game. Take note of that one. That was a really cool way to play against the Tarrasch, against that Queen's Gambit decline.
It's like, equal what? Equal position? What do you mean? Equal where, buddy? Yeah, of course.
I'm going to bring us back to Magnus's game, because it looks like there's a lot that's happened since we last looked.
This the Magnus game? This looked completely different.
Do you remember when there were a couple black pawns there on d6 and e6? How does it feel that black has less space, even though we got things out of the way?
Where did my pawns go?
That's a great question. I'm going to go back. I'm going to locate them for you. Okay, they were here just a couple moves ago. And then it was c5.
Right.
And he sacked it. He sacked d6. He was not liking that knight showing up. b7, d7 pressured. And now the entire center is there. Knight c5, by the way, is happening anyway. And taking on e4 probably results in some bad tactics happening.
Magnus switches space here. Got the pawns. Grabbed his pawns. Much better position. Magnus looking like a 3-piece in a row. He's getting hot, boys.
Yeah,
He's
wow.
getting hot.
This is brutal. If you take on e4, you're walking into knight takes and knight c5. There's bishop d3. Just move the bishop off the f file to uncover some really unpleasant ideas on the f7 square. James, this is looking really tough to deal with. Mainly the move knight c5 is quite bothersome.
Yeah, it's really tough to give Magnus space. It's just that's the problem here. You want to play him on equal grounds here and play him on something more equal, because he's just able to grab the space and bank on the fact that you make mistakes when you have less space. That's just a normal human way of playing. And yeah, Magnus is just better by a lot. Look at the time difference too.
All right, well, let's keep moving around. Looks very good for Magnus here. Yu Yangyi against Denis Kadrich. Just watching these underdog stories. Kadrich, hard to call him an underdog. He's a grandmaster, but that just shows you the caliber of players in this tournament. He had a great win against Dubov in the previous round, and now, he doesn't have a lot of space either. And Yu Yangyi is invading with the queen, queen e6, queen d7, bishop d5, and that knight, James, cannot move anywhere.
He's bringing all the pieces into the party here. Really tough to do anything. Queen d7, yeah, that probably gives advantage away. So we're just going to have to milk this position here slowly. Queen d7, yeah, queen d7 probably is playable, but maybe not the greatest. Queen d7.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
I don't have to.
Don't have to. That's a great way to say it. If knight to d8, maybe then you could consider it. I think that's the move we're wondering about. Knight d8 is coming next.
Yeah.
I wonder what you do here. King g2, but yeah. The thing is, if black plays knight d8 and e6 and d5, you can start to get a little concerned that your c-pawn is falling behind.
Trying to round up the pawn here.
Yep.
Rounding
exactly.
Up that pawn. Wait, much better though. 3, 6, 7. You know, guys, I'm actually just counting the pawns. I was like, I saw what you did there, Panty. I'm just counting the pawns, guys.
It's amazing. You always seem to end up in positions where there's 7 pawns on the board.
I'm just counting the pawns, chat. Look at the chat going crazy now. I'm just counting the pawns, chat. I'm literally just counting the pawns. Dang it.
Queen d7 played.
Did it again. Okay, queen d7. Yeah, and now bishop e6. Oh, wait. Bishop, let's check though.
I was going to say, how about a little king g2 there, Canty?
You know what I'm saying? Look, king g2, and what do you do?
King g2 set up the trickery on the d8 square.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's what you want to do.
That's what I was hoping for. Let me see what chat's talking about now. Yeah, chat. It's unfortunate, chat.
I'm not going to lie. King g2 is quite tempting. Yeah, I'm not too sure here. Because the problem with king g2 is I'm wondering about taking. And after this, you know, there's no hope after bishop e6.
Yeah.
But let's say in this position, you're winning again. So what I'm actually looking at here is the knight d8 move. It stops bishop e6, and now you're threatening to take, and then the rook is hanging. So this kind of feels a little bit uncomfortable for white. It's not really what you wanted.
Definitely. You could play, oh wait, he's going to make a move. I see him reaching. Plays king g2.
Oh, he did play king g2. Okay, so let's see if knight d8. It's almost the only move that you can really think of. And the reason I say that is bishop e6 right now is a threat that I think effectively wins the game. So you must play knight d8. And I believe that is exactly what we see on the board there. Yeah, don't think Yu Yang Yi is loving knight d8. Bishop e6 might be the best move here, but you know, after knight takes, queen takes, you're better, but all of a sudden you have to work hard again.
Yeah, the question is again, I was remembering like how do you actually finish this off? A4 obviously is some type of idea you could play A4 and try to take. You can play E4 and try to expand that way. It's not very easy.
Yeah, but you're about to lose the game with queen takes d7, so you kind of need to take, but then all of a sudden e6 is coming. Bishop e6 is a very important move here. I think without it, we could see real problems in this position. So did we see a move there? I couldn't tell. Yeah, he did just play queen g4, and after the move f5, all of a sudden black is back in this game just a little bit because e6 is happening, d5 is coming, and we're seeing all these moves happen, I think, on the board. Kadrich, so impressive in this tournament and continues to be, because I'm telling you, d5 is going to happen, and white loses all contact with that c-pawn, and there's no e4. I think this is a really serious turnaround. I don't know if it's winning for black, but white has definitely gone wrong.
He really has been playing out of his mind. Of course, you get that type of what is it? You get that confidence is what it is.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of confidence, I think, which has boosted him into playing very, very well today.
Very nice. Well, let's move away from this game. There are some other games still going. I was looking at the speaking of the underdogs, right? I was looking at Gutham, who's actually technically in first place, right? Tie breaks because It's only 2,400 an IM, and he's up here with the big guys. Timur Rajabov right now is not in a good looking position, right? White's knight can come to c4. All the endgames will be slightly better for white here. That pawn is disconnected from the rest and down on time as well. So could this be yet another upset for Gutham Krishna from India?
Absolutely. Those upsets are huge here, especially from India is just an absolute powerhouse, guys, as we know. India is just GM after GM. Every day it's another GM.
I really like this last move as well. The knight will be hanging in a lot of cases, so you kind of have to trade, and maybe black's looking to position the knight on d5, but white is going to be slightly better here. Knight going to c4. It feels like a position that you just can't really lose. I have to say, it looks very nice so far.
345, 345. Rook is active on the 7th rank. I'm up time.
Yeah.
1 o'clock. I'm feeling good, especially against a player like Rajabov too. He could actually play for more too. C5 being a little bit weak. White having 1 pawn island, black with 2. It is, very logical to play on.
Oh, 100%. Not to mention, this c-pawn could just come under attack here. Like, if you place all these pieces on squares where you attack that pawn, you'd probably be able to just win it.
Yeah.
So he's going for a think here. It looks like, back on our first board, Magnus Carlsen continues to do Magnus things. I wouldn't say this is completely over, but for the standards that Magnus sets, I actually have to start saying that it is, right? F7 is a target. You have the connected passed pawns on this side of the board. The knight is anchored beautifully. Only up 1 pawn here, but I have to say this position looks really desperate here for Iturrizaga, but 2 minutes apiece. So anything can still happen with time pressure, as we've seen. Even the best players can go wrong in time pressure. It's part of the game.
But now I have 2 passed pawns connected. Bishop c4 is very easy to play, as you're pointing out here. Hitting f7, maybe a rook a7 to follow. Swing the knight around, even a g5 if possible. After getting the king out of the way. Bishop c4, maybe king h1, and knight e4 around the g5.
Yeah, like king h1.
There we go. Got to move and reaching for the bishop, moving it to c4.
Yeah, that looks like a really natural move. We were saying rook a7, but to be fair, knight e5, attack and defense also looks very, very tempting. Yeah, the knight is pinned at the moment. As soon as white has time for king h1, I think it's a very good move because white is 2 moves away, knight e4, knight g5 from something great. Knight takes c4, pretty much forced here due to all the pressure on f7. There's no way you can get around this. And after taking back, a3 is loose, but remember, so is the bishop on e8. So white will be able to recapture and then probably double the rooks on the f file or something, or the e file, while simultaneously watching the a3 pawn laterally.
There's also ideas of rook takes e8, depending on where this knight goes. Even if knight takes c4, queen takes c4. Got to watch out for the quick tactic, which is now on the board if he misses it, but I don't believe he will. Knight takes. It looks like moves are flying in. He plays rook f6, not allowing the nice tactic.
Yeah, it feels like one that you should take. A3 is loose, and remember, if you take on f1 and the rook takes back, suddenly rook takes a3 is a legitimate move. Now, if you don't take, I'm just assuming that black's going to take on f1, and do I really want to take on f1 with my queen or with my king? I don't think so. So rook takes f6 looks more or less forced. Queen takes f6. And I don't know, queen d3. Rook e3 is also, it's also possible, maybe to drop the queen back to c3. White would do really well to trade the queens here because these connected pawns, especially all being on dark squares with that light squared bishop, are, I think, going to win the position very easily. So any queen trade is very reliable.
A4 was a very easy move to make too. Just expand the pawns, push them. The question is, I think he's thinking about, do I go b5 or a5? b5 loosens the knight on c5 just a little bit, but it does help to push one or the other. I wonder which one he's thinking about. He played something.
Yeah, h6 to make some space for the king. D5. Rook d8, but a little bit desperate. However, threats are good to make. Rook d2 with queen f2. I don't see how any of it's going to happen. You got the bishop hanging. The bishop cannot move at all. Feels like these pawns can just go slow and steady.
Slow and steady sometimes wins the race here. A5, a6 looks really clean. A5, b6 too as well. Black's maybe looking for something like rook or queen d4 at the right moment, but that blunders to the bishop being very bad on e8. A lot of problems.
The bishop is terrible.
Yeah, it's nowhere to move it. Restriction at its finest. Magnus needs to move though.
Queen e4 is a nice centralizing move. I don't think we're really threatening queen takes e8, but this is a move that just controls some squares, keeps the rook defended. The knight is loose now, but perhaps queen to e5 or queen to e7. These kind of moves start to become available while you push the pawns like b6, b7. Yeah, queen e3, queen e5, offering a queen trade. It feels like everything's defended, but you also can't move.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, yeah, that's a good move. I can't move anything. So h3, nice waiting move. And I need to move quickly here, again, under a minute with 10-second increment.
An update. Gutham Krishna has won against Timur Rajabov, keeping the dream alive. I know everyone loves an underdog story. That's a 2400 international master continuing to impress.
Yeah, he's really playing out of his mind, which is incredible. Kudos to him having an incredible tournament already.
And there was a draw on board 2 between Theodoru and Jan Nepomniachtchi. That was quite a while ago. It does look like top left of your screen, we're starting to see real time scramble stuff happening in that game between Tan Zhongyi and Vaishali.
And she was doing actually, I guess time is the problem here, but white was slightly better. I don't know what was going on the board, just on the bar. Here we go at the board. Gotta move.
Yeah, this is the top board.
Oh my goodness, black is completely. She blundered. Maiden 1, queen d1, queen d1. Oh my goodness, chat.
You're kidding. We just showed up here.
Oh, and look at the reaction.
We just showed up.
Oh my goodness. And you can see the eyebrow shrug there from Vaishali, like, bro, queen d1. And she's still in shock.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
I can't believe it. And the time is still ticking down because they didn't even have time to stop the clock. It's such a shocking result when it happens to anyone, but at truly the highest level, a back rank mate is like, that's the number one thing you're watching out for.
Oh man,
that should never happen, James. We showed up and that was the first thing on your mind. Said, boom, queen d1.
Queen d1, there it is, back rank mate. And she's still sitting there at the board. Absolutely. Look, it takes a lot here to even just not knock all the pieces over right now. But you got to remember, oh, I forgot. There's other people watching. Let me not do that. And gather myself and just walk away. Yikes.
Well,
way to go
James, maybe we got to stop doing that. Showing up places, immediate blunders of checkmate in 1. Then we go back to Magnus's game and we got a full extra piece here. That should definitely be enough. That obviously the bishop had to be given up for both of those pawns, and I don't think there's going to be too much trouble converting this position.
Yeah, especially with the extra piece there. Turkey Zaga trying to figure out something, but unable to.
So I would
Wow.
I would consider taking the knight here. And I'm not sure that Magnus is going to be happy with this. And the reason I say
Oh,
that is because after rook b8, you can play rook c8, take, and you have a rook and 3 pawns against the queen and 2. And I don't know if that's winning. That's a good
it's crazy to
question.
say it, but it is, and it's just difficult. It just puts the difficulty level, or understanding that that is a difficult in game. Yes, you do have it, or you have obviously the queen versus the rook, but that doesn't mean that you're just winning it all.
But if you're down a piece, I evaluate down a piece as way more lost than that queen versus rook position. So
Yeah,
I feel that Magnus is going to be, unless he has some understanding of maybe this kind of position, I feel that he'll be disappointed with himself for even allowing it. But I could be wrong, and this just has a nice path forward. But I don't immediately see like a nice clean breakthrough. So this will be an interesting endgame to pay attention to.
this is one of the Devereski's the crazy imbalances. Like with obviously queen and rook is a separate chapter, but queen rook with pawns and king rook, king queen,
Mm-hmm.
right? Rook and pawns and all these pawns, like it's different. So definitely different here, boys and girls. Buckle up. Under 30. This one, it really is not easy because you have to get the king close, but also create some things with pawns. Look at Magnus too. Not frustrated, but not super happy with
No,
what he
you
has.
can't be happy. Like you had a full extra piece, a whole extra knight. There's no way that this is a better position than that. That being said, he may very well just go and win this position. So I don't think he's terribly upset, but I just think that an extra piece is easier. So we get to see some technique. This game will not be quick, is my prediction. Maxime has drawn against Alain Pichot. Sindarov with a draw. We had Yu Yangyi beat Denis Kadrich, that game that we dropped in on previously. While Magnus fights to maintain the lead in the World Rapid Championship. Needs a win to stay up with the leaders. The pawns are advancing.
Yeah, you gotta advance the pawns here and try to create something. But what is the question? You're
Mm-hmm.
shuffling back and forth. Do you go h5, g5? Maybe. But then h5, there might be some f6 ideas at some point. It's gonna have to be some type of zugzwang. Even when you see something like sacrificing the queen for the rook that may be protected in a zugzwang position where you win the king in game. Different.
Yeah, just shuffling the rook, I think, is the correct way to go here. I'm not actually sure how you really defend, but that's what good defense is. Sometimes doing nothing is how you defend a position. If black tried to do something here, maybe it would be incorrect.
Queen e7.
Queen e7. All right, James, if you're pushing the pawns, what's the end goal? Because you play what? If you play h5 and then you play g5, that feels like there's some success there. And I think maybe if pawn takes, we could see, like if h takes g5 and h takes g5, and let's say black plays g6, is that position winning? And I think the answer is yes. And I wonder if it's because, if white plays king e5 and black somehow plays rook e6, that white can sack the queen, and that is a winning king and pawn endgame. Kind of a weird thing to say now, but I think that it might matter. And this move that was just played on the board h5, I think it also creates winning king and pawn endgame ideas. And I think those are going to be very important.
And he just throws king to e4. So obviously there's a check available. Wait, where's the king? How are we evading the checks? There's one.
You don't have to worry about losing the h pawn because the white queen checking and taking this pawn is going to immediately be over. So black has to eventually bring this rook back to a8 would be my thought, or over to f4 or f5. So I think that's the idea. I don't know how successful it's going to be. Remember, the king can also go kind of like underneath in this position, like down to the 8th rank and to f8, for example.
And he got the checks coming. He attacks the rook now. Rook moves away.
And we're going to see a queen f8 idea, perhaps. Let's see, queen d3. He needs that king closer. The white king is a bit far away. And what I mean is that if you play g6 and try to play king g8, what's going to happen is that there's going to be an idea to sack on e6, and that is going to be a winning endgame. So I think that's very important.
He gets close to the rook.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a win. That's my feeling here.
Queen. Hesitate. Pause. Queen. c3. Definitely liked it. Rook moves away. We go check. And a queen where? Maybe f8's not ready yet. There's still some technique involved. A lot of it. Check.
Oh, a lot of technique still.
Still not like.
So
check king d7.
You can't use the e6 square, but the king is obviously going to shuffle. I feel that there's a way to make this rook potentially run out of squares.
I think he's
because
done it.
One thing is with this move, for example, this is sort of what I mean. Rook e3, there's queen d4. Rook e1, there's queen c3. Rook d2, your king gets closer. And rook e6 is that very important queen takes e6. And this is what I was talking about, but just beautifully precise execution of putting that on the board for us all to see from Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Just beautiful.
Resignation. Beautiful. Showing you how to get it done. Come on, guys.
Wow. That was really nice technique there from a position that you might think is a fortress, but we know Magnus, he doesn't believe in those.
Fairly strong, chat. Incredible.
Let's move to another live game in progress. Vladislav Artemiev against Amin Tabatabai, an opposite bishop endgame, and we're seeing a potentially winning idea here in the move b3, just played on the board, offering a pawn because the bishop can blockade, and now there are 2 pawns that are advancing, which means the bishop and the king are going to have to split up, and that is not going to be enough. I think this is an easy win now.
Yes,
this is a great idea. I'm just going to go back 1-2 moves just to show it. When you're in a position like this and you feel like, oh, there's no progress to be made, well, the reality is you have the move b4 or b3, but you just need this bishop to move, and you want to create as many pass pawns as possible. So don't let yourself get tricked in thinking that b3 is no good here. It's actually the winning plan, and we're seeing it executed on the board.
Obviously got the bishops, but I got the passed pawns, more than one.
Mm-hmm.
Works out for us.
And that bishop is definitely overloaded here. King to e8. The bishop's covering a6. The king also would like to target this h-pawn. I'm trying to think of the best way to do things. If e6 and e7, I don't know if that's correct. We're going to see bishop e2 here. And I think what you want is you want the king basically on f5, pawn there, and then I think the bishop on f6, and then if you can walk your king to d6, you'd be winning, but this is going to be, I think, a little bit harder than you might think, James, because you can't play king e5, d6 without the king coming up to e7. So I think it's going to be quite specific. The king wants to go to e6, which means the bishop cannot move. So an important moment there. But the king has the f8 square to shuffle to. So how do you actually do this? King
E6 and
e8.
wiggle around with the bishop. Maybe king e5 and then, yeah, there it is, push. Okay.
I think really this is the Zugzwang. It feels like this is going to be a pawn that you lose, but the reality is the bishop cannot cover e6 from anywhere except c4 because it also needs to cover a6. So it's king d7, you can push this a pawn, and then there's king f7 to win the game. So even there at the end, while I probably had the correct instinct it was winning, I didn't even fully realize how powerful e6, e7 was, and that is the winning plan. It might be the only winning plan. So again, a reason why Artemiev is truly one of the best rapid players in the world.
We've seen it time and time again from him as he's displaying very great in-game technique here with the Zugzwang. Playing quickly. King moves around last couple moves, I believe. Bishop b5, you can try. After king d6, yeah, bishop b5. Maybe just
and then just a waiting move like bishop c3 will win the game nicely there.
Yeah, moving anything, really.
Maybe bishop f6 technically might be the best in order to take on c6. Yeah, no, he's going to offer the pawn in exchange for this one.
Waiting move. I like the patience he took here. Patience he took. Didn't move instantly. Bishop f6.
Arjun Erigaisi is still playing, by the way, against Bai Jinshi. Up a pawn, though, and appears to be completely winning. Looking at the final moves in this game, I do think king takes c6 needs to happen. So probably this bishop is going to move back, or king c7 does the exact same thing. b2 and king takes should get the job done. And here there is king to d7. Yeah, king d7 I think is the one of the simpler ways to do it. Anyhow, a win there for Artemiev. Nicely done. And we can check out Arjun's game, which I believe is one of the last games, certainly on these top boards, that is still going.
Let's see it. Arjun here, finishing the job.
We saw this one earlier. Remember, Arjun was playing that really interesting... oh, it looks like it just ended, by the way. Yeah, the result doesn't show up here, but luckily we have the live cam. They were setting up the pieces, so it's already over. Makes sense. The final position is looking grim. But remember, this is the one where Arjun played that interesting line, and we really didn't see Black Castle in this game, I'm guessing. So he ends up converting. I'm trying to see which games are still in progress. Gupta against Jumabayev here.
This is round 3, though, guys. Round 3 with 2 rounds left today, chat. If you've been with us the entire time.
There's 5 today, there's 4 tomorrow, and there's 4 the day after. That's for the Open. And of course, we have the women's running concurrently, which does not have the same 13 rounds, only 11 rounds. So we'll follow a similar schedule, but of course with less rounds per day. let's see, David
There we go.
Anton against Adiz Gorel. Let's have a look at this.
Playing well.
David Anton, 2,600 plus. Adiz Gorel, only 2,500. I would say that's quite a misleading rating. Significantly stronger than that is my impression of Adiz Gorel.
Playing like it do on 2 points, trying to be a third.
Yeah. I knew there was something. I knew there was something wrong with this game here. It looks like the transmission's a bit off. Maybe we'll go to this one.
Oh, Duda. Forgot Duda was even here. On 1.5.
Queen end games are so difficult to even begin explaining. It's like sometimes the correct way to play these is to like have your king like in the opposite corner. My goodness, it hardly makes sense.
Yeah, queen end games are obviously one of the hardest to play and figure out, especially figuring out where to trade, how to trade if possible. And also, I mean, black could be the one slightly better here with this extra pawn. I mean, not extra pawn, but the pass pawn is a little bit further down on the 4th rank rather than the 5th for white. But it's probably just going to be checks into oblivion. And if I'm able to get that,
it feels like it.
It should be okay.
Yeah, if the queens trade, it'll also be a draw, is my understanding. Like if, let's say, black was to block or something, the pawns should reach at the exact same time because the moves will be identical at the end.
Yeah. Queen. Nothing crazy. And we wait. What's up, chat? It says go Duda. Nice.
Let's see what happens here, because after queen g7, if the king goes in front of the pawn, you don't feel great about that. But at the same time, it's the best place to hide, right? Use your pawn as a little bit of shelter. Maybe I don't even think there's any way that it can really happen, but if you trade the queens, it just looks like a draw. So I'm expecting a draw. These are also two pretty strong grandmasters, so hopefully no one gets tricked here in the final moments. There's only a couple live games still going.
Check. Just don't step anywhere crazies. King c3, obviously. Ridiculous. That won't happen. We did see a maiden 1 blunder, though. Back rank. That was some time pressure as well. Here's a little bit different. Repeat? Will he repeat?
Honestly, it seems like a pretty fair result. I mean, both pawns are quite dangerous here. Black also knows the king is in the way of the pawn, so you're not going to have a ton of success. Also, 5 seconds. You got to give another check, that's for sure.
Do something. Just take the draw. Don't do nothing crazy.
Yeah, 10-second increment allows you to think a little bit, but not that much.
Oh, man, he really going for it. Trying every avenue.
The dream is to find a way to check the opponent in a way that also supports your pawn. It's not always very easy to do.
Yeah, and like one that you could trade queens while advancing your pawn.
Exactly. That would be perfect. But it feels like we're looking at a position that we really expect to end in a draw, because at some point you kind of just have to resort to checks.
And there is one. King c6 or king f3 or king f2. King f2 trying to push, so likely to be another check.
Yep, queen back to d4. And again, king g3, queen g7 might be the repetition. King f3 just doesn't feel like a good move because then you can't move your own pawn. So I understand not wanting to play king f3 there. The only other move to save the pawn is this. So threefold repetition looks likely at this point.
King f2. Let's try again. I move my king. He checks me. Sort of the same. Seconds.
I am wondering where the time has gone.
He's like, did not move there. He just kind of, maybe it was a draw. Maybe they agreed right here. Like,
I think so. Yeah, I gotta pronounce this game drawn. It looks like we're about to get threefold, and there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, and we have ourselves a draw there. This is the both sets of pairings, but basically standings are what happened just now in the round. Magnus Carlsen wins. Of course, that was a beautiful game that we saw from Magnus with technique. Artemiev with the win. Got some draws in there too as well. Arjun Ergaisi with the win too as well. There are lots of people heating up on some streaks now. Yu Yangi with a win. Grisha beating the beast out of Adiban Bhaskaran from India there. And of course, then we have our Rapid Championship Women's section standings. As we see, whoa, it's a switch up there, huh, Aman?
Yeah, you're starting to see, maybe depending on the pairings, who's getting higher, but Sina Movahed is number 1. And also, I've been pointing out, but Gautam Krishna is the most impressive name for me that's in that group with 3 points. So we'll be paying close attention to see if that amazing start to this tournament can continue. And of course, with 2.5 points, there are so many strong players there, as Hans is now moving up into that group, right? The 2.5 group that's chasing the leaders.
Yeah, and then on top of that too, in the other half too, is still another 2.5 group there, all the way down to 32nd place, which is crazy. A lot of people that choose there, anything can happen. You lose a game, you really just go to page 2 or 3 in the standings, all the way down here with 2 at 45, 46th place too as well. It's crazy. Here's the pairings in the women's section here. We saw a crazy back rank make there. Vishali was able to win against Tan Zhangyi. Goryushkina was winning against Leia. And then Kusnia goes down to Nino out of Georgia there. Arika for India wins. And then on the other page here, Maria with a draw. Muzichuk's sister there. Draws almost all the way down on this page, which is incredible to see. Not generally something you see a lot. Stefanova. Wow, she wins. She's doing very good, as you see, somewhere close to the top there. Actually, 3 out of 3. Incredible stuff here. And there's still 2 rounds left to go, at least today, that is. There's a lot of chess left still, guys. If you're hanging with us, amazing. If not, come back. I don't know if you're hearing this right now, but if you are, come back and hang with us. We're still going. We have stuff to do. Still more chess to be played, guys. This is 3 rounds of the World Rapid Championship by FIDE here, and we have actually 2 more rounds to go. So what we're going to do is take ourselves a short break. You do the same, and we'll be back in a few.
Okay. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'ma go to ride this beat, look proudly. Okay, it ain't no problem. See, I can mold this thing like pottery. Better than I'ma bet on myself. And for the top, and I don't need your help. We set the tempo, we run this thing as simple. Let's go. Boy, I'm locked in. Know your place, I'm top 10. And all my haters watching, so you know I keep on clocking. Let's go. Time, my whole style of go. Mine, take my place, I hold mine. Run up, then it's go time. It's show time. Whoa. Yeah, they know I'm the one that set the trends, dog. Tell them tenfold, I'm gonna change the tempo. Okay, tell them I can't play it safe. Got more wins on the way. Gotta show them how to do it. Man, my team making plays. Okay, your team better play off. Sleeping on me, wake up. Too easy just to lay off. Okay, tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Just counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Players trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Shot it blowing never sad, got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, then I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top, this a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Just counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Players trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look. Hit it stirred. I can't play it safe. Yeah, out the way. Yeah, yeah.
BBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got BBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got
Guys, we're back. Listen, are you still with us? Amon, are you still with us? We here, bro, of course. It's round 4 coming up here of the World Rapid Championships. So I'm FIDE Master James Kennedy III here with Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Let's take a look at round 4. Take us through the pairings, Amon.
Welcome back, everyone. It's definitely been a slow start to the day, but hopefully the rapid games pick up the energy a little bit. Magnus is playing David Anton. I always say the most exciting thing about an event continuing is that the matchups always get tighter and tighter. You get to see those top player matchups, top seed matchups that we're all excited for. Artemiev against Sargsyan on the second board, and of course moving down the list, Gukesh making an appearance in the top 10. Rising the ranks, he's got 2 wins and a draw up against Alain Pichot, and Jospim, another fan favorite, James, against Rudik Makarian, who's also a name that I definitely recognize from a lot of games and tournaments on chess.com.
I'm excited actually to see, of course, all the pairings, especially when you have people that are 3-0. Yeah, that's when it starts to get hot, and the people emotions start to get high and run high, and some people just run away with this thing. So we are in that pocket right now. Of course, it's still the first day. Here's the women's section of the pairings here, as we have Goryushkina versus Stefanova here, who's the previous women's world champ. Very strong. Harika, look at all the bro. Just India is just a powerhouse. Harika, Vishali, Divya, meaning they're just right there. Always on the first page here of pairings here, right? So incredible to see India representing here. Then on the second page, of course, someone else from India. Don't play with them. Savita versus Paulina Shuvalova, who's very strong and underrated. Definitely good to see her there. Wenjun playing 2 as well. We got Magnus on the screen here. Ready to go, boys, versus David Anton. With white pieces, David Anton. So having an incredible tournament here, especially when you're able to face Magnus, means you're doing something right.
Yeah, the only time where you could say that it really doesn't tell any story is maybe in round 1, where anyone could get paired against Magnus. But then for the most part, if you're playing Magnus after round 1, it's always a good sign for your tournament, or it's an absolutely terrible sign for his.
Oh man, as we see here, David Anton is calculating already. I think we've noticed that this is probably the way to go. Look at Magnus already calculating. What does David Anton play? I know in game 5,000 of his, he probably played this. And it's just thinking about all his games, however many he has in database. Magnus is recalling all of them right now.
Again, Artemiev continues to maintain his positioning near the top of the standings. I also noticed Wenjun not on those top boards because, again, suffered a draw in round one, but also, James, a draw again in round three. So just falling further and further out of contention, needs to put together some wins to end this day.
That's going to be tough to do, but it is very possible. Especially if you don't have a hot start, sometimes the psych just kind of kicks in, or it's the other way around. Where like you know what, I'm cool. I've let my guard down. My emotions aren't as high as anymore. I was very jittery when you first start. Just kind of got the kinks out, feeling a little bit better. And we have a move already on the board. It looks like knight of 3, and Magnus in the think tank with knight of 6. I guess knight of 3 might have thrown him off a little bit.
Yeah, I just want to double check. The only reason that people start with knight f3 is to get you on a move order. I mean,
yeah,
the move knight f3 for the most part can be a calm move. You can play g3, bishop g2, but a lot of times you play it to get someone in a certain move order. Maybe after knight f3, if you play d5, your opponent plays d4, and suddenly, would you have played d4, d5? I don't know. So if you're the type of player that has specific things that you like to play against certain openings, knight f3 could throw you off in terms of the transposition. So it's always a move that you need to take extra time against in the opening to make sure you're not getting tricked.
As we move around a little bit, I'm looking at this bird's eye view here. Okay, I got the d6 type of stuff. Got a little collie with b3, bishop b2. David Anton just freely playing. I really like that. Really like the free play type of idea here so far. Just looking around, bird's eye view. Nothing stands out yet. Of course, it is the beginning. Nothing tricky. Work on e5 looks strange, but that is just theory from Roy Lopez.
Exactly. Yeah, the most interesting looking positioning of one of the pieces is in fact the most common of maybe any of the positions that we're looking at here. We've got both the open and the women's sections on the screen here. The top 3 boards in the women's on top of the screen, and then the top 5 boards in the open section.
B5 there from Vachier-Lagrave there. Stopping at C4 push. That's actually an interesting B5. Looked like some type of semi-Slav almost. But went B5. That's actually quite interesting. Is Magnus going to go for a KID? That's very rare. Very rare sighting, I believe. Looks like some type of, it is King's Indian by transposition from Magnus. I've never seen it. He's had a lot of King's Indians, but he doesn't generally go for it.
Well, I can speak from my own perspective. I don't really play the Benoni, but I will play the Benoni against a certain move order if I know my opponent's maybe playing the Fianchetto Benoni. And what we're seeing here is, if we back up, Magnus only played d6 because he saw b3. So if you want to play King's Indian structure from White's point of view, you're going to have to play it with b3. And to be honest with you, there's not that many that I can think of that are particularly good with the bishop on b2. So immediately we can see why Magnus did this. If White could play c4, e4, and all the main lines, I bet we would not see Magnus play the King's Indian. So that explains why. And also b5, gaining a little bit of space, double fianchetto from both sides. But if anything, it looks like Magnus is kind of showing a little bit of ambition with b5, not playing something like b6, for example.
Now the double fianchetto, I knew he'd probably just not go pure King's Indian. That double fianchetto actually is a very nice setup to go for, especially if you're playing in sort of a Grunfeld type of fashion with d5, and you get c5 in, but he's gotten b5, you got the double fianchetto, he gets the castle, knight bd7. Very easy play here, where lots of pieces can be traded. Go right up Magnus's alley, where we just kind of play a slow position, nothing aggressive, nothing crazy. We just play our game.
Yeah, and that's it. Magnus even got up after that last move, which is really rare, I feel like, in Rapid and Blitz. Like, you see that in a classical tournament, you should get up from the board, but no, up and walking around. That's how confident he's feeling, and for good reason. He's had fairly comfortable games, I would say, so far today, and obviously the dream for any day, any tournament of chess is to win all your games, and he's a couple of wins away from doing that. And as I mentioned, that Artemiev, is that a result already? It looks like the earliest
Nice.
draw that you could
Wow.
think of, and that is a pretty quick one there against Sargsyan. Artemiev had the black pieces, and you know what? Things have been moving pretty slow today with the schedule, so a bit of a longer day than maybe some of these players expected.
Like, yo, bro, I'm just gonna. You want to draw real quick? Let's go get some lunch. Let's go get some lunch real quick. That is the lunch draw, the lunchtime draw.
Yeah, that's what it
Gukesh
looked
on the
like there.
screen there.
Yeah, we haven't been able to check in as much with Gukesh. We can do so right now. One of the things about the position that I think that he's playing here, just taking a look at it, yeah, it is this King H2 idea of F4 type of position where you know exactly what the plan is. This is a position that is not trying to disguise anything. H3, King H2, you want to move the knight and play F4. So White is being very upfront with the plan, but despite knowing it, James, it's still pretty hard to deal with.
I actually like this idea too with C4 and E4 with the clamp in the center. The problem obviously is the D4 square being a very ugly square for White to deal with if Black has control over it. But in a lot of cases, I mean, this looks very Vienna-ish where again, the King's Indian attack too, which of course the Chess Bra channel has some speed runs on that. But of course, with Knight H4 and F4, I actually had some students that told me it was like, oh yeah, I watched the Chess Bra King's Indian attack speed run, and Knight H4 was an idea, and I'm like, yeah, you're actually correct. In fact, you have watched the right one. So
otherwise,
H4,
how would they come up with that one? You know,
I mean,
Knight H4
you know
is
what I
not a
mean?
move you just make up.
You don't make up, you know what I mean? Right. It's just a chess bra specialty in the King's Indian attack. So Knight H4, and I'm playing ideas of F4 and F5, even G4, G5, but the knight would be kind of loose over there and hanging to some weird tactics of the knight on F6 moving away if the knight on H4 is happen to be undefended. For instance, if we go Knight H4, F4, E takes F4, the knight on H4 could be hit with some weird moves. So it's a lot to think about.
Yeah, I can put some move on the board here, like just to show bishop b6, knight h4. And if black continues to kind of make a whatever move, maybe knight d4 even. I think Canty's referring to g takes f4, which is always tempting. You have to suddenly think about knight takes e4. Moves like this, with the idea of queen takes h4, are why that knight would need support before you can confidently play that move f4 and take with the g pawn.
There's even knight g4 there. Just show how cool that is. Knight g4, queen takes h4.
Oh,
some mating ideas. Gross stuff. Be careful here, boys and girls. Be careful.
I like that a lot. So rook b1 was played, and it looks like Gukesh is, he's thinking about a3, b4. I think there's also something about rook b1, which just gets out of this diagonal, gets out of knight c2, and I can see both of those being a reality if a piece lands on d4, especially because white sometimes considers queen e1. It defends the knight on h4 and allows f4 to be played. So for all these reasons, rook b1 is just kind of a useful move, and of course, this plan still very much exists.
Sort of the English type of way of playing with a3 and b4 at some point here. You also could go knight to g1 and play f4, knight g1 around the e2.
Yep.
A lot of play here. A lot of play. And Gukesh is on how many points here? I'm actually looking. Oh, I see it.
Yeah, 2.5 out of 3, so just the one draw.
Yeah, not bad. They got that draw. Very nice. So
that's the thing about only 3 rounds into the tournament. You could be, not on the top boards, but still having an amazing tournament. We've only just got started here. There are, 10 more rounds to play.
A lot of rounds, guys. A lot of rounds. We only have one more left after this one, so give them a little bit of a break. But you want to play your absolute best up until then, especially if you're on fire. My goodness.
Well, James, I'm gonna take us over to Grishuk's game, and there's a
What we
reason
got
for
over there?
this. It's
Whoa!
we got to pay attention to Gutha, man. He's 2,400 in IM. He's on a perfect score here. He's up against Grishuk, and I have to say, this particular position has really not gone in his favor. I want to quickly see how we got here, and it is an opening that I play quite a bit, although, you know, I can't say it's going to be the most successful in a rapid game. Queen d7 with the idea of bishop a6. But white achieving that h-pawn, and usually if you get the pawn to h6, it's very, very nice. And this is exactly where we stand right now after knight a3. And in this position, the reason that black actually does well in some of these positions, I know that the position right now does not feel like a position black could ever do well in, but usually black tries to play h5 when white plays h4. But white having achieved h5 and having achieved h6 is actually really uncomfortable. The move g4 is always possible now. The knight on f5 is not secure. And the h7 pawn is also an easy target. So we might see long castle, but more likely, you know, g3, king e2, or king f1 can bring the other rook over to h1. Like I said, there's also g4. So I really like what Grishuk has here. It should be a favorable pairing, but when a guy's on a hot streak, James, it doesn't matter. Would you be excited to play a 2,400 IM on 3 out of 3 because you think it's an easier pairing? Or would you rather play like a, you know, 2550 GM because you can kind of know what to expect a little more?
Yeah, especially if they're on fire, that's the worst player to be playing because they are, you know, the confidence is there. So you start getting that confidence. You see it time and time again. A player that's hot, they continue. They know that they're playing well, so they try to continue that.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just the next person in line. You know, it's like, you know what? Yeah, I'd rather not, buddy. You know, you can have it. And then also it's a challenge to a person like Grishuk too. It's like, oh yeah, this guy is playing out of his mind type of thing. You know, so it's important. He tries to stop the bleed or try to stop this guy in his tracks type of thing.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And the position for Grishuk, though, is very nice. Like I said, usually the h-pawn gets stopped a lot earlier in the journey up the board, but Grishuk managed to get it all the way up. I think that white has a very comfortable advantage, but this knight a3 is an important move. The next move, I think, was knight c2, and knight c2 would have held everything together, d4, b4. So I'm guessing that by taking, he's hoping for pawn takes back, and I guess what are we doing as black there? Maybe even long castling or playing rook g8.
Definitely like that g4 move almost immediately. It's just hitting that knight like, yo, where are you going, bro? Knight e7, maybe kick him back and then bring the knight into b5 anyway. I don't care anything about this pawn on c3 really. I just want to get that knight into d6.
So you want to play, let's say g4, knight e7, knight b5.
Immediately. Don't even think about it. You don't even think twice. There's no thought.
Right. Takes on c3.
Knight d6.
Says thank you very much. King d8 loses.
Yeah.
And
Rook
king
h7.
f8. Yeah.
Rook h7 and it's an uncomfortable stare at the board, obviously.
You even got the look prepared.
Yeah, exactly. Just stare at him, the Norderbeck stare. You just kind of look at him all strange and then let him know I'm on you, big dog. I'm on you.
Yep. Okay, so pawn takes on d4 was played instead. And that allows for knight b4. But I'm not sure that knight b4 is some sort of incredible achievement. However, there's no a3. And black can play moves like queen a4, like rook to c8. So I understand a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So knight b4, queen d2 obviously comes to mind, but I'm also wondering, after queen d2, if black plays a5, how, or maybe queen a4. Queen a4 could be a good move. How satisfied are we with that position? I guess white needs to play g4 quickly because that knight's starting to become annoying.
Oh yeah, G4 has to be played. I think at some point here. Obviously, Queen D2 first. It does hit the knight on B4. I love big fan of the tempo to keep the pace up.
Mm-hmm.
So Queen D2. I am also eyeing the dark squares on the queen side. So I mean, definitely huge French like position. Queen D2, maybe I guess A5. Try to keep them there. G4, then knight E7. I don't have knight B5 though. But if I go Queen E2, I don't do anything with tempo, which I love the tempo. So okay, maybe
Love
we go
tempo.
Queen D2, hit the knight, A5, G4, 97. And that's where we're stuck a little bit. We're stuck a little bit right there, as I think Grishuk is thinking of that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can leave him to think. That's the great thing about being commentators. You know, if we don't like the position, don't know what to do, we just abandon it. We got so many other interesting positions that we can jump to. So let's see if we back up and take a look at, for example, I saw, first of all, on the bird's eye view, so many positions. I'm looking on the bottom here are actually, we don't quite see board number 6, which is Nepomniachtchi against Bu Zhangji, which is also pretty much the same position that Yu Yangyi has, same opening. That Petrov, Chinese really know how to play this opening well. They all study it, and it's definitely been a weapon that a lot of the Chinese players study together and utilize.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting observation. Is they all use that. They all use the Petrov, aka the Russian system. I've seen that a lot from them, which is kind of cool to see. I wonder how they just study together. You'll see that a lot, especially in the Indian camp too as well. They play a lot of the Manhattan variation of the Queen's Gambit decline, with like knight BD7 early, followed by bishop to B4 and C5, and Queen's Gambit lines to play more aggressively. I've seen a lot of them play it, so it's cool. Cool to see. Let's see anything strange, anything going on besides that other position.
No, I was looking at Arjun's game against Aram Hakobian.
Oh, I see. Okay.
A very weird knight on the side of the board in that one. This is I just realized we have Gukesh's game. Because I was wondering where Arjun's game was. He is on board 3. And I think this one is with the knight on the side of the board, one that looks like it could become interesting. You have the knight desperate to enter on f4. It can't quite. Also, the move bishop h3 is a very common tactic. If you ever see the queen hitting the knight on f3 or vice versa on f6, taking that very likely played h6 or h3 pawn is often a very good tactic to know. It undermines the knight. In this case, the d pawn also needs support from the bishop, so I wouldn't say it's quite winning, but that's exactly where you should be looking, trying to make those ideas work.
Nice tactics. Rook e2, double the rooks, knight d5 in the air. That's what he's hoping for.
Yep. G4 is not possible because the knight would hang on f3.
Isolated pawn too as well. Nice to play against it. One person I did see that was really strong with playing with the ISO pawn is actually Arjun. I remember seeing some games in classical chess where he had the ISO pawn and he just understood. Obviously, you do need to understand how to play with and against an isolated pawn. But his understanding, I think, was one that I haven't seen so much at the highest level with ISO pawns. He understands. He just needs to play. It's up his alley. He's an aggressive player, madman, as Magnus likes to call him too as well. He knows how to use that ISO pawn because you have to play dynamically, less trades, sacrifices are welcomed, etc. So he's playing with the ISO pawn. So he's going to try to. I think this is going to be a very sharp game because he is going to have to attack.
And you never really want to play d4 because you allow knight e4. Meanwhile, the knight on h5 is also in a funny position because it can never make it to the f4 square. If the black knight does come to f4, immediately the position becomes very nice. But white also can't attack it. So it feels like both sides are almost going to run out of moves. Like if it was white's move in this position, start to wonder what would be played. Knight e5 maybe comes to mind, but you know, there is knight d4 there and the f2 square is a little bit tender. So I'm not sure that it's an easy position for both sides to find constructive moves here. Maybe you start to get tempted by crazy moves like g5.
Absolutely. Shoot, definitely like G5. G5, G4. Like, you know what? Just go for it, buddy. G4 is really strong. Take, bishop takes. At some point, obviously, you got to watch out for the double rooks on the E file.
Yep. Yeah, there's no bishop h3. That's what I mean. I'm starting to wonder, what do we play? Knight to d4 is an idea, but I'm not really looking to just trade everything off the board. For example, if I put the move knight d4 here, immediately I'm looking at knight takes, bishop takes, and okay, this knight on the side of the board, maybe a move like g4, or even something simple like bishop e5, but g4 you really start to get concerned about the knight, which cannot move to g3 or f4. Oh wow, rook f8 was played.
And then look at the best move here. Yo, what? That's crazy.
That's a crazy move. I think it's again about this piece, the knight on h5. We've said from the start, this is a strange piece because it is actually trapped. Like, it can't move anywhere. So what happens after rook e5, knight takes e5?
Rook takes e5, g6, queen h6, I believe. That is crazy. And then queen g7. And what happens on queen g7? Rook h5? No, that can't be right. Maybe that is. Rook e5, snap, snap. Okay, what about g5 instead of g6? Knight g5? This is incredible. I mean, wow. If this is played, this is going to get wild, boys and girls. Rook e5, and then does he play g6 or g5 after it takes?
Yeah, so for example, g6, if you take on h6, queen g7 looks important. Let's put the move on the board. It hasn't been played. I mean, you can see the live camera feed. So obviously taking his time here. I wonder if he's calculating it. You know, I'd like to say that he's looking at the right part of the board, but honestly, it's smack in the middle. So I don't think that's a very good read. But Canty, what do you think of this? Rook takes on e5, g6. If queen h6, I think after queen g7, we were feeling like there could be a move here of rook takes h5 and just queen takes. Like,
I mean, I just did a double rook sack, bro. Double exchange.
This is a wild position.
Wild line, and it's not that clear. My next move is bishop f4 to h6, but that's hard to, you sack both. You need to be sure, this is not.
Because I might even go slow here. Just bring the pieces. How you doing?
Yeah, this is tough. It's hard to do, but I mean, it makes sense. The pieces look really good for white.
And here's another move for you.
What do we have?
Rook takes h5 first.
Oh my goodness, and bishop e5. Takes. Bishop e5, queen e7, queen h6, f6. Am I surviving?
Must play f6.
Am I somehow surviving this?
I
thought about that. Knight
g5?
Knight g5. Watch him lift. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. In a classic,
I mean, this is just fun to calculate at this point.
Yeah, that's a strong one. That's strong. That is hard.
I don't even know what's going on.
Hard to defend against. My goodness.
Because if takes here, the mate is actually just queen g6. If takes here, well, of course, we want to play bishop h7, but where do we go next? After the king goes to h8, we need the meaningful discovered check, so it's going to be f5, and then we have bishop takes on e6, which will also win. So you can't really take either piece here, but there are moves like queen g7, but obviously we're getting so much material back that there's no way that's any good.
He's thinking of it. He's trying to calculate all of that out.
Yeah, you think he's got rook e5 dialed in?
So then now he's looking at, but if g5, okay, rook e5, take, g5. I guess you have to sack on g5, right? With the knight takes, rook takes. Oh, and then bishop e5. Sheesh. Oh my goodness, this is beautiful. Knight takes, pawn takes. Oh, it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Rook takes, knight g7. I thought bishop e5. Maybe queen f2 gives it back. Wow, incredible.
Queen f2 and then f6.
What? So how do you win?
Because you got to get a lot of things correct, right? Rook e5, the engine is screaming for, but look at all the variations we've calculated so far, and we're not even done yet. Rook takes e5, and g5, we don't even have an answer for. If it's not knight g5, and by the way, that queen f2 is very easy to miss.
Yeah.
If it's not that, I'm telling you, Canty, I think it's got to be h4, a slow approach.
h4. Slow approach
Because
there
what else
is
do we have?
incredibly difficult. Yeah, h4. Bishop d6, you just take on g5. Yeah, you're good. You're good. What did he go for? He went for something else, I think.
Just a regular move.
He's like, you know what, bro? I'm good. Bishop c7. I'm good, bro.
See, the
I'm
thing
good.
with bishop c7 is it almost feels like after rook d7, is the bishop going to go back?
He might just like he was, what they say, long think, wrong think. Not necessarily, because that man was probably thinking of rook e5 and some other stuff, but he just needed to put a move on the board. Like, bro, I have to do something. I'm down.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
down
true.
Time. I'm down some time.
Can you really fault Hakobian for not playing rook e5? That is a real tough move. We had to calculate and sack multiple pieces in multiple lines. There was g6, g5. Both moves needed an answer. That was insane stuff.
Very difficult. Can't blame him for it. And now he got a time edge, Arjun, that is.
Mm-hmm.
Can attack the bishop.
Arjun
That's
always
crazy.
plays
What a
some
game.
exciting games. And
Yeah.
whether or not it's him making the exciting moves, he always plays in a way where the game goes into very, I would say, intriguing territory. Like, that was a very interesting sacrifice right in the middle of the board that you don't always see in other positions. Shall we take a look at Magnus's game back on the top board? Obviously, there's been some changes, some developments in that one.
See what we got.
Queen to a4. Let's see here. Yeah, definitely looks like a position that black should be doing well in, but in terms of compensation, right? Because black is down a pawn. Yeah, d4. But down a pawn here, you're playing for the compensation, which is going to be the e-pawn on the open file. But most importantly, it's going to be this queen, the misplaced queen, maybe the tempi you can win against it, the king that's exposed on this diagonal. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, definitely not easy for white. I was just saying, the 94, maybe I guess he goes to rook e8. Because taking, I guess you could take twice. Or take 94, takes, everybody takes, and then what do we do? Rook e8 now? 96, kind of annoying. Interesting.
My feeling is that after 94, we might want to take potentially once. Like, let me put 94 on the board. I think we would want to maybe take and try perhaps 95. Like, I'm thinking if my queen gets to d5, that this could be pretty annoying, and at least this knight kind of controls a lot of squares I feel that queen could want to use.
That is nice, because I like queen d5 coming up. Might see an f3. We have moves, live moves on the board. 94 is on the board. Magnus
yeah,
just
that
made
makes
a move.
sense.
Show up in a minute. Takes. Here we go.
Let's see. So you liked rook e8 maybe initially, but here it's also quite nice as well. Simple chess, right? Bring the rook to the open file and also make a threat. Why not?
That is true, actually. In f3, you have. Can you play f5? That's kind of scary. No, f5 is too risky. Queen c4, knight. Queen c4, knight d6. Might be GG there. So rook e8, f3, and then what is the question? F3 is a really solidifying move because you can't really play f5. F3, knight b6, hit the queen, then go f5. Whoa.
Yeah, we're looking at rook e8, f3. You know, in these positions, I just want to play knight b6, knight d5, knight e3. And,
nice.
You know, the other good thing about a move like this is, yes, knight e3 is a move, but also c4 is a really dangerous move with that bishop loose. So, I mean, where does the queen go? Queen c6, for example. It's a combination of these two moves for me. Like, c4 is going to be really, really strong. And knight d5 as well. Honestly, if you have to do this, right, I'm just going to play knight e3 and c4. I feel like this is completely crashing through.
Rook e8 is on the board, by the way. He's going with a simple move that attacks the knight. F3 played as well. Again, f5 won't be played. Knight b6, so very likely.
Yeah, I expect knight b6 here because once you weaken that square on e3, black just wants to take the quickest journey there, and knight b6 is with tempo, and it also stops maybe the most desirable move, queen to c4, so I like knight b6 a lot.
Same. I like it, guys. Shane, what do you think?
Not to mention, if you play knight b6 and the queen moves somewhere else, maybe then you could play f5, because there's no... I don't see how that queen gets to this diagonal.
Magnus in the think tank, though. Knight b6, very likely. Probably something. I mean, he wants to step. There it is. Knight b6. Now the queen. Here's the magical question. Where does it go? Where does the queen go? And you highlighted this very awesome move with knight to d5 into e3, highlighting the dark square weaknesses. That is very possible. And also f5. I mean, it's a dual threat here. f5 is really strong with rook takes e2 being next if you're not careful. So, I mean, where do you go, actually? Like,
it's a great question.
Queen a5. Well, now f5 is really strong.
Yeah, so he wants knight d5 and the queen trade. And at least that position, I think maybe you could try to fight. But I agree. f5, knight takes c5. What are we even discussing here? Rook e2 has to be good. So you're winning a pawn there, but Magnus is saying, well, not only can I win that pawn, but queen on a5 now puts potentially knight c4 in a stronger place. And you still have the move f5 on top of all of that.
You played c4, though. c4. This is a move you pointed out to. Very strong. c3 is coming. Taking is like a nasty fork, but wait, it's not, because he trades queens. He's like, yeah, I don't care. Trade the queens.
Let me say we take. Let's say we take, right? Because this looks like the move. At least you do get to trade the queens, right? But then in comes perhaps knight e3, in between move. Then you take back with this rook so that you still attack the bishop. Only one move to defend everything, rook to b1. But I think there's a lot of problems with this position. Knight c2 looks like the most obvious, but there might even be worse than that. And James, I think this type of calculation is exactly what Magnus is honing in on right now.
Yeah, that's tough. And look at how bad the position is after, like, pawn takes, knight takes, queen trade, even rook e takes d8 was nice, because bishop c1, you have e3. Like, everything is it's just terrible. It's a very bad position. Magnus looking to be 4-0 today. Is there anyone else? I mean, of course, there is going to be some other 4-0s, but who is the question? Definitely going to be Magnus, as we see here. He's definitely cleaning up this position, being down a pawn, which doesn't even feel like it.
Yeah, there are a few. Want to point out that Grishuk against Kutham. I mean, I feel like I gotta give some respect here, because he's really he's really doing well, fighting back from that starting position. It's looking like after king f1, knight h2, Grishuk is a bit reluctant to hand over the g pawn, especially because there's knight g4 and rook takes f2 to follow. And so it is a draw by repetition.
Playing out of his mind.
That's what I'm saying. Incredible stuff. Remaining undefeated, 3.5 out of 4. Just couldn't have a better start to your event as a young 2400 rapid. That's the rapid rating, by the way, 2400 IM. Certainly expect that he's much either higher rated in classical or probably has those norms already on the way, right, James?
Absolutely. Of course, playing chess like this, he is well on his way to the upper echelons. Very, very good stuff by him. Congratulations on such a great start and finishing up before the last round. Only one round left of today, so we'll see how he plays.
I'm looking at Nepomniachtchi against Bu Zhangzi. Not only is it an advantage for Nepomniachtchi, but also a 7.5 minute time advantage. That's right in the middle of your screen on the bottom, right? 18 seconds for black against 7.5 minutes. You talk about a time advantage. This is what you mean.
Yeah, Nepo is known for playing quite quickly here. Also, he's calculating, there's a lot going on here. White obviously is better, but a4 is something to think about because a3 is a real threat. White would love to go knight f6, which is really strong with a nasty, well, it's not mate yet, but close. Knight f6, rook e8, rook g8, g4, g5, which is a cool mate. But
Yeah.
there's 96, so he might be going for it anyway. I see a move. What happened? He went knight b4 instead. I think knight f6.
Yeah, I'm wondering
96,
if he's
g4,
interested in rook e5. b6 would probably be the answer. And then maybe the knight could come back to d5.
Yes.
It feels like the other thing that happens is when your opponent's low on time, I think we're all guilty of this. You kind of stop playing your normal chess. You start playing in a way of like, okay, let me find the trickiest continuation. Like I can't simplify. Whatever the position is, it has to be one where it's not entirely obvious what the moves are.
Trying to flag them and it doesn't work, and then you start losing, and then you tilt, and then you start punching the air real hard, stuff like that.
Yeah, time ticking down. Need to see a move. He does play a3. It's captured. I suspect that Nepo will be able to pull out the win here. I wouldn't say it's a clear win just yet, but with the time factoring in as well, you have to like his chances, right?
Absolutely. I do like his chances because of the pawns pushing and things as like, g4, g5, king f6 in some cases, but the checks are quite scary, actually. I don't lie.
All right, I see sacrifices, so I'm taking us over to Jacobi and Ergaisi. Goodbye to that pawn up endgame. James can get excited again. We got tactics. I see what looked like it was just knight takes on h6 on the previous turn. And what on earth is the follow-up? Queen takes. I guess he's hoping for some kind of checkmate ideas. Queen takes looks reliable. Also rook takes to follow up. This looks pretty scary.
Like yeah, it does actually. Shoot, but queen takes. What did he do again? How did we get here? He got his rook on e5, but a little bit different. Maybe he went with rook e5. Apparently
yeah, he went with rook e5, I think probably in the wrong moment. And knight takes h6. It seems like he thought that he could play queen takes h6, so I just put knight g3 on the board in order to show the unfortunate reality. So he's going to play rook takes h5, but truthfully, I don't think there's anything here. Queen f4 could be okay. Queen f4 could be something after rook takes d6. But black is up a full rook there, so I don't think you can come back all the way from that. Yeah, let's see where he did play that rook e5 move. Yeah, his bishop c7 unfortunately just brought the bishop back to h2. And then it was a rook e5 move, but not the correct one. And
take.
What a wild game here.
Bishop takes apparently was not the right idea. G1, bishop h2. Oof. Yeah, Arjun's surviving here, but also having more time, which helped. Of course, now it's a more equal time thing going on. Under a minute for both. Gonna miss that rook.
Taking here, then rook takes d6, queen f4 is not quite the same because that rook will play a role. There's queen takes h3 and knight f3. So starting with queen f4 instead. Let's see what Arjun plays with 25 seconds and most certainly a better position here, James.
Happening on the board. And we have
rook takes
someone
d6.
behind him watching.
A brilliancy. The players don't know that, but the more you look at the position, they might be realizing it.
What's
the knight can actually participate in a potential checkmate attack as well.
Oh,
with
knight
knight
f3. That's
f3.
nasty.
Ooh,
That's a resignation. Boy, what a move. Nasty.
now that
There's
is
no
a
way out of that
move
one.
right there. Knight f3.
You just hit the
Just
button.
move
Just hit
that
the
bishop
button.
away.
Just hit the button. Everybody watching. Just get up out of there. Just get up out of there right now.
Oh, back-to-back brilliancies. What a way to end this game. I'm assuming you just cannot get out other than heavy material loss.
Bishop g6. Let's go queen h4. He just takes, so he takes with the pawn. Little check. Stick and move. Get out the way. Trade.
He's going to lose a piece to do this.
And bishop g2 and 91 is nasty. Played.
Very nice. Knight e7. Not on the board because it's check. And that will be game over. Down an entire rook in that final position. And going to collect every single pawn. What a game by Arjun. A sacrificial extravaganza at the end of that one. It could have been the other way around with that earlier rook e5, but truthfully, that was an incredibly tough move to find. So Arjun capitalizes, playing his style of chess, ultra aggressive, and it's paying off. Meanwhile, I was talking about how Nepo was probably going to get that win, and I just don't quite see that happening, as in that game, it's evened up again, and Bu Jiangzi has actually gained time on the clock here as well.
Ooh, wait, equal. And yeah, he's doing fine on the clock. Nepo trying to squeeze something out of this.
Yeah, with 96 coming, I don't even know if, I guess it is just equal, but you start to get even concerned about that.
Yeah, with some tricks. Maybe king d5, but 96 anyway, actually.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Could very well be. 96 looks like it's going to secure the result, right?
Rook g5 check. King. Where is he going? King f8.
I think king f8, you might try knight d7, knight e5, but there is always a knight e6 check to attack the rook. And of course, you can move this rook away to keep the knight protected. So maybe Nepo is not actually going to win this game. Magnus did beat David Anton pretty convincingly in the exact manner of tactics that we discussed the last time we were there. Yu Yangyi also with a draw. And MVL has won his game as well.
Very nice.
I wonder about the move knight e6.
Anyway, right?
Yeah, you could do it anyway. The problem is that maybe white plays king e3 and you have to deal with that position. So he's going to keep the knight on the board. Just depends what kind of player you are. If you're trying to get things simplified as much as possible, or it looks like in this case, he's making what might just be the smarter move to attack the f-pawn this way.
Yeah, Bupre, very incredible here. To be able to hold as it looked very scary. Very scary. Now king e3 anyway, maybe rook f5, I guess, too. f5 doesn't really do much. f5 would really lock my rook out of the game. That's something I'm looking to do. Also hanging a pawn maybe to 95.
Let's drop in with Gukesh, the world champion. He appears to be winning his game quite nicely here, but there's still work to be done. That a-pawn is menacing.
That is a menacing pawn on a2.
Yeah, you got to take that
where?
important decision. The knight can also drop back to f4 if you need to just defend this pawn and maybe make some more threats. But yeah, you got to eliminate that pawn. That seems like the most important thing in the position and go from there.
Maybe even king d6 to c5. Something similar. Where'd he go?
It's hard to put the king on the right
king
square.
f7. Even king f7. That makes sense. Make him think about it. Takes.
King looks like it hides nicely on h4. And if you start
Man, it
moving
looks
that
scary.
knight, well, you can't even move to e5. You're running into potential rook a7.
That looks like a scary move with the king on h4 there, but you can't get to it.
We know there's probably going to be a check here because it will just force the king back.
Looking for a draw. Both playing on seconds here. 10-second increment. Check. There it is. King f7. Quick move.
Rook a7. I'm assuming the king is just going to go back for now.
Exactly.
Right.
So it was strange. Oh, maybe move the knight around f4. Try to play that way. I mean, that's probably the only way. I saw this little weird funky check. This is a funky check, bro. Knight h8 check.
That is a really good move, actually, because if the king goes to g8, then you've got this. And I think king here, you have rook e6 check, maybe if you want as well. Could be useful. But what's he going to do? Sometimes you just throw that move in to confuse your opponent.
Just to get some time. I need some time on the clock. I need something to do. Gain a little bit of time. Knight f4. Bar drastically goes down, but that's okay. We are still fighting for more. I got this extra pawn. Pawns on the same side. Got to be careful of my king on h4, but I guess you really can't get to it. It's like no weird checks.
So in the previous position, even though we're in a time scramble here, I have to go back because I think rook a8 had some weird checkmate idea, and it almost puts you in a weird kind of zugzwang with this pin from behind with rook d8. So
oh my goodness.
There could have been something there, especially because, if you're shuffling and you play this, unfortunately there's rook d7, which will win the game due to knight e5. So that was a game-winning zugzwang to kind of place black in there, but knight f4 was played instead, and this position is good, but I don't believe that it's winning immediately like the other one was.
How is it? No, that's crazy because it seems like what? I'm just going knight c5. Oh yes, king e8. Wait, no, you can't. How is this? How is he not immediately?
g5 is a move here.
Wow,
Gukesh is kind of shaking his head.
I think because he played it. G5.
Yeah, g5 is a real move. What a funny sequence here.
Oh my goodness, incredible.
He has to sack his knight, and while you will not be losing here as white, I don't think he planned for this. Knight against 3 pawns. What's happening here?
Yeah, black is still easy to lose this with pushing the h-pawn. Have to untangle still. There's sacrifices of the rook in certain cases. 3 pawns are very strong here. You definitely want to have those 3 pawns.
I think we're all looking at this position thinking, okay, I would definitely lose as black here.
Yeah, with those pawns there, one wrong move. I'm sacrificing my rook and pushing everything through. That's a good move. We're being able to get the knight to f8 to try to defend. Feels very passive.
Yeah, we might see a repetition at least of a couple moves. Black can play knight f8 after this rook check, but it does make sense to bring the king up. I think we'll just repeat. Black is always going to repeat here because the knight can never win the game. The pawns can win. Most likely it's a draw, but the knight can never really win. So a draw really at any time. And the move that's also threatened is knight e5. Knight e5, which is why Gukesh just played rook to a5 in order to stop knight e5, which would have picked up the g-pawn by force.
Knight f8 kind of gets everything out of the way at some point. But he does go rook. Does he go rook e4? Okay, rook's on the e file, pushing the pawn through. I was trying to get a rook knight e5 again. He's like, yeah, whatever you do, I want knight e5.
It's a great idea.
Oh, nice little shake and bake there. King h5, knight f6, king g6 with mate ideas on the back right.
Like he was counting on that. Now, you can do this and take both pawns But then
Don't
you
kill
start
it.
to wonder if that position actually a draw or not. Instead, he checks, he goes back, he has knight f8. The g pawn's hanging with check. If
Okay,
g5,
check knight
not only do you
f8.
have, yeah, look at that. G5 knight here, and if you go to h6, you could get mated, but you can drop to h5 there, James.
That's hilarious. Whoa.
There's
Gukesh
still a lot to
hesitated.
play for here.
Okay, king f7, and say I'm getting out somehow.
Definitely king f7. King h7 can't be played, and king g7 will walk into some sort of check. Tough position, because if you play h5, you know what move is coming at all times. So king f7 makes the most sense. Knight h7 is a pretty big threat here. How do you make progress?
I figured h5, there it is. He's finally able to push that pawn a little bit. Knight h7, king h6.
I agree. That looks good.
Easy to make mistakes. 10
So the
seconds
question
left.
is, what is white going to do? Probably push one of these pawns, because if you move the king, you always drop the g pawn. Knight h7, king h6 on the board. If you move that knight, g5 is next.
g5 is next. He ends up taking one of the pawns.
So he's stacking the knight here. Getting a brilliancy for this move.
Apparently this is losing.
I don't know that this is going to work, though.
And maybe just rook g5, come back. King is cut off. Rook g5, king g6 push. Or maybe not king g6. Rook g5, king h7 push.
I feel like this is actually a draw.
Oh my goodness.
Understanding?
Correct. King f7. So what was he supposed to do there? He played exactly that too, but how are you supposed to win that? King
Yeah,
g6?
apparently
rook f5.
the rook moving over to actually give up this pawn. But that doesn't make
any sense at all.
That's pretty hard to imagine. This, though, I have to say, even Gukesh, both players probably do know this, because even I'm familiar with this being a theoretical draw. These split pawns, especially when you have the king in front, these split pawns are actually a draw even when they're way further back. So I actually think that this endgame is reasonably well known by both players here. So I was a little bit surprised to see Gukesh go right into it, but it's hard to imagine that the best move is not defending that pawn.
That was tough, actually. It's a very hard game to study. He had to move the rook always to the other side of the board. Let him take the pawn.
Yeah,
how do you
that I don't know. The fact that position could be winning is a whole different equation. Yeah. But knowing that this is drawn, I think this one is actually. I mean, you keep saying Dvoretsky's, but I think it's literally in there.
Somewhere in Dvoretsky in one of those rooking game chapters, they have a lot of them. He's trying, still pushing as anyone shoot. H4.
That blue arrow is so important. It means if you don't play that move, you lose.
Here we go. Moment of truth. Will he play it? It's a pretty easy move to play.
Yeah, h6, h7 is really tough.
Head shake. Whoa, what's the head shake for? Oh, he didn't do it. What was the head shake for, man? He shook his head. What was he scared of?
Rook to a4. The eval bar is going to skyrocket here.
He shook his head. I don't know what he saw a ghost. It's likely it happens in you a long time, but he saw
So the reason that this is so meaningful is white just plays without the h-pawn. It's like the h-pawn doesn't exist.
Wow.
King g7.
King g7, move the rook, and the king is all outside the box in the way. It's just shouldered out, pushed out. No way he's going to be able to help in anything. You can even go rook g7.
And now, for example, if white would play the move king to g7, it would probably still be winning, but this check might be annoying. So that's why we see the rook slide over. And at this point, if you bring the king in, the pawn goes all the way. There's really nothing else to do. And that will be a handshake. And Gukesh, water from stone. Alain Pichot cannot believe it. He's disappointed with that result. He had the knight against the 3 pawns. It could have been drawn so many different ways. But Gukesh, world champion for a reason, right?
And he got it done. He got it done here. Absolutely pushing, being tenacious, being confident in his game. And, of course, the time pressure, too, as well, had a part to it. I think he was talking about somehow there's a draw here and just mentioning what could have been played as players do here. Wow. That is incredible. Gukesh with a win. Very nice. He moves on. A lot of other players moving on too as well. A lot of players with a 4 too as well. 4 out of 4. Let's take a look at some of these pairings. What happened today? Magnus Carlsen with another dub. It's 4 out of 4. I think Arden is too. Right there beating Aram.
Ooh.
And
is that a pairing?
Like
Pairings league?
That is a pairing. Arjun versus Magnus in the final round of the day. That is possible. Let's see what else. We got half points all the way down from the rest of that. Jan Nepomniachtchi definitely was mad about that game. Could have had a win, but was not able to clinch. MVL sitting there at these are all 3.5s now. So looking good. 3.5s MVL. Sindarov, Gukesh now. Nice win there. Kiri. And then we have the rest of these players at 3, some 3.5s there now with these big wins. A lot of leapfrogging in the standings here, but there's only, I think, 2 out of 4. There it is. Arjun and Magnus in round 5. You guys better be here for that one. This is the open section. Here is the standings for that one. That's incredible so far. Amon 3 is all the way down on the other side of the board here, down to 24th with Ray Robson having 3 as well. Wow. Moving on to the women's pairings and what happened in this round here. Don't know what happened in the Bishali game there.
I've been talking about Zhu Jin'er. Another win here. I've been mentioning that name every single round and continuing to rise to the top of the table as Goryachkina, definitely one of the favorites in the entire event going in, maintains her position at the top of the table. Harika as well. And you can just see Zhu Wenjun making that comeback. Tan Zhongyi as well. Those are 2 names you absolutely will see near the very top of the standings. And Polina Shuvalova also putting some wins together, putting some results. And with 3 points there, Polina also gaining some ground. You can see after round 4, there's only 1 leader, and it is Zhu Jin'er at the top, 4 points above everyone else right now. And look how far Zhu Wenjun has to climb. At the moment, not even on our screen, although I believe has a couple draws and a couple wins, so probably 3 points just on the next page, and there she is.
Yeah, with 3 points is still in the game. Obviously, we have so many rounds left here, but off to a hot start. Sometimes even you see it flip-flop where people on the first half of the page, halfway through the tournament, which is a long tournament, they actually end up on the second, third pages, and sometimes not even there. Where did they go? Type of thing. So hot start doesn't mean that you are just going to steamroll through it, but it does help catapult you and give you some confidence and etc. right here. So it's been awesome, guys. This is round 4 of the FIDE World Rapid Championships. We got some more chess coming up. We're going to take ourselves a short break and come back with the final round of today in the World Rapid Chess Championship. We'll see you in a minute.
Okay. I'm a trendsetter. Ay, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'ma go ride this beat, look proudly. Okay, it ain't no problem. See, I can mold this thing like pottery. Better bet it, I'ma bet on myself. And for the top, and I don't need your help. We set the tempo, we run this thing as simple. Let's go. Boy, I'm locked in. Know your place, I'm top 10. And all my haters watching, so you know I keep on clocking. Let's go. Time, my whole style of go. Mine, take my place, I hold mine. Run up, then it's go time. It's show time. Whoa. Yeah, they know I'm the one that set the trends, dog. Tell them tenfold, I'm gonna change the tempo. Okay, tell them I can't play it safe. Got more wins on the way. Gotta show them how to do it. Man, my team making plays. Okay, your team better play off. Sleeping on me, wake up. Too easy just to lay off. Okay, tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Just counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Players trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Shot it going never sad, got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, and I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top. This a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Just counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Players trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look. Hit it stirred. I can't play it safe. Yeah, out the way. Yeah, yeah.
VVS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got VVS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got
And we are back with the final round of the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championships. Final round today, guys. Not just final round. Like, oh, it just started. No, we still got more days left. So I'm FIDE Master James Cantor here, joined by Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Hey, Amon, let's take a look at the pairings for the final round of today.
Yeah, that's right. It's round 5, and it's an important round for the players. Magnus on board 1 against Arjun. We talked about that going into the break. This was a guaranteed pairing, and it should be very, very exciting. I will say there's an outside possibility that both players are happy with a draw. Just gonna put that out there, but I'm expecting a good game there. We have Gukesh on board 5, Gutham Krishna against Giri, who, by the way, Giri has moved up in the standings as well. We're getting him on some top boards, and MVL Grishuk, you know, the slightly older generation board 2 matchup. That is going to be a lot of fun to watch. Grishuk's time trouble, MVL's attacking chess. Moving on to the second page here, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Daniel Darda on board 8. We finally see some American players surging to the top of the standings as they're looking to end day 1 on a good note. Dominguez, of course, we have Wesley, Fabi, Ray Robson, and the all-Indian matchup, Chanda Senipan against Pragnananda, Jospin, Bortnik. So some familiar names here as day 1 is about to come to a close. But James, this is only for the open section because the women's section has wrapped up for today. So we're full focus on the open right now for this final round.
And of course, full focus will be also on board number 1 with Arjun versus Magnus there. So that's going to be 4 versus 4, or at least they both have 4 points. The only 2 with 4 here. Magnus is going to look to pull away, and Arjun's going to look to stop that. So excited to watch those matchups there. But then again, you know, people there right behind with 3.5s, you know, so taking a quick draw there from Magnus and Arjun could really hurt them, especially with people with the 3.5 winning their games, puts it at 4.5. Yeah, okay, cool. You know, I'm not, you know, too mad about that if I am Arjun and Magnus having 4.5, but there will be a tie at the top of there. So this game is very crucial here, and Arjun with black is going to look to do something.
Yeah, Magnus with the white pieces, I think, is definitely going to be motivated to play here. It would be really significant for either one of these players to end the day a perfect 5 out of 5. Arjun definitely does play in a certain style that I do think it means, you know, he plays in a riskier way. What looks exciting to us, James, as commentators and fans, also presents maybe more winning chances for Arjun than usual, but also more losing chances. So we'll see if he goes for something really solid against Magnus with the black pieces, knowing that a draw is such a great result to end the day, or if he decides that, well, you know what, let's make a real exciting game out of this and see what happens.
And that's really what it's about, is seeing what happens here. Just play what you can, not really try to play Magnus, try to play the board as best as you can here, and use your time to the best of your ability. The Arjun's doing well, having 4 out of 4 here. Playing Magnus, earned the right to do it, but people are right behind him, itching to take his spot there, or to actually pass him, surpass him in the standings. So anything can happen, as we have seen in many of these Rapid Chess Championships. There's just so many things that can happen. Players that you didn't think of, players that you were rooting for are further in the standings, or players you never heard of are at the top of the standings. So it's all about now, all about the nerves, and this is the last round of the day, round 5. So see what happens.
I see on our screen Yu Yang Yi is against Eldar Orozbayev, who I believe is from Kyrgyzstan, and haven't seen any of his games before. But again, as we've been talking about, James, see younger and younger players continuing to make a splash on the biggest stage of all, the World Rapid and Blitz Championships.
And looking to play their best too as well against all the greats here. A lot of people are, you know, just more motivated, especially if it's your first time there. You want to really prove yourself. You want to play well, and a lot of jitters and nerves too that you can see from players, because they're on the big stage. They are with the big dogs, and sitting and trying to make their mark. So congratulations.
Yeah, Artemiev is playing Mamedov. That's right. Mamedov was there on your screen, and Artemiev hasn't quite sat down yet, but you really are getting used to a few names always at the top here, and Artemiev is one of them. There's one name that we haven't quite seen at the very, very top of the standings, James, and that's Volodar Murzin.
He won last year. He was the guy. They're like, who is that? Who is?
That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering.
Where is
he might not be having a terrible tournament, because in this event you could be 50%, even +1, and you're still not on the top boards. I'm being told, James, he's a 1?
1 out of 4, the reigning champ.
Oh my goodness, that's tough. I mean, that's the former winner, right? That's a big hit early on. 1 out of 4, and nowhere near, quite frankly, the top of the table. Shout out Leonard, the photographer there in the back. He's been doing that for quite a while.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We're all waiting for Magnus.
Where is Magnus? Start his clock. Start his clock. We need every advantage we can get. Grishik in the back posture. I'm like, I always think about my chiropractor. Every time I see Grishik, I'm like, dang. He just always sits with the worst back posture ever. All the time. And I think that's part of his game plan. I think that's exactly. He wants you to be focused on his back posture and his how slow he moves, and then he gets in time trouble. Then he becomes an absolute beast, even stronger than what he is.
And it feels like it's contrasted by MVL's fairly good posture on the other side of the board. I mean, I don't think as chess players we're the best sample size of the population for back posture, but this is a stark difference here.
Yeah, MVL sitting up, nice posture there. All right, Arjun waiting.
I'm waiting to see another board where there's another player missing. Because is it just Magnus? Surely not.
That's crazy. Are they all waiting for him? Wait a second. Hold on.
Everybody
Are they all waiting for him?
is at the board.
Nah, bro. Nah. Y'all better start that man clock, man. Start his clock right now.
Oh, man. The production said, let me get the big camera here.
He start his clock. Arjun like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll wait to see when.
Where is he?
When Magnus shows up. There's definitely no penalty. There's no penalty to being late other than the obvious, which means when the round starts, your clock starts, and there's Magnus Carlsen.
There he is. Okay, he's there late. Yeah, when he does that, he's always, that's like an extra 100 ELA. Arjun is in some trouble. He showed up late too. The famous, everybody wait for Magnus. Yeah.
And he's going to adjust every one of those pieces before he makes a move. It's important. Psych. He has his routines.
It's the psych, boys and girls. Knight f3, knight f6, normal stuff.
Yeah, knight f3 by Magnus. He just faced this move, so he himself is using it now. I'm not sure if he's going to be playing b3, which David Anton played against him. No, it looks like c4 was played. One thing that knight f3 does against, I guess the e5 move is if you play the English, you want to play c4. The main move against the English is e5. But if you play knight f3, you stop e5. And if black doesn't take the center, all of a sudden c4 is a bit more desirable.
And of course, knight f3, c4, knight f6, e6. It could transpose to so many things. What is going on board two? Bro, what? How is it already? This is weird. Pawn on f5. Look, triple pawns. Wait, 4 pawns on the f file?
Theory?
Theory? What kind of theory is this?
It must.
What book is this?
It has to be, no?
Oh, this is crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't even know where they even got this.
Hey, I didn't say I knew anything about it. Don't get me wrong, but that's got to be some theory.
Got to be some theory there. 4 pawns over there. That is a crazy game.
Yeah, e5, knight f5, and then d5, trying to destabilize the knight. And knight to b1, because knight d5 was not playable, would lose a piece. And black takes and goes queen d5 anyway. I guess if white manages to control e4, that's a big deal. Like if white plays knight d2, bishop d3, knight e4, I think white's completely winning. But the whole point of this opening, I'm assuming, is that that is not possible.
Yeah, that's incredible. And they did maybe do something like bishop e2 here because queen g2 and bishop f3. You also have knight c3, which is like a weird move that can be played.
Yep.
The fact that the queen is...
The queen can slide back to c6 and at least stop knight e4 if that was the idea. And yeah, I like the move bishop e2, but again, after bishop f3, there could be a plan to play maybe e4. So I don't know, bishop e7, knight c6, and you're just trying to make sure you always have e4 and you never let white just walk in and take full control with bishop d3, knight e4.
I don't see anything else to send her off game. Got a pawn on a6. Crazy, out of the opening.
Yep, I'm not seeing... basically, now that the players are thinking, specifically Grishuk, it tells me there probably was theory, but then, you know, this is the moment where it's important to think. Maxime, maybe knight c5 makes more sense. I believe it's really a fight about this e4 square. Looking at this position, I have to say, I kind of like white's prospects because it feels like if I do control e4, then immediately I know I have a nice position. But they're both playing this position for a reason, so I imagine it's completely fine here. So let's keep moving around. We have a few other games that are in progress here. Artemiev against Mamedov, just going down to board 3. It says Stephenson, but I don't... Actually, I believe that Stephenson-Mamedov is just not the correct game. Because Mamedov is playing Artemiev, and it looks like it's actually a London system. So similar structure, but not the same game there.
Oh, yeah. Similar structure, though. Okay, I'm just looking around. Okay, pawn a6. Gukesh. Maybe Sicilian there.
Pawn on a6 is always something to look at. Bottom left of your screen, Sindarov. It reminds me of the Grishuk game that we looked at where he pushed his h-pawn all the way up the board to h6 successfully.
Yeah, I think the most interesting game, well, two of them obviously is the Carlsen game and board 2 there with Grishuk and MVL, who is making a move right now. And that move is, like it was a bishop move.
Yeah, we can jump to a game here. I just jumped to Artemiev against Mamedov. Artemiev's been really solid, just always on the top boards. He's not playing your Jobava London, but he is playing a different version
He's playing
of
your
the London
London
system
He's
here.
playing your London. Is this in your London course coming out on Chessable?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This exact position.
Nice.
So there you go.
Awesome. What chapter is this, Simon? What chapter?
Well, you know, depends if you have the full version, you know, depends if you want to start with
video.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I got it. Cool.
No, don't worry. We covered this early because I think this is important. This is stuff that you see a lot, and you know, you got to get that stuff out of the way early. Important to study the things in chess that you're going to see a lot, right?
Yeah, very important. Very important.
H3.
What is the move here?
Queen
B3. Yeah, Queen B3. It's sort of Karakan-ish.
Yeah, from
exchange.
I'm not sensing that Artemiev is trying to achieve too much from the opening. It looks like bishop d3 is more for an idea that he's probably going to either play h3 or play something like queen e1 or rook e1 or queen e2, queen e3. The idea being we want to play knight e5, but we can't because we're pinned. So I assume that he's going to play a position where it's like black will trade on f3, and he'll have the bishop, basically. I don't think it's anything too special, but the London is just about being solid. And again, I think Artemiev has a certain style. He doesn't like to take too many risks, I feel. So we're seeing that yet again here.
Yeah, he plays a lot of knight f3, b3 stuff, or ready, very quiet positions, and then when tactics arise, he's ready to go, pretty sharp. So same here.
Yeah,
Rook
look
to
for this
e1. I
queen
like
to
the
move
resistance from queen
out of
e2,
the pin,
e3.
right? Because like queen e2, queen e3,
Mhm.
queen b1 also has an idea of knight e5. All of these moves just to move this knight. h3 could be played, but it might not be necessary. Maybe just moving the queen directly is stronger, because black's also pretty happy to go back bishop h5 and bishop g6 as well.
Trading plays on. Very normal. Very normal play. I do see. Oh, at rook e8. Yeah, h3. I remember this stuff from Carol Con Exchange. I played a lot of that. A lot of that. So now e5 I don't really like as much. I mean, obviously you get the isolated pawn on d5. I am a fan of h3, g4 takes and put the knight on e5. Push everything there. But obviously it's sometimes a little bit too aggressive. And yeah, I don't have the dark square bishop anymore as white.
Yeah,
So
it's not usually an achievement for black, but with the pin, it can be more dangerous, which is why I am expecting probably not queen e2 anymore, but queen b1, and queen c2 is also decent, but you don't really want to end up on the c file. So queen b1, h3, those would be my suggestions. You can also play something like a4, but I do think that e5 is enough of a threat that I'd probably respect it and bring this queen over.
See, we have our results as well with Darda and Nepomniachtchi. That one was quick too. Another quick draw.
Let me guess. Was it a draw?
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very fast. Very quick draw. Yeah, it was just fast. Like a fast draw there. Nepomniachtchi offered.
Well, let's have a look at a game that does not look that drawish. Magnus against Arjun. Pretty imbalanced, all things considered, early on to start this game. Board one. We saw it here. It was going to be, it transposed back to a d4, d5, very typical structure. But here we got the doubled pawns on the c file. It's dealer's choice which pawn you actually want to capture here as black. And Arjun played queen takes c3, which is definitely the more ambitious looking move in my opinion. Rook c1, and white sort of wants to get castled here. Queen c2, bishop d3. But this c-pawn is looking pretty weak. So rook c1, queen c2 in order to protect it would be what I'm thinking of. And remember, if you play queen a5 back after rook to c1, there is knight e4 in the position. So I'm not sure that we have time to defend this pawn. What do you think of rook to c1? I'll just put this on the board. Queen a5 and this position, because, you know, if we want to defend that pawn, we also have to deal with knight e4. I'm not too sure what you do. Bishop d3, then you can take with tempo.
You might have to take on f6 first, then bishop d3, but then you give up the bishop pair. So, yeah, this is actually a very fun line too. I had a lot of good success with this from the black side, which is sort of an overlooked or underlooked, basically underrated variation of the Queen's Gambit Decline with knight b to d7, bishop b4, c5, and queen a5. It's really strong. And it's fun. It's fun to play. Like OTB, I've lost like no games with this, but it's something I figured out that the Indians play. Actually, a lot of them play this. Prague, Gukesh has some games in this line too as well. I think it's something in the Indian camp where they play this variation a lot, and for him to bring it out against Magnus says a lot. Actually, in fact, it's a very nice variation called the Manhattan variation of the Queen's Gambit Decline. Sort of underrated and overlooked, actually. So
it's
so
really
far, so
interesting. It's really interesting to hear you say. And you're correct. And I've noticed it as well, because I even brought it up that the Chinese players really play and study the Petrov together. Now you're mentioning this line, and it makes me think, Canadians don't really have a thing that they study together. We don't have a thing that we're known
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what about the Americans? Is there an opening? Oh yeah, all the American players they study. No, it's a different
No.
culture in North
Yeah,
America.
different culture. Yep, and nothing at all.
We don't work together.
We don't work together at all, guys. Yeah, 100%. I think we need to work together here, guys. Let's come together in the chat here if you're from the U.S. Let's come together in the chat. Let's bring it in. We need to work together, guys. We need to work together. You said the bone cloud there in chat. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, we all play that. Yeah, we need to be better though.
That's what we've got bringing to the table here. Bishop takes. I wouldn't say it forces knight d7, but certainly looks like the move that should be played. And then perhaps rook c1. And I imagine you could hang the c pawn temporarily, because if you castle and black does not castle, that looks a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, of course. As bishop takes, king takes is outrageous, but possible. Knight takes is good, and I mean, worst, not the worst is over. You are facing, Magnus in an endgame, but yeah, you're on a good side of an endgame, I believe. As we grabbed a pawn, right? 3-6, 3. Well, we did. He got it back though. 3-6, 3-6.
Very equal here.
Very equal.
I mean, I think you have to take this. I can't really imagine
going back
anything different.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop takes, knight takes d7. I want to castle there. I don't really know the validity of that move after knight takes d5. It is a pawn. But this is the move I want to play.
Yeah, castle, knight, c5. It is just a pawn. Maybe go c6. Take, but a2 falls. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Arjun played an incredible game here. Very equal, where these pawns are bad on c5 and a2. These are ugly pawns. Also pinned.
That's right. The d pawn is weak as well, but it's I agree. It's hard to target d5, and meanwhile the other two pawns are hanging at the moment.
Yeah, they're both hanging here. Maybe a queen c2, but that's an obvious rook c8 there. Yeah, you can't. I want to get knight b3 in, but you can't. You gotta get your king out of the center.
I think we castle and play knight b3. To me, that's like a pretty equal position. I just can't imagine that black can do anything except castle. Like, even if you play b6, okay, we have, rook d1 coming in. Like, it just feels like I will win the d pawn guaranteed here.
Yeah, I'm gonna win something back, and then first draw. But no, of course, Magnus got a long way. This is a long way away from a draw, especially with Magnus playing. We can play this forever, and he does.
You say that, but he's under 7 minutes. Arjun has played everything immediately. After knight takes c5, I do not see a better move than knight b3. So I'm not sure that Magnus really has a way to do more than a draw. And I had to put it out there. Unfortunately, it felt very likely. These are two very exciting players to watch. They're both on 4 out of 4. And this is the last game of the day. I actually really expected that we might see a peaceful result. And it's really trending that way at the moment.
Knight b3 on the board. Trade those boys out, as you mentioned. b7, little light. If he tries to defend it, b6, rook d1, rook d8, maybe rook d4. Castles, double of rooks. He's getting that pawn back.
Something's got to give, the d pawn or the b pawn, because black is not castled just yet. b6, it's unclear to me which pawn I would rather lose here. Both b6 and short castle make sense. Castling, queen takes b7, queen takes a2, feels pretty good. And after rook a1, I mean, most likely we're just dropping a7, and it's quite equal there.
All right, let's put some predictions in chat. Chat, what do you think is going to happen? Win? Somebody win? Or is it a draw? What do you think, chat? I'll say draw.
I'm on with the chat. I'm going draw here.
I'm on draw. Chat, what you think? What you thinking, chat? Draw to Louisa. Draw.
All right, I'm gonna leave. This fight. I'm gonna leave the game here. Gotta trust that this is most likely a draw. And what about some of these other games? Let's check out Gukesh against Sina Movahed. Knight d2 was just played. I suppose knight c4 coming. This optically looks really, really nice because I see this pawn getting to b4, and I'm loving the position for Gukesh. In fact, I want to put the pawn on b4 just so that I can do this and say, wow, you know, what a great set of pawns that Gukesh has on the board here.
Yeah, restricted a night. What a night, boys and girls. It's going to be a long night for the night. So, b4 on the board there. Yikes. That night is gross. I mean, like, what a domination of the night. You don't even have a route. Like, you just sometimes you pick, I like to use this thing called drag and drop method when I'm teaching students. Is like, pick up the piece and put it. Where do you want to put this knight? You don't even have a place to put it. Like,
yeah.
Where do you
let me see if I can. No, actually, I'm good right here.
Yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm gonna chill right here, though. I'm gonna chill. Yeah, it's really
Whereas,
bad.
do that for white, Canty. If we did that same thing with white's knights, I mean, the b6 one might already be there, but what about the one on d2?
We can go to f5. We can go to d5. We can reroute knight f1, knight e3. With the right moment, obviously. But
exactly,
e4 could be hanging. But nice squares for the knight. Nice.
Makes a difference. The bishop on f8 also does not exist.
There's that's no a bishop.
G6, bishop g7. There's no d5. The bishop on c6 is a decent piece, but it's also, not doing the most from c6. It's putting pressure on e4, so I gotta say it might be one of Black's best minor pieces, but that's not saying much. This is a huge advantage for Gukesh.
Yeah, a huge positional advantage where not a lot of tactics. Bobby. Bobby says tactics flow from a superior position. I did like this f5 move. I think he needed to do something now, not just sit around and wait. F5 seems like the move to do it. It does break or at least hit the pawn, make him do something. Then we get some trades, maybe with the light square bishops. A6 seems to be falling, but it looks like Black gets some counterplay. Queen takes, bishop c6 takes, queen a6. It's very risky, I think, but maybe it is doable.
Yeah, the blue arrow makes this statement very obvious, but taking does look like the only move here. There's no way I want to allow Black to play pawn to f4. And taking also does let me access these two light squares in the middle, like e4 and d5, probably for my pieces. And I think I still want to play something like knight c4, knight e3. Like I want to control those squares, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he wants to get his pawn rolling in the center too, as well as pawns. Play something like d5 and d4, break up that pawn structure, activate his bishop on f8. I like the move. He's just looking for chances. F5.
Yep, this is the correct sequence here. Looking at some of the other games, maybe we can go to our bird's eye view, and the chat will get to see that the Magnus Carlsen game has actually gone the exact variation that we last mentioned when we were there, where all of the pawns would get traded on the queen side. With rook a1, rook takes a7, and that's exactly where we are right now. And almost as predicted, it looks very drawish. Now, the smallest of margins has to be handed over to Magnus just because of the isolated pawn on d5, but truly, this is just equal.
Just super equal here. Boys can go get an early lunch, call it a day. Or actually, what time is it there? It's like 7 hours, so maybe early dinner. Early dinner over there for those boys. Maybe late dinner. It's actually 7. But get dinner. That's the thing. Get some dinner. Get rest for tomorrow. Whoa.
I'm on the MVL game here against Grishuk. This looked like the most exciting one earlier. And James, it looks like your move was used, or at least the theme of sacking the g-pawn with bishop d3 just in order to get developed, because I don't really know how you develop otherwise. Bishop e4, queen g5. And it seems to have worked out pretty nicely here. Queen g2, king e7, and there's rook g8. Both d2 and e4 are attacked here. This is a nice position.
This is also difficult for white to create something. You had to go like bishop d5, because idea is obviously the bishop is about to be hanging in some cases because rook g8 is coming. So then I want to reroute my queen when rook g8 happens. and then end up playing bishop a2 and queen c4. It's a long route. Or something like knight c4, knight b6, knight b5. Like, see, something went wrong, right? Something's off. A lot of rerouting here. Bishop
I
b5,
agree.
a2, knight c4, knight b6. Like, it's crazy.
If those are the variations you're considering, something's wrong.
Something's off. Rook e1, rook g8, move the queen.
Yeah, rook g8, you have to expect here. Any queen trade, I feel, would really... I mean, white's already declined a queen trade by moving back after queen to f4, so I cannot imagine queen f3 being played. Queen f1 probably looks the best, but queen h3, I could see a case for that as well, maybe sliding laterally over to the queen side.
Yeah. Yeah, that is 1-2. Queen h3, queen f1, queen where? He's about to figure it out. Grisha getting lower on time. He is getting stronger, guys. He gets stronger as the time gets lower. Wait till you get to a minute and a half.
Exactly. However, you know, as the time gets lower, no matter who you're playing, you have to like your chances more and more, especially with opposite bishops on the board. You want to have as many possible win conditions, the time, you know, in this position, an extra pawn as well. So MVL is just collecting them, and I think they're all going to help.
Grisha thinking, spending a lot of time. This is the usual. Classic.
I'm going to check out Anish Giri's game on board 6 as he's playing against Gautam Krishna and just trying to see how Gautam concludes the day. Because, you know, I think you probably know, James, you've had some tournaments where you're just overperforming. You know, you're on GM norm pace, but it's tough. You got to keep it going the whole tournament. If you peter out near the end, it just turns into an average result and you end up back where you started. So it's so tough to really keep that level the entire time. Let's see if Gautam can do it today.
And it seems as he's doing so, he's playing all the strong players, and I think he has one draw. Is that where he's at? 3.5. Yeah, I mean, playing out of his mind here, but he is keeping it up. He's not losing. Nothing bad with his position. Obviously, maybe some dark square weaknesses and a bad light square bishop on e2. I think black is doing well. Some type of maybe, I don't know, accelerated dragon. Where it seems like e4 c4. This could come from many positions, maybe even a English or something too. But black is doing well. He got rid of that dark square bishop and using the dark squares like f4 and g3. I definitely prefer black here, but white's doing fine. It is equal.
Yeah, the bishop on b7 is quite bad. And although black has control of the open file, there's not really that much you can do. Queen a4 also doesn't really lead anywhere. But perhaps knight f4, queen a4, there could be an entry on d1. And you could follow up with like g5, h5, h4. If you can start to really clamp down these dark squares, that will favor black. And so maybe white is trying to make moves that allow you some control.
That actually reminded me too, as you said g5, I immediately saw the dark square that we could go the other way. Of course, it does get up to a file, but I mean, it's a lot going on. Queen f8 at some point, swinging around to g7 and h6. Weird maneuver, but played a lot, especially in the openings where there is a bind in the center on e4 and c4. You bring your queen around to f8 in hopes of trading the bishops some way and then moving your queen over to g7 or h6 to that side of the board via the f8 square.
I like it. Yeah, that's some ideas on the dark squares here for Giri and king f2 played. I really like this move. I think you want to claim some dark squares. If knight f4, most likely bishop f1. It guards h3, and then you can play g3 later to kick the knight out. So makes sense. Without a dark square bishop, you have to do something that lays claim to the dark squares here.
And he wants to do something about his pieces too. Yeah, very strong from both sides here. Solid position. Definitely a fan of the queen f8 square again. He's trying to be active. Bishop on b7, pretty gross though. He would like to do something like f5, but even then, he's not opening up that bishop yet.
Well, since we're checking out some of the overperformers, let's go to board 7. Just the very next board. We have Orazbayev with the black pieces, and although everything has been liquidated, it's not like we're any further from a draw. A lot of imbalances, some separated pawns here for black, knight versus bishop. So truly a lot of imbalances in the position. However, Yu Yangyi with the white pieces, is he going to be able to beat his 2,400 international master opponent who's on an amazing score, equaling Gutham's 3.5 out of 4?
2.5 out of 4, strong. Bringing something out of them. They got a lot to prove here. Really on their game today. And knight to c4, really strong move, I think. Followed by queen to d3, maybe trying to get some action around the king.
Yeah, exactly. This knight retreating, but actually maybe ending up on a nicer square in the end on c4. So looking pretty good so far. Not too low on time. 7 minutes to 4.5. Very manageable. It seems like the pace here has been very high because we're definitely very far into the game, much further than any other board, I want to say.
And we have a move. Queen b4 idea. Maybe like a4.
Yeah, just to make a move. Queen e1 is not threatening anything after knight c4, so I imagine we will see it. a4 is also an idea. Probably a4, king a2 will be played. I don't really know how to proceed for white, but both sides kind of have to make moves here.
I would love to get my queen active, like queen e4. That's going to be scary later. Ooh, now I can't really move the queen anywhere. But queen d3 was something I wanted to do anyway.
Yep, I like queen d3. The thing is, I feel like if white continues to make moves like over and over and over again, I still don't really see what you're going to do. Like if you could make 3 moves in a row,
That's
that
true.
Are not intentional blunders, what would you want to accomplish?
You're right. Cool. Yeah, exactly. Queen d3, queen knight to c2. And yeah, that's it. That's about it. Maybe e4 and knight e3 with the little cheapo.
There you go. e4, we finally have a move, knight e3. Also e4, e5 to shut the bishop down. I was thinking maybe queen d3 to start. That stops bishop d4, and then e4 and e5. Coming up with a plan is always the toughest. Like I just want at least a couple moves where I feel that I have an idea I'm going for, because if I'm just kind of shuffling around, it's not really going to serve me well in the long run.
Generally not the best plan. Just be shuffling around without good reason, that is.
All right, let's move around. What do we have here? Sindarov against Sargsyan. This one is opposite bishops. Rooks are on the board. This is the one with that A pawn up there, but without actually having access to those pawns, the A pawn is not fantastic. Later on in the game, there will be, bishop B8, bishop takes A7, but perhaps we're a decent way away from that.
Yeah, of course, opposite color bishops here, and this a6 pawn is very scary, but you can keep it under control. Rook d7, rook e7, trade the rooks, and then the rook on a3 has to defend c3 temporarily, as you could stick the bishop on d4 and sit there for a while. There's some weird tactics if you're not careful of bishop takes b6 too, with the a7 pawn or a pawn being scary.
Yep, you have to watch out for that. But this position does not look like there's too much in it. Honestly, Gukesh had the biggest advantage and continues to have the biggest advantage of any position that we've looked at. He's absolutely dominating. The knight, the pieces are all occupying these light squares in the center. So what's the next step here for Gukesh? I wonder if it is going to be an eventual f4 move. For now, putting pressure on g6, controlling d5. This is more than enough. Maybe doubling the rooks, or at least centralizing both of the rooks, is the final step. But Gukesh is going to have to identify a real plan here that he can execute.
King h7, man, it feels like it's just something wrong with that, but you can't exploit it, huh? Can't do anything yet. That's interesting. I like the queen e2, but it needs to go back. Yeah, back and forth.
And we just were there, so, Not achieving much by repeating. It looks like f4 is a move you eventually want to build up for, but yeah, I don't know that you need it right away.
F4 and pawn takes. That is risky there. We actually have to think here. He doesn't have a lot of time too. He is down, but having some time. What is the move here? Incredible. I mean, G4.
Yeah.
Wait a second. G4 is possible.
G4 is a bit much. If G4 is the move, I'll be shocked. I'm almost trying to play moves like Rook E1, Rook D2, King H2, King G2, like these kind of boring moves that look like they help the position. Maybe Rook D3 instead of Rook D2, and there could be an idea to move this knight and play Rook over to F3.
That's a nice idea. I like that one. Rook D3, Knight C4, Rook F3. So now we have Knight F6 ideas.
Yep. That's at least something. And you know what? Even if I don't go for that plan, doubling the rook is also a great plan as well.
Right. Doubling of the rook there.
So that makes sense. The knight on E6 continues to be underwhelming, but not because it's on a poor square. It's just white has done everything in his power to make that knight useless there.
He's got to move. He's getting low on time. It could panic. Panic is quite common, but it's not like you're panic and blunder a piece here. You can't squander a little bit of the precision of your advantage and moves that you might make. You have more time, so it squanders that, messes with your ability to make very good moves when you are low on time here. He's almost under a minute. He is thinking, what is he going to do? Posture. What did he play? I don't know what he played.
Yeah, important to find
G4's on the board. He played G4.
Oh my goodness. I don't know if you should be happy or not. Because on one hand, you're correct. On the other hand, it's a question mark. What are we celebrating here, James?
Yeah, you know what? I have no idea. I have no idea. In fact, no, it makes sense, but it's, Rook D3 was much better. It was just easier to play. Rook D3, I'm doubling, I'm moving the knight, Rook F3. But we play G4.
G4 is a move that, yeah, it just feels like you're offering a little bit too much to black in exchange. Like, I see it. Knight takes H5. I'm assuming that you want to move your king and try to play Rook G1 and just truly go all out, but I don't know that it's that easy. So maybe, but I have to see it. King H1, Rook G1.
I totally understand his idea is you need to open up this G file, and King H1 as you mentioned, King 8.
Yeah, King G2 just no, that's me. I'm wondering King H1 in order to do this is kind of what I want to do, or King H2. But what happens here is I'm wondering about Bishop H6, and I'm just not really in time here. There's Bishop to F4, there's Queen E6. I feel like I'm getting mated, and Bishop takes E3 is not in time because of Bishop takes G6. But unfortunately, Bishop F4 looks really troublesome.
Yeah, you have to be very careful. He's risking some king safety going for this idea.
So King H1 was played.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering about, like, these two moves together, I think are important. I don't agree with this decision. Let's see if it pays off. In my opinion, you should have been much more solid as white there. No need to go crazy. Double the rooks. Maybe bring the king up first to prepare G4. Because now you've got a minute on the clock, and Queen E6, the best move, has just been played. And it's all going back the other direction now. I don't like this.
That is scary. I mean, you can obviously always play for some tricks here, like Knight F5 to try to block it. But it doesn't do anything. It's nothing. I'm not going forward. Maybe we could try Queen E2 again. Slightly annoying. Yeah, maybe just King H2. Bishop H6, Rook G1, Bishop F4. Too slow.
And remember, there's always Rook G8. If I just need to defend stuff, there's always Rook G8. I'm going to take us over to Grishuk and MVL. I just noticed that our Kaikri shook. He's got 20 seconds, so I just know that this game is gonna provide some kind of result or entertainment at the very least.
Grishik down to 20 seconds here.
We have a
if he had
draw
more
between
pieces,
Sindarov and Sargsyan, by the way. So do you reckon that if you take on d4 and then we play this variation, is that position winning for black? My feeling is just yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Right.
yeah, just take it, play rook d7 on rook b6. The rook on d7 will guard the pawn. It'll also cut the king off. So this move looks good, but then there's king g6 now, and the f-pawn's going to go with rook d7. That king is never crossing to the f-file. I think this is actually a pretty routine win.
Yeah, especially having that extra just wide people on that f-pawn that can't even be approached with the king at all. King is so far away on b1 here. Grishik with the head shake. See the eyebrows raised. He knows it's over.
Yeah.
And resignation.
It is
He just got
resignable.
out of there.
That's unfortunate, but time trouble plus just this extra pawn in the endgame with the king cut off, that will do it. And that is a win for Maxime, moving to 4.5 out of 5 on the day. Truly an amazing start to the World Rapid Championship for MVL. And we can see top left of your screen, Magnus versus Arjun. Magnus did win that pawn on d5, but I have to say Arjun was probably playing a little bit as though he could let it go on purpose, because at the highest level, which is the level these two are playing at, 4 against 3, James, you're not really saying, hey, I've got an extra pawn. You're kind of saying, I guess this is just a draw. If you know your stuff, 4 against 3 in a rook end game is truly a draw.
Especially on the same side, usually. If it's different sides of the board, well, then that's a completely different game. On the same side, that's what makes it more draw-like, as they say, all ranking games are drawn. And this is sort of similar here. We do have the extra pawn, but creating that passed pawn, we trade off the 3 pawns for the 3 pawns if I'm Magnus here, but then we reach something that is very theoretical, aka a Philidor position is our goal. That's what they call it. From the defending side, to be able to try to defend and do back rank checks once pawn is pushed, aka, again, Philidor position. That's our goal if I'm Arjun here. And if I'm Magnus, trying to stop that from happening. It's hard to do.
And Magnus is going to grind the position for a while. He definitely knows how to put pressure, and he can play it for a very long time. So we'll see if he wants to play something like h4, f3, king f4. It is a draw, though. I personally wouldn't want to be defending it against Magnus. Even though Magnus has 30 seconds, there's increment. Magnus will never lose this position. So it's a risk-free game for him to
Okay, there's one trick. King e5, right? You know, only one. King e5.
Yep, that would be one.
King e5, f4 mate, boys and girls. Don't try this at home. That's funny.
King e7 most likely. And yeah, I wonder if you play f3, then maybe something like h4 gets played. So I do expect Magnus to do h4 himself. Let's go to Artemiev and Mamedov. This game, there's a really nasty pin here against this knight. White cannot get out of this, but at the same time, this queen can take on f7, a6, and it seems like it'll always be able to come back somehow and defend this knight. And if black doesn't make something happen with this pin, then you just lost the pawn on b7, maybe a pawn on a6 as well. And Artemiev could be looking to move to 4.5 right now.
Oh, top of the standings there. As pawn is hanging, a pawn will run too as well. 19 seconds, though, has to move very quickly, thinking on Mamedov's time.
Yeah, knight g5 is the move we're all dying to play. But
knight g5.
Unfortunately not. But I don't really know what move to recommend. If you play something like knight g4, Queen takes f7, knight e5. It seems good, but a basic move like, for example, knight g4, just queen f4, you can take these double pawns. It doesn't matter because you want a key pawn on b7, you want another one on f7, you'll trade anything everywhere.
And he does make a move. That move is... Wait, did he make a move? Oh, relay error. Okay, king g8. Yeah, here we go. Took on a6, knight to g4, bringing the queen back around to defend against the pin, and the a-pawn is passed.
Yeah, knight e5, there's queen e3. Meanwhile, white's just going to play a6, a7, a8. I'm not seeing anything. There's also queen b8 against knight e5. There's queen b8 and queen f4. There are no threats in this position that matter.
Plays f5. Mamedov not too happy about this position, which is normal. Trying to trade queens.
Queen to e2. d5 is hanging with a check. You just have to make sure after queen d5, you don't run into knight e3 later, but it is with a check, so it's totally playable.
That's true. Thank you for the gumdrop there. That is a check. Whoa, no mate? Wow, it's kind of like who's mating who.
Yeah, not quite.
Knight g5, king g6,
Knight g5 can be played after king h7, but it's not quite mate.
Risky.
I think this is the way to do it. Defend f2, stop knight e3. You got 3 extra pawns all connected and passed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, very strong. There's really nothing they can do. King h6, you just start pushing something. Maybe c4 to start. Oh, he said trade him off. Queen d2, easy.
And that's going to be resignation. Yeah, get those queens traded. GG. And Artemiev continues to be a dominant force in rapid chess. We have Gukesh in an absolutely crazy game against Movahed. 2 bishops against 2 knights, but an extra pawn here for Gukesh.
Okay.
All the games are very close.
2 bishops can be dangerous, but the knights are ideally placed. Controlling the bishop squares. Here we go. And a move comes in. Rook to the other side.
Indeed, rook b2. Not threatening something exactly, but a lot of the pieces in white's position can't move because of a threat. So it's not that there is a threat, but everything is seemingly stuck where it is.
There we go. I was going to say transmission error. Okay. No good checks. Nothing. Wow.
Look at this blue arrow here.
I was looking like, wait.
Bishop. Yeah, that's a real arrow.
I was like, something's wrong. It's like, oh, no, that's not wrong at all. Okay, takes.
Rook takes d2 is a pretty significant mistake, unfortunately. King takes d2, the best move. And now you can just defend the f-pawn. There's no threats in this position at all anymore. Everything is covered.
It's a bishop back to h3.
Yeah, there's really nothing here. Rook a1 to h1 or g1 is very, very strong. And it looks like Gukesh is also going to right the ship. 4.5 points for him.
27 seconds. Boom. Rook a1. Strong move. Coming to the h file.
Yeah, rook g1 and rook h1, maybe just both. There's also a knight c5 move. I think this is all Gukesh. A draw between Yu Yangyi and Orazbayev, the youngster, so that's a great result for him. Meanwhile, Giri against Gutham is also trending in Giri's favor maybe, but completely equal.
Now the game's finishing too. Robeson wins there. He's on 4. Whoa, out of nowhere.
You can see Hans Niemann at 3 points, poised to win. Don't believe we have a camera for that game, but yeah, it looks like he will secure that result, move to 4 points.
Gukesh making some progress in his game, and Arjun and Carlson still playing that one out. It's going to be a long night in the office. He's going to play that one all the way out.
Hang on a sec. What's Magnus achieving here? It feels like something.
Especially when you get the king around like that, it's super annoying. He creates chances all the time. Rook takes, king
How
G7,
does he do this?
And G5.
I'm shocked that there was even a chance to create here. He finds a way to get the king into G7. Now he can start with F4 first, and I think he might. Yeah, king G7 next. So now the move is king to F8, and after E6, king back to E7. And if pawn takes on F7, king back to F8. Look at that variation. King F8, king E7,
king E7,
king F8.
king F8.
Like,
that's incredible.
What are we doing here?
Chess is hard, bro.
If he doesn't find this, by the way, I think Magnus is about to win this game. So the whole line is absolutely forced. And I believe it's on the board exactly. Arjun is up to the task.
And he moves it back to F8. He finds it. Incredible.
Now, the reason that I mention this is after the move rook takes G6, there is rook G4, which is a fancy move. But if rook H3, we actually reach the endgame that we saw in the other.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think Magnus was expecting rook G4. But rook H3, king takes H5, king takes F7. Remember, we just talked about this endgame. And I was saying it is well known a little bit that this is a drawn endgame. However, we saw Gukesh win it. So let's see if that happens here.
Wow, that's incredible. We get the same endgame back to back in critical games.
The pawns are, every piece is situated a little different, but those split pawns with rooks on the board, it's 2-pawn advantage. It is a draw, but obviously it takes quite some work to do it properly. So let's see. Remember, Arjun pretty willingly went into this. He had rook G4. He didn't even bother looking for it because he knows that this is a draw. So let's see if he can demonstrate the technique or if Magnus can squeeze a win out of a dead drawn position.
Very difficult.
I should say theoretically drawn, not dead drawn. I think it's more fair.
True. If they're connected, it's a completely different story. And them being separated by a file like this makes it hard to get that king shelter and active pieces while trying to queen.
That's why it's so important to know your end games. And Magnus is playing on pretty risk-free, right? Because he knows that it's a draw. So if he can do anything better, that's just only a good thing.
He plays king H7.
The idea for white is that eventually you almost want to give up one of your pawns and hopefully make use of the other one moving up the board. Now, you'd rather give up your H-pawn than your F-pawn, that's for sure, but you would enjoy the possibility of cutting black's king off from one of them.
But rook E6 on the board, as you mentioned, giving up one of the pawns and trying to catch yourself in a winning endgame, as we saw before Gukesh was able to do that to Alan Pichon. It could happen. It really could. Time is very good, though. He is gaining some time, finding some quick moves. They both are. But should be a draw here. It's a long game. Very long. Magnus can play this forever. Push a pawn, restart the counter.
That's right.
we go. Here we
This
go.
is such a
And
critical
the move
endgame.
is hovering over the head. He
There
goes
are a
with.
lot of moves that are playable.
Boom.
I think this makes perfect sense. We might see king g5 from Magnus, and then if rook check, maybe king f6 going up the board. And yes, for those tuning in, this is a theoretical draw. We actually saw it earlier just today. So shows you, you talk about those end games. It's like, oh, when am I ever going to need this end game? Well, you may have needed it today twice.
Twice. And from the defending side.
Yeah, it's not easy. Especially Magnus, who you just know is so good in end games. On the other side, I would not want to be playing that game.
Do you see that check coming, king up? He's trying to force him into something. Walk your king up, guys. Go ahead, just walk your king up. Go ahead, walk your king up. Go ahead, take the pawn. Little tricks there. It's funny.
Yeah, not good enough there.
Like, oh, darn it. I almost got you.
Uh-huh.
Yes, king's optimally placed, rook behind the pawn here. Arjun played this incredibly well. Has enough time to figure it out too as well. And yeah, Magnus is doing what he can. Now we repeat, king h7.
So
Maybe
Magnus is
maybe
also
not
doing
a good
something. He's doing something that I think is really important. I don't do this enough myself. It's like when you're in a position that you both know is a draw, what Magnus has done quietly is he's built his own time up to almost a minute, and his opponent's time is also reaching a minute. But remember, Arjun's time started at about 3.5 minutes. So it's gone down a lot. If Arjun is ever in a situation now, later on in this endgame, where there's only 10, 15 seconds left, he could panic and make a different move. Whereas if Magnus started the endgame with h5 and all these quick forcing moves, then Arjun knows the technique and he's just going to show it immediately. So don't underestimate the time being taken off. It does matter a little bit, but credit to Arjun for so far showing great technique.
Absolutely. Great technique from Arjun, facing the best in games. Here trying to squeeze water from a stone. Rook check makes the king move and probably go right back to the square.
Mm-hmm. It's the unfortunate decision. You need to pick a side here as the white king, and you'd honestly love to stay in the middle, protecting everything.
Quick glance at the clock. Not too happy. See a deep breath there. Glances at the clock again. You can tell from the body language. Lots of blinking, slight stress. King h5. Maybe you go the other way. Do you attack the other pawn is the question. He said, no, I don't have to do anything yet. Bring the king over.
King to g7. I think Magnus wants more time to disappear before we start pushing pawns. But of course, the pawns are actually where they started in this endgame. So he's trying to make, as you said, James, as many moves as he can, and then maybe a pawn move, and we start over.
Make a move, push the pawn, start the clock. Start it over, guys. They start over that 50 move clock. Counter, actually, is what they call it.
Rook g5 is a game-winning threat. Of course, that needs attention. Yeah, this is the last round of today. I won't say that this is the last game that's ongoing, certainly not, but it is the most crucial. Gutham and Anishgiri are actually still playing. Playing their game.
Oh,
Yeah, and it looks
nice.
equal over
That's
there.
a cleaning game. I see it, yeah. Cleaning game. Arching on the move. Cutting off the king and the pawns. And no progress here, guys. You're seeing it. No progress. Wow.
Yeah, not much to be done, but again, Magnus knows that he can just play the move h5 whenever he wants. And so it's always there. How many moves, just for those curious? Let's go to the last pawn move or capture.
Okay, what is that?
So it looks like it was here on move 64. And just to put it in perspective, we're not even close. We're on move 88. So there's so much more that can happen now.
And it just restarted.
And it just restarted. There you go.
Just restart your clock.
Now we all have the counter perfect.
Yeah, it's 0, guys. Move 1. Check. King out of the way. Chat, do you think he can hold, guys? Do you think he can hold, chat? What is your prediction? Do you think Arjun can hold? It is possible. And it is drawn, but Magnus says not yet. Not so fast, young fella.
Yeah, he really should, based on what I've seen so far. But that's the thing with these end games is even just the mental fatigue, the physical toll that an entire day of chess, there's been delays in the rounds so far for the players. So they have been playing chess today for a very long time. This is the last game of the day. Magnus is extending it. You know, how are your energy levels if you're on the defending side? If time gets a little bit low, there's a lot of things that can go wrong.
Very important to understand that. Exactly. Lots of things that can go wrong.
Like blue arrow, why is it so key? Because it must be played, or there could be a winning advantage for Magnus. This is a key move right here.
Yeah, of course, he finds
on the board.
Very strong Arjun. Arjun is locked in. Definitely like this King H6 move. I think this was a one way to be. Kind of annoying. Yeah, Rook G4. Yeah, this is one way where you can definitely get in some trouble here. So now the question is, okay, what are we doing?
So I think he's going to play King F6. My understanding of this position, and this looks very similar to the Gukesh game. And so if Black plays, for example, King F6, King H7, you know, you're trying to push that pawn up to H6, or play Rook G7 and King G8, this will start to look exactly, if we just put the pieces here, maybe take, this starts to look like that game with H6. Of course, there's a huge difference, is that that pawn is not up and ready to be pushed to H7. So the extra moves really do matter. But we saw that result in a win already. And I think that Arjun is not going to be looking to let that happen.
Exactly. Okay. Well, okay, time is under a minute now. So, you know.
But look, Magnus, he constantly finds ways to put Black in a position where, hey, you only have one move. If you don't play that move, could be a problem. Arjun has found every move so far, but now he's at 10 seconds. It's gonna start to be more and more taxing to find these only moves in positions where he absolutely needs them.
He made that with 11 seconds on the clock. King to F6.
King H7 as Magnus, yeah, I think he's nearly flagged himself or something and started panicking.
Wait, Rook H4? No.
Okay, here's this idea. Only move is Rook takes F4.
And then back to h4.
He wants to play rook g6 and king g7, I assume.
Ooh, wait a second here. King g7. Oh,
Arjun
that
has
is
played perfectly
tricky.
so far. He's playing perfectly, but one mistake can mess it all up.
That is so tricky. Yeah, king f5, king g7. There's got to be some type of checking pendulum. King g7, maybe just go rook over e4 or something. Push, check, check. Nobody would. Yeah, that would be okay. Okay, and I think he's got it.
So if you play the rook over, the thing is the king has nowhere to hide here. And after h6, I feel that h6 is kind of
we got it.
Yeah, it's kind of a draw off.
You got it. You got it. Man, Magnus pushed and pushed on and pushed on, and Arjun tenacious. Not
It's
letting it
very
happen.
well played.
Extremely well played from that guy. Wow, incredible result here. 4.5, 4.5, and that was an earned draw, by the way, from Arjun here, playing out of his mind here. The only person to blemish his perfect record, Magnus, that is. 4.5, 4.5. Very, very good. Let's take a look at
And
our.
that should happen, right? You should play that endgame out. Arjun just displayed great technique in drawing it, but 2 extra pawns, you're crazy to just accept a draw in a tournament where the stakes are this high. Magnus and Arjun drawing both, putting them both at 4.5 points out of 5.
And MVL right behind him, 4.5. And Artemiev too as well. That's going to be nice for the standings tomorrow. Only players at 4.5. Then we got center off drawing Gukesh. Actually, no, Gukesh at 4.5 too. I just saw that. So a few players at 4.5 as we see here. That is it on the first page. All the 4.5s are there. Now we got some 4s and 3.5s. Draw all the way down. Look at that one on that card there. That draws all the way down. Incredible. And Andrew Hong and the rest of the boys here. Andrew Hong goes down to Nihal Soren, who puts them at 4 now. Prague goes down to Sandy Ray at where? 4. Nice. Looking good. Looking good. Now look at, you see the stacked top up there. 5 players with 4.5. Very rare that you have one, usually it's even. Then you got a 5 up here. So we're going to play a 4, which is cool to see. Then you got 4s all the way down to 24th place, which is 3.5. Incredible day so far. Let's see, we got other players too as well. The other half of that looks like all the way down to 3. Look at the 3.5. That's a hefty place to be. I mean, it's like 2-3 pages or 3 panels, whatever you want to call it. It's like 20 places with 3.5.
Fabian,
that's
there.
crazy.
Number 41, right? Fabi is in the mix at 3.5. You got Wesley 3.5, Dominguez, Andreikin, Dubov, Abdusatorov, Lekwang Liam, Yes. What an incredible group at 3.5, and that's 3.5 out of 5.
Out of 5, that's not bad at all. And I mean, these boys are swinging here. And then in the women's section here, it's ended at round 4 today. We got a lot of 3s, 2.5s. There we go. There's the first one. Sue, bro, she's at 4. Sitting up there at the top, she is the one to beat. Then you have 3.5s, not a lot of them. And we have a lot of 3s, so it looks like 3 is the score for the ladies over here. That's pretty beefy section. So we're going to see a lot of shakeups tomorrow as we do have more games. But we're going to be back tomorrow, guys. So let's check the schedule. I know you guys want to know what's going on today. December 26th, rounds 1 through 5. Tomorrow, only 6 through 9. And then December 28th, 10 through 13. We got the Blitz. It's always fun to watch that on 29th. And the 30th, the Blitz will be rounds 1 through 13 and 14 through 19. And it's going to be me and your boy, Hambo in every Lambo. Okay, come on, Hambo, guys. It's going to be us throughout the entire event. So happy holidays from us to you guys. And anything you want to say to the chat and everybody else, come on.
Well, just, of course, happy holidays, but thanks for, if you are on the same time zone as maybe James and myself, the East Coast, thanks for waking up early with us, spending your holidays watching what I think is truly the most exciting event on the calendar, period. I love watching, commentating, and covering Rapid and Blitz chess. and it's only going to get more exciting as the stakes get higher. You're going to see a lot of strategy, probably a decent amount of draws, and whoever is the player that's able to win, win out, is going to be very, very exciting to watch. So make sure you tune in for the rest of the days. We've got 2 more days of Rapid, the open section and the women's. We're looking to crown this year's World Rapid and Blitz champions, so you don't want to miss it.
Tune in tomorrow, guys. We'll see you same time tomorrow for day 2.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
Sleeping on me, wake up. Too easy just to lay up. Okay, tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Players trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Started blowing never sad, got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, and I know that she ain't never